Alright, let's try to get this W. And we lost someone, and they put me right in front of a survivor. Or civilian. And in front of the key. This one right there.
Give me the Dragon Ball. You won't get your wish. You have my thanks.
Easy level 2.
Give me the Dragon Ball. Here, take You have my thanks.
I'm not even gonna chase that guy. But I'm wasting his dragon change. I think I saw someone go in this cave. Where am I? Good question. Because Mana here, Mana see you? Okay, right there.
Where are the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Someone save me! Where are the Dragon Balls? Even if I had one, why would I give it away? Someone save me! Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls?
Easy level 3. I don't have a Dragon Ball radar, unfortunately. We got 3 balls. Pause. It's every one of those.
me the Dragon Balls. What are those? If you do not have them, then I have no need.
I can get 2 more. I should get my level 4. Only 4 survivors left. These guys haven't planted a single key yet. I can hear him. Where'd he go? Keep it. Hopefully someone revives him. It's gonna destroy D. Just need 1 more Dragon Ball. Oh, someone did revive him. Alright, I'm gonna destroy A. Hopefully they set that E key.
Well then, let's begin, shall we?
Okay, they're in A right now, so I'll just destroy E and hopefully they plant the A key. Go become immortal.
Make me immortal!
Oh my guy, plant that A key. It took too long. Bro, I saw that guy, he was about to plant the A key. Then he went inside the cave. Took too long. Probably just gonna run away.
This planet will die!
Took too long, bro. Homeboy left.
Don't disappoint.
Easy win, easy win.
You're no match for me.
all platinum. We made it to end of Z5. And we are ranked 18 right now in the world. That ticket. We're in the top 20 for sure. Rank ends on Christmas Day, so if we grind it, we might be able to make it in the top 10.
As we kick off the Beyond Dragon Ball Super Story of Murno vs. Universe 7 manga chapter special, as Murno finally encounters the god of destruction of the 7th universe Beerus on his planet, Murno then went along to acknowledge Beerus by telling him, "I was wondering where you were and why you weren't active this entire time, Beerus. But knowing you, I should have figured you'd be sleeping your way through the destruction of your universe, and here I expected more from you. I should have remembered how lazy you gods are. If I had known you'd be sleeping, I would have gotten rid of you in your sleep first before dealing with the rats." As Beerus went along to respond, "I see your mouth is just as big and loud as before you were exiled from your position. But there's something different about you. Where are the others? Where's Whis?" And with Murno pointing up, he then went along to respond, "Up there, along with the rest of those mortal worms. I've had quite the encounter with your Saiyan slaves. Quite interesting creatures indeed. Far different than the ones in the 13th, but they will all be soon dealt with. As you may already suspected, I am a clone of the original, inherited with most of his powers and abilities. The reason why I've come is because it's time to begin eliminating the gods. You 12 will no longer be needed. It's not like you've been doing your job well enough anyway. But before I kill you, I would like to see why you are regarded as the strongest god of destruction among them all. So you have two options, Destroyer. Either fight me using the full extent of your power, or surrender your title and accept your fate in death. I won't ask you twice. Don't forget who you're dealing with here either, Beerus. You gods also played a role in my departure when you chose to remain silent instead of speaking out against an oppressive tyrant that was Zeno. I haven't forgotten. Now what's it going to be?" As Beerus then is shown getting really agitated, he only then responded, "You're more deranged than I thought you'd be, but I see casting you away still did nothing to correct that attitude of yours, Angel. Do not underestimate me because I am a god and you are an angel. There is a reason why Whis had advised me never to use my full power, but since you're begging for death by knocking on my door, then I'll gladly be the one to answer and accept your death wish. You may be stronger than us gods, but let's not forget that angels like yourself can also die. It's just going to take a bit of effort to do it. I'm annoyed by your tone and lack of
Right
respect
now we have
for
7
the
out of 8,
natural
just needs
order,
one more
so
player.
consider this challenge accepted. Your final moments will be remembered against me." And with Murno laughing, he only then responds, "Ha! Final moments with you? Are you still sleeping or what, Beerus? You must be if you believe you have any chance of killing me. I could end your life faster than you can blink, but where would the fun in that be? I'll lower my power to match yours then. I want to have a little fun smacking you around your own planet before I rip you to pieces." So Murno knows Beerus, and Beerus knows Murno, and because of this, Murno also puts blame on the gods of destruction for remaining silent in his departure, as only then Murno went along to continue by pounding on his chest, "I am beyond you in every way possible, Beerus. But if you think differently, then come and show me." And that's exactly what Beerus does, because the second Murno finishes his sentence, Beerus charges right in and telling Murno, "With pleasure," before right then and there punching Murno directly in the face with such force that it causes Murno to be sent hurtling out into the distance, having to smash through the ground beneath him. And as Beerus stands there, he then went along to comment, "You can stop pretending now. I know that attack didn't actually hurt you, so unless you want to quit while you're ahead, then get up and quit wasting my time, Murno. And with Murno shown dusting himself off and coming back into the fight, he only then replied to Beerus by telling him, well, that was a disappointing demonstration from the so-called strongest destroyer among the gods. And here I thought you'd hit harder. Well then, Beerus, if that's the best you can do, then you are as good as dead. You know, I never would have guessed that mortals such as your precious Goku and Vegeta would be able to hit a lot harder than the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Shall I show you how it's done then? And these comments really irritate Beerus, but Beerus doesn't go without smirking as he replies, your mouth is really starting to annoy me. Maybe I'll need to break your jaw so you don't talk anymore. And with Murno charging on in, he only then responded, oh, you mean like this? And the second Murno charges in, Beerus goes into defensive position only to then realize that Murno had completely dematerialized as Beerus comments, he can dematerialize? Right before one of Murno's punches actually connects with Beerus, as Beerus is then sent flying back, Murno then teleports through a portal in popping up behind Beerus and telling him, indeed, Destroyer, among many other abilities that I am holding off. Before kicking Beerus right in the stomach, he then tells him, away with you, puny god. As Beerus is then shown being kicked from the ground into the lake, Murno only then continues to tell him, you're really not that special, Beerus. I don't see what Whis ever saw within you that there's nothing that I cannot deal with. Isn't it already clear to you that you cannot win alone? I remember Whis training you long ago, and this is the fruits of your training with him? So which one is it, Beerus? Are you as soft as you look, or did you simply waste your time being a god of destruction if mortals have already reached and surpassed your levels of power, such as the Saiyans in this universe? Ha! Pathetic. Or maybe you're hiding your real power from me. Isn't it said that you were the first destroyer to tap into the powers of Ultra Instinct before losing it? Well, where is it? And with Beerus then slowly emerging from the lake, he then replies, you're quite the cheeky one. I wasn't expecting for you to possess such interesting abilities, but don't get ahead of yourself here. You've proven to me exactly why you must be destroyed. Am I restricting myself from using my full power? Maybe. Only one way to find that out. But let's make one thing perfectly clear. I won't go down without a fight, and I certainly won't go down to a washed up, overly delusional disgrace of an angel like yourself. Have I once tapped into Ultra Instinct? Indeed, I did. But make no mistake about it, just because I did so long ago doesn't mean I cannot push myself to achieve it now. And with Murno alluding to the idea that in fact Beerus at one point did achieve Ultra Instinct, and with Beerus implying that indeed if pushed, he could possibly achieve it again, what Murno follows by doing is removing his cape and then telling Beerus, that's the Spirit Destroyer. Well, since I'm finished warming up, why don't you demonstrate to me exactly what my brother had taught you all these years? I'll make this a lot easier for you if you show me. I can sense Whis and that other pest Goku heading here as we speak, so before they arrive, I'd have to enjoy my time with you before they get in our way. And with Beerus grinning, he then responds, you'll be long dead before they get here. Confident, are we? So you want me to use everything I have on you right now? I hope you're ready for it. And with Murno extending his hands in welcoming this, he only then tells Beerus, go ahead, Beerus.
Still 7 out of 8,
I'll give you a freebie and allow you to hit me right here,
Come on, we need one more
right
person.
now, with as much power
Y'all
as
playing
you
Breaker's
like.
Login right now.
And after you do, I am going to then show you and prove to you on why you never stood a chance to begin with. So go on, take your best shot. And with Beerus' aura glowing, he only then smiles in responding, "You're making this too easy for me, Murno. But if this is what you wanted, then far be it from me to keep you waiting then." As Beerus then begins to power up in such a way that one would literally assume that this is the peak of Beerus' power, and with Murno shielding himself, he only then questions this by commenting, "So this is Beerus' true power, huh? Now I see why the other gods were jealous of you and feared your potential. But don't assume that this is going to be nearly as much as it will take to kill me, especially when you..." And that's when Murno gets cut off, because then Beerus charged right in punching Murno directly in the stomach by asking, "What's wrong? Did you still think I was bluffing?" before uppercutting him right in the jaw and then telling him, "Wasn't expecting this now, were you?" Where did all of that tough talk just go? As he then proceeds to kick Murno in the face, Beerus then winds up grabbing Murno by the throat and telling him, "You dare disrespect my title and my universe. You come onto my home and threaten me with death? Such an act is unforgivable and is only met with death." And with Murno shown being choked by Beerus, he only then went along to respond, "So you weren't bluffing when you said you were hiding your power. You think you can kill me?" As Beerus responds, "Think? At this point, I know I can, angel or not. You will know your place among the god." But then right there, Murno quickly breaks free as he went along to then tell Beerus after spinning him, "How dare you defile me with your filth? This will not end on your terms, but rather yours." As he then grabs onto Beerus' throat, he then tells him, "They will end on mine." So not only did Murno counter by breaking free and thus spinning Beerus around, but the second Beerus actually made his 360 transition, Murno then followed by grabbing Beerus by the throat and then having to do the exact same thing by choking Beerus, and then having to follow by squeezing him just as Beerus did, as Beerus went along to respond, "I'll die before I let you destroy the seventh." As Beerus' tail then comes in handy by wrapping itself around Murno's throat, what Beerus followed up by doing was then punching Murno away, and with Murno breaking the ground beneath him, he then went along to tell Beerus, "That was a dirty move, Beerus." "All bets are off," as Beerus responds, "There are no rules in this fight." And with Murno overhearing this, he then went along to respond, "Really now? Well then, you just made my game that much more interesting now, Beerus." Because now it seems as if Murno had now picked up on something that Beerus is completely unaware of. With Murno continuously taunting the god of destruction, he only then went along to tell Beerus, "So since we aren't playing by the rules anymore, then how about
Still here.
you show me
7
what
out of
you
8.
truly do?"
Hopefully the match starts soon. It's kind of annoying waiting like 10 minutes for a match, but gotta do what you gotta do.
Directly at Murno by telling him, "Just you wait until I get a hold of you then." And as soon as Beerus throws the first shot, Murno quickly gets out of the way and then telling Beerus, "Get a hold of me, you say? And how exactly do you plan on doing that if you're having trouble catching me?" As Murno then latches onto Beerus' tail, he then proceeds to swing Beerus around and throwing him out into the distance by telling him, "You'll have to try again, Destroyer." So Murno is now beginning to take this a lot more lightly than how he was during the beginning of this battle, and as Murno stands there, he only then goes on to tell Beerus, "I'm starting to feel pity for you, Beerus. And here I was expecting so much more from you. There are still a great many things that I still haven't revealed to you, but in time, I will. Until then, I'm just going to continue to smack you around this rock, and there's nothing you're going to do to stop me. You simply aren't strong enough." And as soon as Beerus teleports behind Murno, Murno doesn't even bat an eye, as of course he continues to look on and commenting, "Still don't believe me?" And the second Beerus attacks Murno from behind, what Murno does is counter Beerus by grabbing onto his punch without even looking at him, and the second Murno looks back at Beerus, he only then asks him, "Well, are you a believer now? This is fun. I love seeing that desperate look on your face. The feeling of hopelessness, the feeling of defeat. Now you know what I felt like when you all turned your backs to me, and Beerus isn't having it because then, as soon as he backs his hand away, he then proceeds to grab Myrtle with his left hand by the hair, and then pulling him back by telling him, if you think I'm finished with you, then I must have hit you harder than I thought I did. This battle of ours isn't over until you are turned into dust, and as soon as Beerus pulls Myrtle back more, he winds his fist back as he's just about to hit him and telling him, you won't be talking so much after I punch a hole through your head, Angel. And even though Beerus is not letting up and giving up in this battle, the second Beerus attempts to hit Myrtle, Myrtle quickly then disappears by using his portal as he only told Beerus, like I said, Beerus, you'll have to catch me first. As he then opens another portal by Beerus' side, he only then emerges by punching Beerus in the face by telling him, and the higher you take your power, the more I will match it as
Should start
you
in
get
2 minutes or so.
An embarrassment of a god you are. And with Beerus stumbling back, Myrtle then continues, but I will give you some credit for your efforts. You sure know how to take a hit. Must have picked that up from Whis. Typical. But that won't save you. You can only take so much before your body begins to break, and when that moment happens, you will be finished, Beerus. So what's it going to be? Are you going to give up and let me kill you, or will you continue to fight a losing battle? And with Beerus having to wipe away the mark on his face, he only then responds, as I said, I'm not done with you just yet. I'd perish before giving myself to another in battle. Don't you
We have a
worry,
level 56
when
sub.
the opportunity presents
C2.
itself, I won't hesitate. And when it does, I will erase you from history as if you never existed.
That dealt far more damage than I thought it would. How pathetic. I'll end this quickly. Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's
If I can get a power key radar, we can key rush him.
Then place them in the right spots.
Yeah, Dragon radar.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Someone save me! Thanks.
Oh, I hate these freaking maps. Like, who built this shit?
Flying Nimbus!
Got these headphones from the dollar store. Only one side works. Well, I have to like twist the wire around. So like the other side, I can barely hear anything.
Thanks. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus!
think the other person has that Dragon Ball.
I need help!
Alright, so we have 5 so far.
Thanks! This is bad! Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We have to make sure this guy doesn't get to level 3, man. We have to find the C key next.
Flying Nimbus!
It's like Cell has the last ball.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. You're done!
Go that way. So, I have no sodas.
Flying Nimbus! This is bad!
But that guy with the final season, he lost the ball, bro.
Exercise
Fucking
extreme
dumbass.
caution if you're going to help them.
Like, if you see we're trying to collect the balls, you should give the ball to whoever has the most balls. So you don't lose the ball, bro. Like, this exact reason. We have one level 3. This is a bad situation because we're in C. And he's gonna come to C. And we needed that ball. Dude, bad spot right now. We better not do no key sense or we're fucked. Someone needs to find the C key, bro. Come on, guys. I have 6 to the ball, so it's best for me to get out of there. I need these guys to grab the ball or get that C key. And drop it.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
done. I will grant your wish.
Here comes a pain! An ally needs your help. No one needs your away. Thank you for rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
Good job, team. Good job. Good job. That's how you do it, guys. Teamwork. Yo, what's up, Kakarot? How you doing?
No one does this to me.
Close to S5. Bro, I was real close to S5. But last night, I was getting a whole bunch of trash-ass teammates. And we were going down. But looks like we're doing good today. 1 win as a Raider, 1 win as a Survivor. To the manga till we find the next match.
On my honor as a destroyer, I will find a way to destroy you. So Murno seems to be toying around with Beerus in this idea that no matter how strong Beerus gets, Murno is going to somehow match him in power, because keep in mind, during the beginning of this encounter, Murno went along to tell Beerus that he will suppress himself and lower his power to match Beerus for the sole reason of wanting to have some fun with him before having to kill him off, as Murno then went along to tell Beerus, "You are all the same in my eyes. That pathetic Omni King should have done us all the favor by destroying this universe when he had the chance. Guess I'll have to finish what that brat should have started when he had the chance." As Beerus went along to respond, "It's ironic how you say such things about Grand Zeno when you're alone, but wouldn't dare think about saying that to his face when he's around. Quite the coward, Murno. If you think I'll allow you to kill me without putting up a fight, then your brain must have been erased along with your universe when the Omni King exiled you when he did." And that really annoyed Murno, as he went along to then ask him, "What did you say to me?" With Beerus responding, "What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve there, mighty angel?" As Murno replies, "You wish. Now stop wasting my time and show me what you got." And Beerus does exactly that, because then Beerus quickly fires a barrage of energy blasts directly at Murno's direction, and even though Murno is now beginning to see that Beerus is not going to go down without a fight, as soon as Beerus begins to fire off these energy attacks, Murno then so casually begins to deflect each and every single attack behind him in a very casual way, in a sense to where these blasts have literally no effect on Murno. He only then went along to tell Beerus, "You're making this too easy for me. These attacks will do nothing to aid you from your own destruction. Allow me to demonstrate this to you." And the second Murno charges on in, he then goes on ahead to tackle Beerus onto the ground and telling him, "Foolish god, you left yourself wide open." And as they begin to roll on the ground, Murno gets the better of Beerus by then slamming him onto the floor, and as Murno gets on top of Beerus, he only then puts his forearm against his throat and telling him, "Since you love running your mouth, I figured I'd do something to shut it, since you're beginning to speak about things that you know absolutely nothing about." And with Murno then beginning to punch Beerus while on the floor, he only then tells him, "Get up, Destroyer. Show me your power. Show me why you were selected to rule this universe." So Murno is now beginning to become the aggressor in this battle, in not only by further enticing Beerus to show him more of his true power, but also now he has the upper hand by not only gaining leverage on Beerus, but now punching him while he's on the ground. And as Murno continuously throws shot after shot, punch after punch, in literally caving Beerus' face in while on the ground, he only then continued to tell him, "Was this honestly supposed to be your full power? What a joke. No Ultra Instinct, no real challenge. You're worse than I thought you'd be. You've grown soft over the years. You wasted your potential, and as Murno continues to pound away at Beerus's face, he only then tells him, I am going to grind you into pieces, so my brother can come back and find what's left of you on the floor. You gods never deserved such titles. You're all a waste. And with Beerus having to be shown in tremendous amounts of pain out somewhere in deep outer space, Whis and Goku are traveling back onto the planet as Goku went along to ask, hey Whis, do you sense that? Is it me, or does it feel like Beerus's energy is slowly starting to fade? Is there anything we can
Right now
do?
we're 7 out of 8, just
What
one
happens
more.
if we don't make it in time? Can Murno really kill him? What happens if Beerus dies? As Whis went along to respond, I feel it too, but Lord Beerus is not one to go down without putting up a fight. Murno can indeed kill him, but why he hasn't yet is beyond me to answer. If he dies, then I will cease to operate and will be sent back to the Angel Realm. We're almost there, so Goku and Whis are at a hurry to get back to Beerus's planet because they know that Beerus is in trouble, and Murno does in fact possess the power to kill Beerus, but why he hasn't is still yet to be answered. And as we make our way back to Beerus's planet, we are then shown how Murno is continuously pounding on Beerus's face, as he then went along
Alright,
to
you
tell
found the
him,
match?
fight back,
Just started in 2
weakling,
minutes.
fight back! Fight for your honor, fight for your universe, destroyer! Show me what you can do! Show me! And the second Murno stops and gets off of Beerus, he only then looks down and telling him, just as I thought. Unless you're hiding something from me, this battle is over. If I could beat you down this badly, then just imagine what the original can do. Your time as God of Destruction of this universe is over, Beerus. You should have trained for moments like this instead of spending your days being lazy and sleeping. Now look at you. My universe was once the strongest in all the realms. We had no weak destroyers like you in my world. A shame that we settled for something like this. You should have accepted your fate like a true warrior instead of embarrassing yourself like this. You're not the god of destruction. You're the god of wasted potential. Your heart and determination won't save you from what's coming. You should have been erased instead of my universe, but it doesn't matter. You're finished. And as Murno sticks his hand out, he only then tells Beerus, I hope they remember you. To the afterlife with you, as all of a sudden, Beerus then begins to power up in a rage-like state to where the sheer force of Beerus's power is now beginning to push Murno back, as Murno went along to comment,
to the whole size being
so,
lost.
you were
Check
hiding
out
your
that
power
multiple
from
thing.
me this entire time
just gave
after
up.
all. What force? So, you finally decided to show me your true self, I see. It's about time you did. And here I was beginning to doubt you, Beerus, and with Beerus shown standing there with this incredible aura surrounding him, Beerus then went along to tell Murno, I haven't used my full power in millions of years, so consider yourself honored to face me at my highest. This is where you die, as Murno then replies, what a fine display of power, but it still won't be enough to destroy me. With Beerus then responding, really? Let's find out then, shall we? As Murno responds, by all means try. So Murno's really not concerned even with Beerus having to max out his power and going all out. Murno instead is actually welcoming this, as we only then go back into outer space, with Whis and Goku shown trying to do their very best to get to Beerus as quickly as they can. Goku then went along to ask Whis, do you think Beerus could somehow defeat Murno without our help? I can sense a huge spike in Beerus's power just now. Is he using his full power? As Whis went along to reply, Lord Beerus had not used his full power in millions of years, since the days of our training as a matter of fact. So for him to use it now could only mean that Murno is getting the better of him and is now forced to use this power for the first time since. Now Whis confirms to Goku that Beerus really hasn't used his full power since the days of his original training with Whis. As we then go back to Murno and Beerus, they are both shown struggling in a test of might as Murno went along to tell Beerus, "Impressive, Destroyer, but you can't keep this up for long and you know it," with Beerus then having to respond, "I'll destroy you before anything happens to me that would prevent my victory." And with Beerus shown slightly pushing back, he then continues, "You will regret the day where you crossed me, Murno. I swear you will." With Murno then responding, "As if you ever had a chance, Beerus." As he then quickly flees the scene and having to move behind through a portal, he only then goes on to tell Beerus, "You'll have to be a lot quicker than that to do it." As of course Beerus then stumbles forward, Murno then opens up a portal above Beerus and double axe handling him across the head and telling him, "And you simply don't have what it takes to win." So Murno now is clearly taunting Beerus, he's antagonizing him further in basically telling him that no matter how strong he actually gets, he cannot possibly beat him, but Beerus quickly counters this by having to then turn the tides and then kicking Murno in the face by telling him, "I'll be the judge of whether or not I have what it takes to break you. As impressive as you are, I still have more left within me than you assume I do." As Beerus then grabs onto Murno's face, he then proceeds to slam him down on the ground and then telling him, "You are incredibly formidable, but it's time we end this. I've had enough of your games." As Beerus then kicks Murno out into the distance, he then follows by telling him, "Allow me to finish what should have happened millions of years ago. As the most powerful destroyer, you will feel every bit of my power." With Beerus then having to put his hands together in creating a massive sphere of energy that seemingly resembles that of the sphere of destruction, Murno then looks up and having to question this by stating, "What's this? He's going for broke. He'll destroy this entire planet if that attack bypasses me." As Beerus then goes on to comment, "You've disrespected me long enough. It's time you get what's coming since the beginning. Now don't dream of coming back to my universe again." And Beerus means business, because then he goes on ahead to launch this attack directly down at Murno by telling him, "I'll blow you to bits. Feel the power of the mightiest god of destruction." And with this blast having to come down, Murno braces himself as he went along to comment, "Arrogant fool. This will not be the end of me." As Murno then goes on to clutch onto the attack, there is a momentary struggle with, of course, both Murno and Beerus pushing. Beerus then, in absolute anger, went along to comment, "Accept your death and never return here again." And with Murno slowly shown being pushed back, he only then comments, "Curse you! Your arrogance and the mindful heart for the life within this universe disgusts me. You won't get rid of me that easy." And as Beerus begins to then shout back, he only then told Murno, "You will not be allowed to destroy my universe." And as the blast begins to overtake Murno, he then went along to eerily grin in responding, "Foolish god. We shall see." As the blast then completely overtakes Murno, there is a massive explosion on Beerus' planet, with of course Beerus having to be shown huffing and puffing afterwards. He only then went along to comment, "There's no way he could have been able to survive that. But I still sense something below." As down within the crater we get to see how Murno is shown in a defensive-like position, with Beerus then responding, "Unbelievable. He's still alive. But he's weakened." Yes, because this was the opportunity that Beerus was seeking ever since the beginning, and as Beerus blitzes in front of Murno, he then sticks his hand out in telling Murno, "You're lucky to even be standing right now, but that's all about to change. You are the only other person to ever push me this far in battle before outside of Whis. If your soul wasn't as dirty, you would have made for a great angel to a god. I am going to erase you from existence forever. Hakai, but right before Beerus can actually Hakai Murno, Murno delivers a gut-wrenching shot to Beerus' stomach, which causes Beerus to not only lose focus, but he's coughing up blood, his body seems to tremble. As Murno went along to respond, "I will never allow for you to do that, Beerus." It's not that simple, and with Beerus staggering back and holding onto his stomach, he went along to then comment, "What tremendous force! Where did that come from? Curse you!" And as soon as Beerus rushes back in, he only then attempted to attack Murno, with Murno having to tell him, "It was as I kept telling you, Beerus, I am beyond you, and your power, although great, will not be enough to destroy me." So Beerus was just about to Hakai Murno. He was just about to erase Murno from existence until Murno had somehow blitzed Beerus to the point where Beerus is now beginning to question as to where this power had come from, and with Murno clutching onto Beerus' fist, he only then went along to tell him, "I had lowered my power to match yours, remember? Don't think otherwise here, vermin. I used you to see where you stood within this universe as a god of destruction, and you've given me all the answers I needed and was searching for. But since the beginning, you were fighting a losing battle," and this really catches Beerus by surprise, because Beerus went along to reply, "How dare you make a mockery of me and my title, you disgusting embarrassment of an angel." And the second Beerus tries to attack again, he then utters, "How dare you!" But Murno is easily ducking and dodging and avoiding all of Beerus' attacks and telling him, "Fighting out of rage now, are you, Beerus? It seems your anger towards me is making you fight sloppy. You can attack me as much as you want to now. You've defeated yourself a long time ago. This anger you have will only take you so far until you start making mistakes and slipping up." So Murno is not only taunting Beerus and telling him, despite you having to fight in the name of rage, really isn't going to do anything to alleviate the situation. He then quickly followed by once again striking Beerus in the stomach by telling him, "Here's an example of my full power, Destroyer. Can you feel it?" And Beerus' body is rattled. As he then drops to his knees, Murno only then tells him, "And here I expected more from you. I even thought you were going to show me your Ultra Instinct. Shame." And with Beerus looking up, he then told Murno, "I will fight you until death," with Murno responding, "Good! That's the spirit. Oh, since you can't seem to accept it yet, allow me to show you a little trick. I've been keeping this up my sleeve this entire time." As Murno then transforms into a very familiar-like power with a familiar aura, a familiar outlook, he only then asked Beerus, "Does this look a little familiar to you, Beerus?" With Beerus uttering, he has Ultra Instinct? So Murno in fact does indeed have Ultra Instinct, with of course Murno then powering back down. He then responded, "Indeed, I also can tap into the powers of Ultra Instinct, but given my status, I have no need to use it." Not yet, of course. As he then sinisterly grins down at Beerus, he then continues, "This is only but a small portion of my power. Do you now see why you never stood a chance from the beginning? That look in your eyes says it all." As he then sticks his hand out and telling him, "Now to end this little game of ours for good. What was that little move you called again? Oh yes, that's right, Hakai." But right before Murno actually went along to Hakai Beerus, out of nowhere Murno is then struck in the face and having to be sent flying back, and because of this, Whis and Goku had finally made it back in time, with Super Saiyan Blue Goku defending Beerus and responding, "No matter how many times you decide to show your ugly face, we will always be right here to stop you in your tracks. We've got some unfinished business, Murno. Let's do this." With Murno feeling the effects after being attacked by Goku out of nowhere, Murno further proceeded to wipe away the blood from his mouth, as he only then went along to comment, "Well, this was an unexpected surprise, and here I thought you'd arrive a little later, but I guess you must have felt Beerus' power fading, so you came in for the rescue. How cute. If I could physically throw up in my mouth right now, I would. A destroyer saved by a mortal in battle? Is this what we've come to? Another
Still
reason
here, guys,
for
still
me to
here.
erase the multiverse and start from scratch. But since you're here now, I might as well destroy you both at once. And with Goku shown stepping in front of Beerus, Beerus went along to stand back up and then telling Goku, "Where did you come from, Goku? I don't need you to fight for me. This is my battle. I am owed this as the destroyer of the 7th. With Goku responding, "Yeah, well, now's not the time to argue about who's going to fight first. If we don't kill him right now, then he's going to destroy everything, including us. We have some unfinished business, and I'm tired of fighting these clones, so I'm going in to stop him before getting to the original." As Beerus is shown getting angry, he then went along to respond, "You cannot face him by yourself, mortal. Don't you dare defy my judgment now. This is my fight to finish, and I'm going to finish it alone." And Goku really doesn't want to hear it because he ends up charging on in and then having to tell Beerus, "Yeah, well, I'm not waiting around anymore. If you want to jump in, you're more than welcome to, but now it's my turn to step up." And with Goku attempting to strike Murno, with Murno having to move out of the way, he only then went along to tell Goku, "You stupid Saiyan. Did you forget that you cannot possibly rival me using this form?" And with Beerus shown standing back up, Whis went along to then tell him, if Goku continues to fight him like this, he will certainly be killed. Goku has engaged Murno several times since you've been sleeping, my lord, with Beerus having to respond, "How did this runt even survive the Omni King's erasure? This idiot Goku's going to get himself killed. Do not intervene unless I give you the order, Whis. I can sense that you desperately want to." So Beerus can now sense that Whis desperately wants to intervene in facing off against Murno. However, unless Beerus or the Grand Priest gives that order, Whis cannot possibly intervene, with Whis then having to respond, "I know we have our rules to uphold, but please allow for my assistance, Lord Beerus. Both you and Goku are at a vast disadvantage if this continues." With Beerus then turning his head in anger, he then went along to shout, "You will stay put until I give you the order, Whis. This
Alright,
is
we're
my
establishing the
fight.
connection.
I will call for you if
And
I
we
am
found a
in
match.
need, but
Should start in
this
2
is
minutes.
between
2
me
minutes.
and him, not Goku." As over back with Goku, Murno is shown punching Goku directly in the face by telling him, "You have some nerve coming back to fight me after what you and those other Saiyans did to me." And with Goku shown being punched into the distance, Murno then went along to tell him, "I'm going to take my time breaking you down before I end your life, Saiyan." As only then, Beerus then quickly intervenes by punching Murno in the face by telling him, "Don't forget who you're fighting here, Angel. I am not finished with you just yet. This is between me and you." And Murno is shown very annoyed as he went along to cry out, "You dirty destroyer." As of course Murno's body is also shown flying through the landscape, he then quickly breaks his momentum and then using his hand to swipe on down as he went along to tell Beerus, "Down with
have a
you,
level 10
Beerus.
cell,
Did you
C1.
forget what I had told you? Well,
So
here's
same thing
another
with the
little
last guy.
trick I've
If
yet
we
to
can get the
show
Dragon
you
Balls
all.
keep
This
'em to
is
level
my
2 or level 3,
gravity
we
binding
should be good.
technique. A force so powerful that not even a god could escape. So since you want to be the first to die, then
Show me what you can really do, or you're going to regret it. We'll see about that.
You're a pretty okay team.
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up?
Just gotta get a few more wins and we'll get S5.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone!
You're a big help.
Better be.
well,
Need to find a power key radar.
Now may not be the best time to battle.
The clown over there, so.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I'm so pleased your day has finally come.
Oh, it's tripping.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down.
This guy set that key
Tend to rescue them. Watch
for
out
some
for
cubes.
enemies.
Now may not be the best time to battle.
Destroy some of the boxes, you might get some money sometimes.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Or find some cubes.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Sell there. Big Dragon Balls, no one's picking that up. Alright, I'll let that guy have them. Because he already has two. Not gonna be a ball hog. I summoned the last match. Just gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna head to B. It doesn't take two people to set the keys, you know what I mean?
Another moron who doesn't know their place.
Stay calm.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Cell has the last key. Sorry, the last Dragon Ball, it looks like.
That's a new power key. Place
Oh
it
no,
now.
We only have 5.
Gotcha.
One squad, we need to band together.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Bro, we have one key to find. We should all be in B right now trying to get this key, but I don't know where the hell everyone else is. This guy's flying in the sky doing nothing. This guy's in X doing nothing. This guy's in X doing nothing. This guy's in D doing nothing. And I'm KO'd. Like, bro, you're in the wrong spot right now. Yeah, boy.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
You actually think you have what it takes to beat me now, don't you?
Say the other person, ding dong.
Please forgive me. I think I might be enjoying
I
it
owe you
too
one.
much. Now to pay the TV station a little visit.
We still have to get the last Dragon Ball. We need two Dragon Balls actually.
Flying Nimbus.
We don't have a chance here, so if we don't get the Dragon Ball, we're screwed.
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
I need a soda. I'm just trying to stay alive, man.
Ally needs your help.
Get some supplies and shit.
Think before rushing in.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh, what? Where did all that bravado?
There's nothing I could do, bro.
Here comes a pain.
Get out of here. Give me that. Bitch.
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up?
Where's the other person with the Dragon Balls?
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger
Go summon.
awaits. Think before rushing in.
Let's go to the time machine. He's distracted. If the level 4 comes clutch, we might win.
State your wish. It shall be done.
I don't have a dragon change, unfortunately.
Well, that dealt far more damage than I thought it
I'm
would.
on level 4. You need to come clutch right now, my guy. We might be able to win by time machine. And we came that. Bro, I got the Dragon Balls off him. Gave it to the other guy. Distracted Cell. And we got the W. Wanna play games with me? Can't play games with me. I've been playing games for 30 years, bro.
What? Impossible.
W team.
Far be it from me to keep you waiting. And with Beerus bound on the ground in his attempts of standing
wasn't
back up,
recording that
he
match.
then went along to tell Murno, "You won't keep me down forever, you cheating waste of an angel." And Murno is smiling on down as he went along to respond, "Then why are you having such a tough time standing back up if you plan on not staying down forever then?" Weak. Just like I thought, and with Beerus shown desperately trying to stand back up, with the force of the gravity weighing him down, Beerus then responded, "You won't keep me down forever. I will get back up, and when I do, I'm going to grind your bones to pieces. Release me from this bind." And with Whis looking on absolutely nervous, he then went along to comment, "I can't watch this. They can't do this alone. Murno's baiting them. How does he keep coming back? There must be something I can do to aid them." As only then, Murno turns his head as he begins to notice and feel something coming from Whis as Murno went along to tell him, "Your energy's beginning to flare, Whis. Are you planning on breaking our law to save these creatures? Don't worry, Whis. I still haven't forgotten what you and the Grand Priest had done to me on that garbage planet Vampa. Unless you want to be the first to die, then don't you dare even think about getting in our way." So it appears that Whis does in fact want to intervene in this battle against Murno, especially with Murno having to then sense this for himself. He then went along to tell Whis, "Once I'm done with these two, I will personally enjoy kicking you around this rock before I pay you back for your betrayal." As out of nowhere, Goku comes swooping on in and kicking Murno in the neck by then telling him, "And here's my payback for kicking me earlier. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me." And with Murno having to once again break his momentum and latching down onto the ground, he then went along to shout, "You cursed Saiyan! How dare you intervene? You won't survive. Between you and the god, I will rid you both from this world." With Beerus now being able to stand back up, Beerus went along to then shout at Goku by telling him, "I told you, Goku, I don't need your help in this battle against him. I will not tell you to stay out of my way again." With Goku then angrily replying to Beerus and telling him, "With all due respect, Lord Beerus, this isn't the time to argue about whose turn it's going to be to fight him. He's coming. Lord Beerus, we have to fight him together. He's a lot stronger than he's letting off." And with Murno charging on in, Beerus went along to respond to Goku by telling him, "Just don't get in my way." As Murno comments,
Alright, we found
"Since
a
you
match.
want to stand
Just
together,
started in 2
then
minutes.
you will both die together." Now bear in mind, Beerus doesn't really want or need Goku's help in this battle because he would rather instead go down fighting Murno by himself versus having to have Goku's assistance, but being the fact that Goku is now pleading with him and working together for the sake of having to take him down, we now make our way to an unknown planet, as of course it goes on to read, meanwhile on a distant planet in Universe 7, the Grand Priest is now shown training Vegeta, as the Grand Priest went along to tell Vegeta, "Get up, Vegeta, and try again. You'll need to match your power along with your speed in order to have a greater impact with your attack." Which, if you take a look at the landscape surrounding the area, there are craters all around the area. It looks like an absolute war zone, as of course we then go towards taking a look at Vegeta, who looks incredibly battle damaged, bloody, and tired. He only then went along to comment, "I don't understand. How come I can't land a single hit on you? How are you this powerful? Tell me how. Every single time I come at you with my best, you effortlessly put me down," with the Grand Priest responding, "Because you are yet to evolve beyond this current level of power. If you were to battle Murno alone, then you would certainly die. Get up and come at me with your full power again. No matter what happens, I need you to continue to break your limits." And with Vegeta standing up, he then responded, "I don't know how I'm standing back up, but I refuse to let my limits be my weakness. I don't care how many times I have to try. I will defeat you, and I will push myself beyond my current limits to become the strongest warrior."
Of battle!
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Set this key real quick if I can.
Great. You found another power key.
Just get it over with.
Use it quick.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Isami.
Lie down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
That's civilian over here, I think.
Great. You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
I'm gonna go save that girl, but she makes too much damn noise. Good thing is that we found all the keys. The bad news is that I don't have a Dragon Change yet. I have 5, 6 Dragon Balls.
Flying Nimbus!
Ooh. See that hit, yo? Jeez. Took bare energy from him. Don't have enough. One more. No, not one more.
Supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Oh man.
Hey, one more. That guy needs one more Dragon Ball, I think.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
State your wish. It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Oh man.
Alright, guys, need that more than you do. Look at this hair. Alright, level 4, you need to cook.
Holy hell.
You guys need to melee, bro. There we go.
I see. This guy's a lot more capable than he looks. Oh man.
Everyone on the time machine.
You gotta be kidding me. I just want to go home.
GG's W team. Bear wins tonight.
I refuse to accept this.
Revive it down ally 10 times. Do the match of the raider. Form a dragon change 10 times. Looking at my weekly challenges.
Warrior throughout the entire multiverse, with Vegeta then ascending into Super Saiyan Blue evolution and crying out, "I refuse to let this be my limit." With a spectacular aura having to engulf him, the Grand Priest then went along to respond, "You possessed vast amounts of potential for someone who isn't a god or angel. So I expect nothing less of your full power each and every single time we engage in battle, Vegeta. To defeat Murno, you will have to obtain a power far beyond your evolution form if you plan on standing up to him alone. He's adapted, and so should you. Now come at me with all you have." So despite Vegeta having to take such a beating, the Grand Priest continues to order Vegeta and not stopping throughout the course of this battle, as of course the Grand Priest then turns his back towards him. He then went along to tell him, "However, I will not hold back against you. Even if it kills you, you will fight me as if your life depended on it," which it does. Now once again, come at me with everything you have. And Vegeta does just that, because as soon as he charges on in, he attempted to strike the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest having to so casually move out of the way. Vegeta then went along to utter out, "I don't care if you're the strongest in the multiverse or not. One day I will surpass you by any means. I hail from the mightiest warrior race in all of creation, and I as its prince. Quit making me out into a joke. Fight me," with the Grand Priest responding, "You'll need to be much faster than that, Vegeta. You're fighting out of anger, Vegeta. Your rage blinds you from using your full potential. As powerful as you are, this concept will only get you so far," with of course Vegeta shown attempting to punch the priest as many times as he physically could, with none of his punches having to connect. Out of nowhere, the Grand Priest then throws one casual elbow shot to Vegeta's gut, as he then tells him it's one of many flaws that needs to be corrected. And mind you, this one single shot to Vegeta's gut actually caused him to power back down into his base form. With Vegeta clutching onto his stomach, he then uttered, "How is this possible? You weren't even looking at me. Why does it feel so heavy?" With the Grand Priest then telling him, "Although I may be stronger than Murno, he is not that far behind. The original, that is, not his clones. If you hope to win, you must overcome your limits." With the Grand Priest then turning his head, he then uttered out, "We will not stop. You will engage with me again. Right now. We will take a break when I say it's time." Now from the top, so this training session seems to be so grueling that despite the punishment that Vegeta is receiving, it's still used as a stepping stone to get him where he needs to be. As we then go back to Goku and Beerus, Goku is shown lying on the ground back down in his base form, as he then went along to comment, "What's with this guy? I'm no match for him like this. I feel like I'm fighting a brick wall. He just keeps coming." With Beerus shown engaging against Murno, Murno only went along to tell Beerus, "You're quite the stubborn one, aren't you, Beerus? Your mortal pet can hardly stand on his feet, which means you'll be the next one to fall." And with Goku shown struggling to stand back up, he then went along to say to himself, "Damn this guy. I have no other choice but to use everything I have. Be with me. I need this power. It's the only way for us to win. I need to focus. My body is shaking. Stay calm. Focus. Focus. It's the only way." With of course Beerus shown further engaging against Murno as Goku is preparing to tap into a greater power, with Beerus then having to tell Murno, "I will not lose to you. I am a god." But Murno is not affected, because he slowly then raises his head up and telling Beerus, "You are nothing," as he then proceeds to then uppercut Beerus in the face by telling him, "Your power is gone. You have nothing left to offer, Beerus." With Beerus shown hitting the ground beneath him, Murno then continues, "Before you can pull any tricks out of your hat, I am going to finish this battle like I should have when I came here." As Murno then sticks his hand out, he then tells Beerus, "This ends here. You had this coming. Goodbye, Destroyer," as Murno fires down a massive energy blast, which seemingly enough should have gotten the job done. Out of nowhere, Murno notices that Beerus is now gone. As Murno then questions this by commenting, "What? He's gone. But how?" That blast was far too close and quick for him to have moved out of the way, as only then it is shown that Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had in fact saved the day by rescuing Beerus. He only then went along to tell Murno, "We aren't going to go down that easily, Murno. You pushed me into a corner and now I'm coming back at you with everything I've got. This will be the last thing you witness before you die." Beerus doesn't seem too pleased with Goku having to assist him, as Beerus went along to then tell Goku, "Let's get one thing straight, Saiyan. I don't and never asked for your help against him. He came here, so this is my fight to finish. You got that?" And with Beerus separating himself from Goku and getting into fighting position, Beerus then continues, "This will never happen again. I can promise you that. So stay out of my way as I fight him. Ultra Instinct or not, you will not take this away from me, Saiyan." Am I understood? With Goku responding, as long as he's dead, I don't care if you finish him. I'm not going to chance him making it out of this with our heads under his belt and the universe in danger. And with Murno overhearing this and grinning, he then went along to respond, how cute. A mortal saving and protecting a destroyer. Is this what you've been reduced to, Beerus? You still don't get it, do you, Goku? As long as the original lives, you cannot kill what I am. What I am, the original dwarves, but you'll soon find that out after I beat you both into the ground and I rid you from this world. This is where the game begins to get very interesting, so I advise you both to show me what you can do. No restrictions, no distractions. Killing you both would be the most satisfying accomplishment. Now, let's begin. Show me what you can do. And Mastered Ultra Instant Goku wastes little time as he is the first person to charge on in and commenting with pleasure. And Beerus once again is annoyed because he went along to then shout, damn you Goku, I said he was mine. And as soon as Goku speed blitz right towards Murno, he then quickly gets behind him as Murno went along to respond, a brilliant display of speed, but attacking me from behind isn't going to work, mortal. With Goku responding, who said I was the one who was going to attack you? Because this was the plan. The plan was for Goku to speed blitz his way behind Murno in creating a distraction, and because of this, Beerus found his opening in striking Murno directly in the stomach by then telling him, you shouldn't have taken your eyes off me, Murno, with Murno commenting, you disrespectful destroyer, as he latches onto Beerus' arm and then continuing, I will mount your head as a trophy to remember your fall throughout all of time. But then Goku quickly inserts himself by backhanding Murno and then directly telling him, not if we blow yours clean off your body like we did on Vampa first. And with Murno's body sent flying, Beerus quickly capitalizes in teleporting right in front of Murno and then telling him, as long as I'm breathing, you will never take my title away. And
I intend to rid the universe of every last one of you. I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience a dread like no other.
Okay, now all that shit.
I intend to rid the universe.
Alright guys, let's try to get another W.
Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys.
I need some water,
Place them
yo.
in the right spots.
Is anyone out there?
I'm out here, where you at?
You found a power key. Go on it.
What is this place?
Finding the A and B key
Thanks.
is good because they're the hardest to find. So we have to find them quick.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Where am I? Thanks. Flying Nimbus!
He's still level 1. We could jump him right now and do some damage. This is Keto.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Welcome. Thank you.
See this guy. Okay, the A key's over there. That's set.
You're my savior.
I can go get this power key radar and try to find that C and D key.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
Whole bunch of civilians. Bitch. I was going for that one.
Another power key. Use it quick.
It's a good chance he saw me now.
You be careful too, okay?
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
You're my savior.
Hey, what's going on with the Dragon Balls? Someone just gave me the balls. I don't need them.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Uh-oh.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Just got all 7 Dragon Balls.
You're done!
Summon Shinron
Let's
at
go!
the altar.
Where's the guy with the Dragon Balls? He's summoning. I didn't even see that he had the other balls. My bad. It wasn't showing up.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Flying Nimbus!
Gonna look for a soda machine real quick. Multi destroyed. Did he? Just looking for a machine. Jinx.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Take all this. Take all.
Oh, he's getting cooked.
Oh man.
Oh, so did our level 4. I do have a final dragon change. I need to come clutch with it. He needs to come to the time machine. He kills that person he sold.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
He sold. I just need one more person to come to the time machine. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. What are you doing? I need one more person at time machine.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
We got it. That was close. That was close. GG's. Nah, I ain't saving no one, bro. We're on the time machine.
What is this?
My room's so dark. Lighting isn't that good. Close to S5.
And the second Beerus kicks Murno away, the symmetry between Goku and Beerus is very powerful because the second Beerus kicks Murno away, Goku capitalizes by then teleporting in front of Murno and double axe handling Murno straight down onto the ground, and with Murno hitting the ground, he only then notices how Goku is charging right back down at him, as Murno then went along to tell Goku, the more I continue to see your face, the more annoyed I am with why you're still breathing, and right before Goku can make initial contact and stomping down on Murno's stomach, what Murno ends up doing is creating a portal right in between Goku and Murno that causes Goku to go hurtling right through the portal as Murno tells him, I haven't forgotten about you or what you've done, Saiyan. Don't assume victory. Off you go to the next dimension. And with Goku shown hurtling right through, he then cried out, what the? No! Before vanishing completely, but Beerus has not forgotten about Murno because the minute Murno looks up, Beerus winds up firing multiple ki blasts down on the ground and then telling him, I said never to take your eyes off me, Angel. And Murno quickly as a response dematerializes and commenting, annoying pile of trash. Now I'm beginning to see why your death is needed. And due to this dematerialization, he winds up then stepping through another portal right next to Beerus and punching him in the face and commenting, who said I forgot about you, Destroyer? Your pet won't be getting in our way for a while, just in time for me to rip you to pieces. Don't forget that this is my game, and I make the rules. Not you, and certainly not the mortal. So Murno assumes now that he had not only outsmarted Goku by sending him to a different dimension, but being the fact that Murno has Beerus now right where he wants him, unbeknownst to Murno, the same portal that he had just used to punch Beerus through, Goku winds up emerging out of as he went along to then tell him, your portals aren't going to save you this time. As Goku winds up kicking Murno on the side, Goku then continues, I am far from finished with you. You're the one who should be afraid. And as Murno hits the ground, Beerus once again stands back up annoyed as he went along to tell Goku, how many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my way, Goku? What is with this guy? His power feels bottomless. He doesn't seem phased. As Goku touches back down, he then went along to respond, it feels like we're running in circles with him, Lord Beerus. Unless we reach and destroy the original, then we're going to be at a constant war against him and his clones unless we find the source. And with Murno overhearing this and swiping the dust away, he then went along to acknowledge this by responding, you will never find the original, mortal. When I'm ready to end it, then you will personally see and experience this for yourself. Only then will you begin to understand. You two are quite troublesome. Such an unusual partnership between a god and a mortal. What an abomination. What happened to you, Beerus? You were once a mighty destroyer,
Right
and
now
now
it's
look
7
at
out of 8.
you. This
Hopefully
universe
we
is
find another
quite
master.
annoying, as I've come to find out that universes 5, 6, 11, and 12 are as well, but they will all be dealt with. I wonder which one of you I will kill first. So, with Goku acknowledging the fact that they must find and get to the original if they plan on stopping this, because if they don't, then they're going to continuously battle an endless amount of Murnos, because with Murno endlessly being able to clone himself, there seems to be a huge disadvantage for our heroes, whereas Murno seems to hold the upper hand in having the numbers game. As of course Murno now begins to get even more angry, he then went along to comment, "Maybe I'll start by killing you, Saiyan. You've been a constant thorn on my side since I met you, and yet you refuse to accept that you cannot possibly destroy me. You're the most annoying of them all. It was as I had told you since the day I met you. You will never rival my power. You will never destroy who or what I've become. You will never deny me of my revenge, and you will never surpass my power. A mortal such as yourself needs to be put in his place for his defiance." With Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku responding, "Then why don't you put your money where your mouth is and do something about that then, if I'm so problematic for you, and your plans. That's if you can." And with Murno grinning, he then responded, "Oh, don't you worry, Saiyan. Your time will come. Very soon, in fact. It might be sooner than you think. You've signed your death wish against me a long time ago. Don't think you're safe." And with Goku and Beerus completely unaware that there's a small portal opening up behind them, Murno then continues, "And if you think I haven't prepared for you and your annoying friends, well then, you might want to think again," as out of nowhere yet another Murno comes swooping out of the portal and punching Goku in the face by then telling him, "Surprise, mortal! Happy to see me again? I could do this all day. Can you?" And with Beerus flabbergasted, he then uttered, "What the hell?" Because Beerus is completely unaware that Murno is in fact able to do this, as he went along to then ask, "Since when was an angel able to clone himself like this before?" And that's when Murno finds his opening in punching Beerus directly in the stomach by then telling him, "Shut your mouth, you disgrace! What was it you were just saying? Ah, yes, that's right. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me." So Murno kind of uses Beerus' exact quotes as a means of reverse psychology, with of course the secondary Murno having to be shown battling Goku. He then went along to tell Goku, "I'm still so surprised that a mortal such as yourself could achieve and use Ultra Instinct like this. But your skills are unbalanced. I could see the cracks forming." And with Goku attempting to strike Murno, Murno grabs onto Goku and telling him, "A rookie's greatest mistake." Before flinging him out into the distance, he went along to then utter, "Getting too comfortable in battle." So this clone version of Murno thinks that Goku is getting a tad bit comfortable in battle. All the while on the other side, the first Murno continues his battle against Beerus as he went along to then tell him, "Now where were we? Ah yes, beating you into mush and ending your life. That's right. What's wrong?"
Let the carnival of terror begin. Give me the Dragon Ball. I don't know what you mean. If you do not have them,
I
then
hate
have
starting
no
in E
need.
because there's some weird, this map was built weird, bro. Like, I can hear these guys, but I cannot find them, bro, because this fucking map is so weird, man. Need a civilian radar.
Give me the Dragon Ball.
I have none.
If you do not have them, then I have no need for them.
I know there's another civilian somewhere over there, but I don't know how to get to him.
Give me the Dragon Ball. You have my
Getting key rushed.
This will be like before, and I won't be gentle.
Anyone out here? Yeah, I'm out here, bro, but I can't find you.
Here goes.
Yeah, key rush heavy right now.
Eradicate them!
Someone, anyone,
Where
please.
are the Dragon Balls?
What are you talking about?
I usually don't count bodies, bro, but in this instance, I might have to. They got all the keys. We got level 3. But no one's dead. Alright, just waste the dragon change. Try to put as much time on the machine as possible. Not even worried about that. Not even worried about that. I had full health. So you can hit me with the Kamehameha all you want, homie. No damage. Time machine over here. Four of them left, so GG's. They had a level 3, 2 level 3s. They left. Oh, I almost got him. Why bro didn't leave yet? I don't know. Well, we got the W. That's all that matters. A win is a win. We're already Z5 maxed. Back to the manga until the next match starts.
Fight back! You're beginning to lose focus of this battle. Your guard is breaking and your power is slowly slipping away, Beerus. And this is bad, so much so that as Whis is observing the fight himself, he then went along to comment, "They cannot possibly keep this up for long, unless they find a way to destroy the clones before their powers are completely exhausted." Goku may hold off longer than Beerus, but even his power isn't promised to hold off long enough to win. I also sense a great disturbance, energy leaving this world, but why? Could it be? Something's not right. He's up to something. I can feel it. What are you hiding from us, Murno? And with Murno also having to be shown fighting Beerus, he then senses how Whis seems to be noticing something, with Murno then having to smirk and acknowledging his brother by telling him, "Don't even think about it, Whis. Our time will come very soon, you traitor. I have special plans for you, don't you worry. We haven't engaged against one another since the time when we were only children. I still owe you for helping these mortals reverse time to destroy me." As we then go back to Ultra Instinct Goku's battle with the Clone Murno, the Clone Murno winds up punching Goku in the throat by then asking, "Where did all that bravado go, Saiyan? Did you honestly believe you were going to win this battle?" As Beerus winds up grabbing his Murno by the face, he then went along to utter, "Whis isn't your concern here. Don't forget who you're fighting here, Angel." To where Beerus proceeds to toss the first Murno directly into the second one's direction and commenting, "Away with you," as of course the two Murnos wind up smacking up against each other. Beerus only then winds up joining Goku next to him, as Beerus went along to acknowledge Goku by telling him, "Your favor is returned, Saiyan. Handle what's yours and stay out of my way. The faster we destroy him, the better." As Goku went along to respond, "He's toying with us. It's now or never, Lord Beerus. He's too dangerous to keep around, and if this continues, then we're finished. We have to take them out now." As of course the two Murnos wind up standing back up, they then went along to respond, "No matter what it is that the two of you do, you will never be able to overtake us. Not with the plans we have for you." As Beerus went along to then acknowledge Goku by telling him, "Don't hold anything back, Saiyan. Now's not the time to think with your feelings. Use the power of the gods as best as you can." And with everyone then getting ready, Murno went along to respond, "It appears as if you both seem tired. Giving up? You won't survive what's about to come. Prepare yourselves, because this is where the game begins to get very interesting. Goku then went along to comment, well, it looks like we'll be pairing off, Lord Beerus. We have to get rid of them now before more decide to show up. If that happens, then we won't have a chance, as Goku then went along to ask Murno, trying to even the odds, huh? What happened to finishing us by yourself, with Murno having to respond, don't you worry about numbers, Saiyan. I figured we'd settle our business without the interruption of that miserable destroyer. Now, Saiyan, why don't you show me what you can really do with that power? You won't go far, I'll tell you that much, but it'll be amusing to see you try. You have this tendency to always get in the way of my plans, so I figured I'd correct this before you make things any worse for my plans. Now how about you show me? Go ahead. I'll let you make the first move if it means that much to you. Show me your flawed powers, Worm. I'm ready. And Goku does not hesitate, because as soon as he charges on in, he went along to shout, with pleasure, let's go! And with Beerus having to stare off against another clone, Beerus then went along to comment, if you're this powerful and as destructive as you say you are, then why don't you just end it all? Unless you're bluffing completely. And with Murno having to point behind him, he then went along to tell Beerus, oh, make no mistake about it, I could if I choose to, but where's the fun in just eradicating you all without seeing you suffer? Do you see that? While they're focused over there, it's time we settle the score so I can get back to what I was originally going to do. But just so you know, Destroyer, you won't make it out of this with your life. Not without your pet to save you this time. So Murno's condescending approach only then forces Beerus in firing off multiple ki blasts directly at him, with Beerus then having to respond, then far be it from me to keep you waiting. And as soon as Beerus fires off these attacks, what Murno winds up doing is he quickly avoids each and every single attack by bouncing off of them and responding, how illogical of you, Beerus. This will not save you. You had your chance. Now it's my turn. And with Beerus having to be forced in defending himself, Murno then went along to punch Beerus and then responding, I can't wait to see the look on Whis' face when his precious destroyer dies before his eyes. As over back with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku winds up uppercutting Murno in the face by telling him, there we go, take this. And with Murno stumbling back, he then responded, impressive for a mortal who only understands the basics of Ultra Instinct.
Yo, what's up, Tiger T? How you doing?
You'll have to do much better than that, Saiyan. And right before Murno further engages against Goku, he then takes a glance over by his side as he notices how Beerus and the other Murno are fighting. Murno then went along to comment, why isn't he finishing off Beerus already? He's toying with him, how annoying. Looks like the washed up god still has a bit of fight left within him. Well then, far be it from me to spice things up a little bit. As Murno then opens up a portal, he winds up punching right through and then having to comment, here's payback for getting in the way of my battle with the Saiyan. With of course Murno then having to interrupt Beerus' battle by punching him in the face, Goku winds up swooping on in and kicking Murno by then responding, you should keep your eyes on your opponent more often. Which when going back to Murno and Beerus attempts to punch Murno with Murno grabbing onto Beerus' punch and responding, oh Beerus, Beerus, how the mighty have fallen. Look at you. How could those runts allow you to still be a god is beyond me at this point.
We get a few more wins.
Don't you worry. You aren't the only one on the hit
Maybe by
list.
tomorrow
Joppa
or Tuesday
is no
we could be in the top 10.
Neither is Belmont,
These guys lose. We need these
Seadra,
guys to lose their
Jin,
matches.
or any of
And
the
I need to win
other
all my
failures.
matches.
Does
and we
it
get in the top
bother
10.
you that you are helpless to stop me? I can feel it. I can sense your desperation. You know you have nothing, no chance, but yet you still refuse to quit. With Murno then having to elbow Beerus in the face and then punch him in the gut, Murno then continues, I think I had my fill. We've dragged this on long enough now. It's time we finish this, don't you think? And with Beerus clutching onto his stomach in absolute agony, he then went along to say to himself, this is crazy. I feel as if I'm fighting a brick wall. He has to have some kind of weakness, but where? How? And with Murno then grabbing Beerus by the throat, he then went along to tell him, you were never worthy. You've fallen from the highest mountain. This is where it ends. As Goku went along to quickly turn around, he then said to himself, Beerus's power just suddenly dropped. This is not good, as only then the Murno he was fighting latches on to Goku by having to get him in a chokehold. Murno then went along to tell Goku, oh no you don't, Saiyan, I know exactly what you were about to do, and it's not happening. You will watch before it's your turn. And with Goku struggling to escape, he then went along to shout, let go of me! Lord Beerus, no! And with Murno lifting Beerus by the throat, he then went along to tell him, I want you to remember that despite being a god, you were never my equal in battle. You gods should have been
thank you for the
serving the
199
angels
super chat, homie.
instead. Although
10
you
soon.
may be the
You
strongest
done know.
among the other worms, you still never stood a chance against me. It was you who stood back and watched my destruction. It was the gods who laughed as my universe burned while theirs prospered. I still haven't forgotten any of it. And now, this is on your head. There was never a moment where you had any chance of winning. This is where you perish. But then, Beerus goes on to smile very condescendingly as he went along to ask, so, you still think I never had a chance, is that right? Well, and with Murno then having to ask, what could you possibly be laughing at? Wait, as he then slowly looks down while still clutching onto Beerus's neck, he then notices how Beerus's arm is placed right on Murno's stomach, with Beerus then having to tell Murno, you should have killed me when you had the chance. Hakai, as this was the exact moment that Beerus was looking for in getting the opportunity to have Murno right where he wanted him for the exact moment for a short time. Murno's body then begins to pulsate as Murno comments, no, my body! And with Beerus pushing away and backing up, Murno then asks, what have you done to me? Curse you, Beerus! With Beerus responding, bye-bye now. The Murno that's latched onto Goku's neck then slowly turns around and having to utter impossible, because Murno wasn't expecting for Beerus to do this, as of course the Murno that's disintegrating went along to comment, how dare you, you disgusting waste of life! This is not the end. I will kill you, you hear me? I will find you! Because this was something so unexpected that it gave Beerus leeway to actually finally connect a successful Hakai in getting rid of Murno for good, or at least a clone of him. And with Murno having to be shown disintegrating, he then went along to tell Beerus, this sin will not go unchecked, Beerus. Your faith in your own flawed power has betrayed you. No physical pain can harm me. I am forever and will forever remain. You've dug your own grave deeper through this act. When I awaken, when the original is awakened, you are doomed. As only then Beerus went along to respond, or so you say, Angel. When that time comes, I will deal with it and continue to rid your clones until there is not a single one left. Now disappear forever, as only then the Murno clone is Hakai'd into an oblivion. And with the counterpart Murno having to observe this by then throwing MUI Goku directly at Beerus, he then went along to shout, away with you, Saiyan! And with Goku bouncing back on his feet and standing next to Beerus, Murno then went along to comment, you disgusting god! You're quite the comedian if you truly believe you've got me all figured out, Beerus. Your lives are not worth living. Be that as it may, you take from me, and now I shall take from you. You are in no position to make the rules. I will not be destroyed by the likes of failures like you. This is where I take control of this game. Say your piece, because this is where I take your lives away. So what's most interesting is the clones seem to heavily imply that the original Murno is somewhere out there either within or outside of the existing multiverse, and he seems to be slumbering. There seems to be an act that is going on that until the original awakens, the clones are going to go on an absolute rampage, and with Myrno then taking the approach and having to raise his power level up even more, he then went along to shout, "I will show you power," as Myrno then begins to activate a very familiar power, eerily similar to the one that Goku has right now and the same power that Myrno had displayed to Beerus before. With Beerus and Goku having to shield themselves, Beerus went along to tell Goku, "How burnt out are you exactly, Goku? How long do you think you can hold this Ultra Instinct powers of yours? If there was ever a time for you to use it all, now's that time," with Goku responding, "I'm not sure, but I still have some time. His power is massive. I don't think I've ever seen something like this before. That aura and that glow of his. Can it really be?" As only then Myrno reactivates the powers of Mastered Ultra Instinct, to where Myrno then looks down and commenting, "I will expunge you both forever," with Goku uttering, "It's Ultra Instinct," as only then Myrno in a fury looks down at both Beerus and Goku. Myrno then went along to utter, "The law is now broken. This is where you both die. I will take from you what you have taken from me. You have no chance." With Myrno now having to use and activate the powers of Ultra Instinct, he only then went along to further inform Beerus and Goku by telling them, "You worms are about to experience a tragedy that will shake the foundation of this universe to its core. No amount of power or collective effort will save you both from what's about to happen. You've made a fool of me for the last time. This time, there will be no assistance, there will be no mercy, and there will be no survivors. You've forced my hand into using the powers of Ultra Instinct, which already breaks the law of the angels according to the priest. This is not my full power. However, as this goes on, little by little you will both experience the full force of what I can do. This is where it ends." And with Goku and Beerus looking on in shock, Goku went along to comment, "Whoa, his power, I can't even begin to measure it. I can't believe he can use Ultra Instinct like that, Lord Beerus. We need to act fast or else we're goners." With Beerus then responding, "You've never seen this from him before, Saiyan? Damn it. Use everything you've got against him. It's now or never." And with Myrno now beginning to shout and pointing down at Beerus and Goku, he only then continues, "I will purge you of everything. A worthless god such as you deserves to atone for his failure. The god of the 13th universe who once ruled would have laughed at what you've all become. I will liberate you from this title, and no matter what it is that you do or try to do will fail. No amount of teamwork or power will save you from being removed from all of creation." And with Beerus staring back up, he then went along to tell Myrno, "I don't care how strong you are, I will do to you what I did to the clone, and when I find the perfect time to strike, I will erase you from this world and rid you from my universe for good. Show me what you've got." And Myrno then wastes little time in speed blitzing directly at them and then telling them, "Foolish Beerus, I will do more than just show you. I will make you suffer unlike any other." And with Goku having to comment, "Whoa, his speed! Lord Beerus, he's coming!" Myrno then quickly moves on ahead to strike Beerus first by punching him in the stomach by telling him it's time to put the animal out of his misery for good this time. And as Myrno begins to further demonstrate his speed in attacking Beerus from all sides, as Myrno's attacking him, he then went along to ask, "Where did all of your confidence go, Destroyer? Is my speed too much for you? You had this punishment coming from the moment you allowed these mortals to breed." And with Myrno continuously attacking Beerus, Beerus went along to say to himself, "My body is breaking. I can't feel my bones." As Myrno then launches Beerus in the sky by then having to punch him in the face, he then went along to tell him, "A decent warm-up for a washed-up god such as yourself. Away with you. Don't miss me too much now. I'll get right back to you as soon as I am done ripping your pet mortal into little tiny pieces." With Myrno then having to redirect his focus in attacking Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, Myrno backhands Goku by then telling him, "And now for you. We have some unfinished business to attend to, Saiyan. I haven't forgotten about you. With of course Beerus' body sent flying out into the distance, it is Whis that prevents Beerus from having to fly any further by teleporting behind Beerus and catching him by then telling Beerus, Lord Beerus, I won't tell you what to do, but you must call for my action against him. He's reached a level far beyond you both, and you need my help. As Beerus went along to respond, I said no.
I had to refresh.
You will stay right here until I call for you. I will finish this on my own. So Beerus refuses to allow Whis to step on in because Beerus genuinely feels that this is his fight and that he has to finish this on his own. With Murno shown attacking Goku and getting the better of him, Whis only then continues, Murno is displaying unusually extreme amounts of power. His Ultra Instinct far exceeds even Goku's. If Goku continues this, Murno will run him into the ground and his powers will be exhausted, Lord Beerus. With Beerus then having to respond, unless I absolutely call for you in a dire situation, do not interfere in this fight. Ultra Instinct or not, I will find a way. This will not stop me. As Whis went along to respond, my lord, Murno is too dangerous to battle alone at this point. I need you to understand that he's hiding much more than he's letting on. And with Murno demonstrating his power, he went along to grab Goku by the throat and asking him, did you truly think your Ultra Instinct was superior to mine, worm? With Goku having to ask, how are you this strong? With Murno then slamming Goku over and over onto the ground, he then went along to tell him, don't you worry, Saiyan. It was as I told you from the very beginning. This is my game, and I make the rules. Down you go, Saiyan, down, 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 as he keeps slamming Goku over and over again. Beerus with all of his might is trying to step forward, with Whis having to tell him, please my lord, allow for my aid in this, but that's when Beerus cuts him off and responding, I said no, Whis. I don't care what he has or what he's hiding. This is my battle. As Whis then tries to desperately talk some sense into Beerus, he then went along to tell him, regardless if this is your battle to wage or not, if he is allowed to continue his rampage, then there will be no means of stopping him. My brother always possessed many abilities and techniques that placed him far above the other angels, which means it is too dangerous to keep him around, Lord Beerus. He isn't your standard fighter. He's using you and Goku for a greater agenda. There is no telling what he can do, and he is obviously holding back tremendous amounts of power. He is the first angel since his time to break our sacred law, as I am sure the Grand Priest has also felt the surge of power. But with his attention focused in training Vegeta, I am the only one that can help. You can barely stand on your own 2 feet, my lord. Please call for my assistance against him. And with Beerus trying to do everything he could to stand back up, he then went along to comment, this bastard was stringing me along this entire time. I was lucky to have Hakkai'd one of them because it was the only opening I had. He knows of it now. He won't make that same mistake the second time around. With Whis having to respond, I can also feel Goku's power starting to slip away. If we don't act now, then he will surely lose control of Ultra Instinct and Murno would find his opening, as of course Goku is shown doing everything he can to try to attempt to punch Murno, with Murno having to sidestep out of the way in attacking Goku. Beerus then annoyingly went along to comment Ultra Instinct. A power that was nearly mine, now used against me. How did I reach this power before?
We have a level 12C2 on our team.
This isn't fair. You're only this strong because you tried.
Tired.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a
Gotcha!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Someone save me!
Oh, that's not good.
You be careful too, okay?
Try.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
That's why you always open the box before you save. Open the box before you save the civilian. Just save some time. I'm gonna head to E, try to find that key.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
What did he turn you into this time?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Not that.
Are you here to save me?
I'm gonna head to A, try to find that key. We're cooked because he got to level 3. Well, that level 1's gone, so.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
We lost our level 3 transfer. No Broly's yet, homie.
Oh no. The super transfer
If you look back on the stream, we have like 5 wins so far.
I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this.
Get up!
I hear that woman, but I don't see her.
Stay calm. Stay close.
We missed. I think she's up there. Somewhere up there. But I got cooked. Right there is that lady.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Access the startup system from the central area.
Got
Just
it.
a little more to go.
That other guy got KO'd too.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Please, save me! Take this!
Shit didn't do enough. This was a high level raider, so you have to give him the W.
Here to save me?
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
Here, look.
Before rushing in.
What out there?
Yeah, we're not winning. No one's winning this match, dog.
They're close.
Lie down. If you intend to rescue them,
The weeds that know their place.
It's gonna stay and watch, see what happens.
They're close.
The whole team got cooked. No oil.
Now all who have challenged my greatness have fallen!
Well, there goes our winning streak.
To commemorate my newfound dominance, I'll destroy this planet!
Man, I was close to S5. Hopefully we get W next match.
4. How did the Saiyan do it? I have to find a way. This will not be the end of me. I refuse to bow to him. As Whis went along to respond, "You were in a different place, my lord. Your mind and body adapted differently. I ask of you to call for me in this fight. Time is running out for you both." So Beerus refuses to allow Whis to interject only because Beerus's pride is beginning to manifest itself on the surface, as Beerus believes that this is his fight to finish and his battle alone, and is not only getting agitated at the idea that he really can't do anything to stop Murno, but as Murno was shown continuously attacking Goku, he then went along to ask him, "What's wrong, mortal? Not winning as easily as you thought? Is it because you're starting to see the depths of my power? Or is it because you've accepted that no matter what you do, you could never destroy what I am?" With Goku having to comment, "You haven't beaten me yet, Murno. I won't lose," with Murno responding, "Then I'll just beat you into submission instead." And with Goku having to dodge right on the spot, he then responded, "No, you won't. I'm not giving up without putting up a fight." And with Beerus trying to do everything he could to re-enter this battle, he then went along to shout, "Damn it! Why am I so damaged? I refuse to let this be the end. I cannot stand for this. Ultra Instinct or not, I don't care what he does. I will not allow this to be the end of me." And that's when Beerus's power begins to surge, because he's tapping deeper within himself to use every ounce of whatever power he has left to fight back against Murno. We only then go back to the Grand Priest, who is still continuously training Vegeta, as the Grand Priest then senses how Murno had now broken the law, with the Grand Priest then having to comment, "It was just as I had feared. My action will be needed shortly if they cannot finish what has already been started on the Destroyer's planet. I need you to get up and try again, Vegeta. This power cannot be used unless adjusted to its pressure." And with Vegeta shown on his knees, battered and damaged, he then went along to comment, Why does it always escape me? I can't feel my body. I feel as if my bones are going to shatter, with the Grand Priest then telling him, you've learned of the ability I had taught you, along with mastering your blue evolution. However, to transcend this current power, you will have to engage with me further to harness it. You had a small taste of what it felt like. Now continue to push, and with Vegeta shown clearly battered, bloody, and bruised, he only then responds, what do I need to do in order to keep it from leaving me? Why is this so much more important than anything else you've shown me? Unless there is more to what you're showing me, as the Grand Priest responds, it is important because it is an elite level of power that calls for it to be used if I am not able to aid you in battle. Once we are finished here, I will head back and destroy the clone myself, only because he had chosen to break the law of our race and defy the law of the great Omni Kings. My actions are needed, but not without teaching you. Now get up. So clearly the Grand Priest is not finished training Vegeta, as we only then go back to Goku, who is shown hitting the ground below. He only then went along to say to himself, damn, this guy, how does he keep it up like this? I can't afford to lose this power. What choice do I even have? Because at this point, Goku is now beginning to lose tremendous amounts of power at a very alarming rate, and with Myrtle looking down on him, he then went along to comment, to think your kind was allowed to breed. I am going to finish what I started when I first laid eyes on you, Saiyan. You've shown me that there is no saving you. You would have made for great rulers of a new multiverse, and with Beerus trying to sneak attack Myrtle instantly vanishes and having to then tell Beerus, now Beerus, I said I would get back to you as soon as I was done taming your pet. As he then swoops on in and punching Beerus in the gut, he then continues, you will listen like a good little pawn and wait your turn. And with Goku shown struggling to sit up, he then comments, Beerus, no, you can't do it alone. He's too much, as Myrtle then proceeds to kick Goku right in the face and then telling him, I didn't ask for your input, Saiyan. And with Goku crashing right down next to Beerus, Myrtle then continues, never in my lifetime would I ever expect to see a mortal and a destroyer work alongside like this. This entire multiverse is ass backwards, with gods content and mortals reaching levels that rival them. It is one of the many reasons why I must erase everything and start over. And with Goku shown powering out of Ultra Instinct back down to his base form, Myrtle then went along to continue, and there it goes. It was only a matter of time before you lost it. Can't say that I'm surprised. A mortal such as yourself could never understand the depths of a power such as Ultra Instinct. And as Myrtle then grabs Goku by the hair and lifting him up above, he then continues, you've lived a long enough life, and it's time to liberate you from this world. But before I end you, I want you to remember something, mortal. You never stood a chance. I've learned all that I needed from you and your kind. You are of no use to me anymore. Goodbye, Saiyan. And what Myrtle proceeds to do is snap Goku's neck right in front of Beerus. As he then proceeded to throw Goku's carcass down onto the ground, Myrtle then redirects his attention directly at Beerus and then telling him, that's one less worm to stand in my way of my plans. He had this coming, and now, God of Destruction, it's time that you join him in the afterlife. I still haven't forgotten. Now, where were we? Because this is bad, and Myrtle is now looking to target and fully destroy Beerus after going out of his way to make sure that Goku is now permanently dead, with both Whis and Beerus having to be in utter shock following the events of Myrtle having to kill Goku. As of course they look on, Beerus went along to comment, he killed him. He truly took the Saiyan's life. No, Son Goku, with Whis having to comment, he actually went through with taking Goku's life. It's what I feared would happen, and with Myrtle having to be shown very aggressive, he then went along to shout, and that's one less worthless pest to deal with. What's this? Is that distress and concern I sense from you, Destroyer? And you, Whis, to think that gods would have this much care for mortal life disgusts me. And now that he's finally out the way, it's time I send you to the same place I sent the Saiyan, Beerus. Are you now beginning to understand the difference in our power? You're quite the comedian if you believe there is anything you could do that will change the outcome of this next engagement. I don't need Ultra Instinct to kill you. You were beaten long ago. I'm going to enjoy kicking your teeth down your throat before blasting you into pieces. Oh, and don't worry, Whis. I haven't
level
forgotten
91
about
Wuhan.
you either, and
Seems
with
like all
Beerus
the
having to be
Raiders
shown
are
powering
playing
up,
right now.
he then went along to charge at Murno by telling him, "I've had enough of your games." But then that's when Murno swipes his fingers down and then having to respond, "Know your place, Destroyer." Down goes the cat, and with Beerus' body having to be shown hitting the ground due to Murno's gravity force, at this point there's not really much Beerus can do in his efforts to stand up against Murno, and with Beerus having to be shown remaining in place, Murno so casually is beginning to walk up to him as he went along to comment, "I'm flabbergasted, Beerus. You are nowhere near my feats of strength, yet you continue to defy the odds and try anyway." And with Murno shown stomping down on Beerus' spine, he then continues, "I wonder how much more your body can handle before your bones begin to crack."
We have a better team this match. Let's see what's up.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
I was lucky.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Ready this chick real quick.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Okay, let me just save this girl. Sacrifice. Oh, you didn't see me? Have to find that C and D key.
Great. You
There
know
we
what to
go.
do with
We
that
found a
key.
D key.
Flying Nimbus!
Gonna chill here for a second. Okay, so we got our level 2.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Just have to find a C key. I'm gonna go see if I can save this person.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Someone has time patroller's duty. We should be good, but we need a few more level 2s.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Alright, we have to fight at this point.
Get up! Flying Nimbus!
Gotta head to see the long way. Someone needs help, but man, I have no civilian radar, so I don't even know where this guy is. He's camping that body. Lame. I might need that.
Welcome, thank you. Close. Welcome. Close.
Someone!
Damn, why it's taking so long to set this damn key, guys?
Thanks!
The startup system for the super time machine is ready.
Good job.
Get there now. An ally needs your help.
Flying
Don't
Nimbus!
know what danger awaits.
That's what we did not want to happen. I need one more cube to get my level 3. Alright, this transfer should be dropping. I'm not gonna rush the machine. Just give it a bit. Alright.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it. Retreat if you need to. Got it?
Where's my team? Where's my team? Fuck. I had to try something, guys. Self-destruct bomb cut. Come on, squad.
The super transfer is heading your way. Take it now.
I need someone to get me with a sensu beam. Oh, too late.
System's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
These guys took too long.
I owe you one.
Oh no! The super transfer was stolen. I'll get
Flying
another one
Nimbus!
out right away. Just keep it together
These guys leaving, bro.
The escape time machine is back.
Whole team left.
Have a beacon. You can call it again.
I was gonna try to fight, but these guys ran away.
Under the pressure of a power far beyond yours. So at this point, Murno is essentially torturing Beerus by not only having to hold him in place, but also adding insult to injury by having to demean his power, and with Whis looking on, he then went along to say to himself, I cannot stand by and watch this unfold. It's only been roughly 30 seconds since Goku's death, which means there is still time to change things as it was during Gogeta and Broly's battle on Vampa against him. If I am not permitted by Lord Beerus to intervene directly, then perhaps I could be of use through another means. It's the only other way, and with Whis shown spawning his staff, he then continues, if I reverse time quick enough, it'll undo the events of Murno killing Goku, and it would at least give Lord Beerus and Goku another chance to work together in order to destroy this clone. Without my direct influence, this is the best I can do until I am permitted by Lord Beerus to further be of any assistance to him. It's now or never, as meanwhile Murno is shown stomping down on Beerus over and over and over again. Murno then went along to continue, how many stomps do you think your spine can take before snapping in two? Come on, mighty god, where did all of that confidence go? Don't tell me you've lost all sense of hope, have you?
Man,
And
we were
with
on
Whis
Wing
shown
Street.
having to tap his scepter
Some of the good
once,
raiders are
it was
coming out
at
right now.
that moment
Everyone's waking
where
up.
Murno began to realize exactly what Whis was up to, because from there, he was able to pick up at the fact that Whis was about to reverse time, as he went along to then comment the staff. Oh no you don't, as Murno then wastes little time in dashing right in and swiping away Whis' staff. He then went along to tell him, there will be no time reversing on my watch this time, Whis. I knew you'd do this. And with Murno getting face to face with his brother, he then continues, did you really think I would allow you to ruin my plans again as you had done before? You're going to wait your turn. What's wrong? Surprised at my speed? I've always been faster and stronger than you. This shouldn't be a shock to you, as only then Beerus winds up getting up and charging directly at Murno by shouting his name. What Murno winds up doing is swiping away Beerus by having to whack him with Whis' staff, as he went along to tell Beerus, I said away with you. And this causes Beerus to go flying out into the distance, with Beerus having to say to himself, I have nothing left. And as he crashes, ironically enough, right next to Goku's body, Murno winds up powering back out of Ultra Instinct and further addressing his brother by telling him, it's interesting how Father allowed you and the others to supersede my position. I've always been ahead of the pack, yet I was erased and you all remained. You've done enough to foil my plans, and I will not allow you to stand in my way again. And with Murno then having to take a closer look at Whis' staff, he then continues, the Staff of the Angels. I had one of these before it was ripped away from me. I guess now I'll claim yours as my own. You never needed this anyway. And with Whis having to clench his fist, he then responded, no matter what happens, I will not allow you to continue your acts of defiance against the rules of the Angels and the Omni King. I will do what I must to protect what was given to me, even if it means battling against you. My orders by the Grand Priest shall remain. And with Murno having to point Whis' staff back at him, he then went along to respond, and what exactly are you going to do to stop me, Whis? You're bound by the pathetic law of the Angels when I just went against and broke them. Until you are given the act of stepping into this battle by Beerus, you will remain in your place. And even if you try something, I will
we're back to
not
7 out of 8,
hesitate then
so
to
we should find another
smash you
match
into
soon.
pieces. You think you've got me all figured out? Once my original body is formed and the spirit of my power is restored, I will destroy every trace of you and our father. You dug your own grave against me when you decided to watch as my universe and my throne burned before everyone's eyes. So clearly Murno still has a vendetta and grudge not only towards his father and the Omni Kings, but also his brother Whis along with the other angels, and with Beerus having to look on over it and noticing Goku's body, Beerus went along to say to himself, Goku, his body, Damn you, Goku. I told you this was my fight. Why didn't you listen to me? And with Beerus trying to stand back up, he then continues to think that a destroyer would ever sympathize with a mortal, would be considered outrageous among the gods, but you were different. You never saw me as your enemy, but simply wanted to prove yourself to me with your power. It never was personal with you. As Beerus then recalls the events leading from Battle of Gods all the way up until the Tournament of Power, Beerus then continues, from the moment I met you, I knew there was something special about you. Whether that was your stupidity or your thriving hunger to get stronger. You've never feared me but have always respected me, and even fought your heart out to preserve not just your life, but mine as well. And although you defied my orders to intervene in this battle, you still did anyway, to work with me, not as a protector, but as an ally, something I've never had come from a mortal before. And with Beerus' energy then beginning to glow, Beerus then continues, and what's more is you never offered your hand in rebellion.
Alright, we found a match.
But
Should start in a
only
minute or so.
through friendship. As out of nowhere, Beerus then erupts with a massive power that only then causes not only Whis, but for Murno to also turn around and putting this into question by asking, what's this power? As Whis went along to comment, could it be? Lord Beerus, he's done it. This power, it's, as Murno then chimes in, no.
Level 66.
Not him too, but how? Ultra Instinct, as only then we get to lo and behold mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus, to where, keep in mind, it was alluded from the beginning that Beerus at some point was in fact able to use this power, but was never actually able to reach this level of power since, and with Beerus having to then stare Murno down with a very intense look on his face, Murno then went along to grin and responding, well, a little late to the party, don't you think? And here I was beginning to doubt that you had anything left in the tank, but it appears as though you still have some left in you. This should be very amusing. And what makes you think this power of yours could be of any use to destroy mine? Have you forgotten that I have mastered this power? You still have no chance of winning. But I do love a dramatic ending, so go on, Destroyer, give it all you've got, because this will be the last time you do. And watch as I make another example out of you. But then, Whis went along to chime in and telling Murno, well, it appears there is still hope after all. Far be it from me to
Please forgive me. I think...
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the
Final power key radar.
then place them in the right spots.
See the little ass over there.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You be careful too, okay?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Alright, I'm just gonna head to E and A, try to find that key. We have one level 3.
You know what to do with that key. An ally needs your help. We don't know what
Not what we
danger
needed,
awaits.
bro.
Think before rushing in.
I'm feeling rather hungry. Time to absorb every last little bit of you.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Ally down.
Come on, guys.
You intend to rescue them. Watch out for
Just need to set 2 keys. You couldn't stay alive? Another one. It's the B key. All the way over there, no one's setting it.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
It's not me this time. It's not me, though. I don't know why the hell everyone was in E. It doesn't take 3 people to set 1 key. Guys, it does not take 3 people to set 1 key. I don't know why all these guys were over there. We had to find the A and B key.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Kind of sold still. It's our level 3.
Stay calm. Stay calm. You're done! Cocky little worm.
Make good use of them.
You bastard! Flying Nimbus! Bastard!
We lost this match, bro. These guys sold. It's not even my fault.
Oh no!
I need to go blow my nose.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Yeah, we draw. On to the next.
To stop you from having your fun, but before you do so, I believe you have something that rightfully belongs to me and not you. Allow me to assist you with that. With Whis having to be shown grabbing back onto his staff with Murno turning around, Whis went along to then tell him, "It appears as though you have bigger problems to deal with outside of me now, Murno. You might want to pay attention," as only then out of nowhere, Beerus dashes on in delivering a thunderous shot to Murno, in which causes Murno to go flying out into the distance, and with Whis having to acknowledge Beerus, Beerus then went along ahead to actively respond to Whis by telling him, "Whis, wait for my signal. When I do, you know what must be done." And with Whis looking down smiling, he then responds, "I knew you had it in you to tap into this power once again. I couldn't be any more proud of you, my lord. You finally did it, but time is not on our side. Do what you must, and if it calls for it, my service will be right here waiting for you." It hasn't been 3 full minutes since Goku's death either, which means we only have roughly around 70 seconds until my abilities can no longer be used. And with Beerus acknowledging this and then getting into fighting position, out of nowhere, Murno then rises back up through the smoke, also wielding Ultra Instinct, very angry mind you, as he went along to shout at Beerus by telling him, "One lucky shot does not change the outcome of this battle, but if that's the way you want to play, then far be it from me to keep you waiting then." Because this is it, Murno is now looking to finally finish off the God of Destruction just as he did with Goku, and with Murno's attention now having to be fully focused on Beerus, he further went along to address Beerus by telling him, "So you've obtained Ultra Instinct, so what? You think this gives you power over me, Destroyer? Not a chance. You are next to join the Saiyan in the afterlife." And with Beerus getting into fighting position, he went along to then tell Whis, "Whis, on my signal, either he dies or the opportunity will be lost for good. Angel or not, he dies here. Do as I order you to, and don't take your eyes off him. This is our only chance," because Beerus seems to have a plan here, and he's willing to tell Whis and give him the order once he's ready to do so. But with Murno not wasting any time and having to speed blitz right towards Beerus, he then went along to tell him, "Let me show you the difference in our power." And with Murno shown attacking Beerus, with Beerus on the defensive, it's a battle of Ultra Instinct deities, with of course Murno shown having the upper hand. And as Murno continues his attack, he went along to then continue by telling Beerus, "There is no amount of training or power increases that you can manage to obtain that will save you from the onslaught that's coming." As of course Murno winds up ducking under Beerus' punch, he then continues, "Especially once the original is complete." As he then follows by punching Beerus in the face, Murno keeps reassuring Beerus that as soon as the original awakens and his power is then restored to him, then there is absolutely nothing that anyone, including Beerus, is going to do to stop him. And with Whis having to turn slightly and looking behind him, he then notices Goku's carcass on the floor, as he went along to say to himself, "There is still time." Seeing how easily Murno was able to tear into Goku's powers leaves me to believe that the Saiyan is still not fully ready to engage him even with Ultra Instinct. But there is still hope. And with Murno further engaging against Beerus, Murno further went along to then ask Beerus, "Is guarding yourself from me going to be the only thing you do in this battle? Or is it because you're beginning to now see that even with Ultra Instinct, my power still dwarfs yours, Destroyer?" And as Beerus is shown guarding himself, he went along to then look at Whis and telling him, "Whis, not yet. Keep your eyes on his movements. You're the only one who can follow them. He'll do what he did before if it's done now. So wait. If my prediction is true, then we've found our chance." And with Beerus then retaliating by then punching Murno in the face, he quickly went along to then tell Murno, "You disrespected my title as Destroyer for the last time. A fallen angel deserves nothing less than to be erased forever. And just like your clone before, I will do it again." And with Beerus shown having to throw a left hook and Murno having to grab onto it, Murno then condescendingly went along to tell Beerus, "Is that what you believe, Beerus? As if I would ever allow you to do what you did again. Though, I wouldn't expect for such power to be comprehended by a disgrace such as you. Do you still think I'm bluffing, Destroyer? You were only kept around for my entertainment. I could have ended your life long ago. And if you further want proof of this, allow me to show you then, as seconds later what Murno winds up doing is driving his left hand right through Beerus's chest and having to impale him, with Murno having to comment, "Ta-da! The grand finale before we close the curtains for good." And this shocks everyone, including Whis, who went along to shout, "Lord Beerus!" With of course Murno's arm having to be shown driven right through Beerus's chest. Beerus, who is in utter agony, went along to utter, "This power, no, impossible." And with Murno having to look back up at Beerus with a bloodthirsty look on his face, he then went along to ask him, "Does it hurt, God? Your blood smells delicious. This was the feeling I had to endure when you all turned your backs to me and watched me suffer by the hands of that little Omni rat." So to the surprise of everyone, Murno wasn't in fact bluffing when he had told Beerus that he could have ended his life long ago, but had simply kept Beerus around just for purely entertainment purposes. And with Beerus having to be shown suffering, he then went along to say to himself, "If this fails, then the 7th is finished. I have his attention." He's completely unaware of Whis, as Beerus then went along to tell Murno, "The hell with you. You were never good enough to be kept around anyway." And with Murno having to get really annoyed, he then went along to tell Beerus, "But the difference here is that I will live and you will not. That face of yours is really starting to bother me. What do you say we take it off that head of yours, shall we? You won't feel a thing. I promise." And right before Murno proceeds to knock Beerus' head off, Beerus then went along to turn his attention to Whis and having to tell him, "Whis, now!" And that's when Whis gets the order from Beerus, and using his scepter to then reverse time, as Whis went along to then comment, "Just in time. Back we go." And with Whis tapping his scepter down, time is then reversed, because this was Beerus' plan from the get-go. And with everything having to now be reversed, we then observe how Murno is back down on the ground, and with Murno having to question this, he went along to comment, "The warping of space and time. I'm back on the ground, which means no." And as Murno then looks at his hands, he then continues, "He did it again. The Destroyer's blood is gone. That worm reversed time and bringing me back here. But why this point? I was baited." And with Murno looking down and noticing
Let's try to get a W this match. We're on like a 3-game losing streak. We just lost a player.
Super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch.
Looking good already.
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Definitely need all 7 players. Or at least 6 players in the Dragon summoned.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
And they're going over here, so. I don't know why she didn't get that, but I scooped it.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
he got KO'd.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
All right, I'm gonna try to save these guys.
Get up!
Oh. I knew that was gonna happen, bro. I swear I knew that was gonna happen, but I tried anyways. Bullshit.
You okay?
I owe you one. Flying Nimbus!
He's gonna come back. I have to find this A key.
I'm all done with this game. All right,
Telling me.
start having some real fun.
Sick of the Gammas. I'm sick of the Game Force.
Gotta get the hell out of here! Flying Nimbus!
We're down 2 players.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Well, it's not looking good, guys.
Send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
That's enough.
Yeah, jump. Done.
Beautiful.
Another gravestone.
It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Nice, nice.
Well now.
Gonna change bodies. Called it. I just called it. They're gonna change bodies. I just called it.
I think it's finally time to test this new body of mine out. Ginyu Force! Ginyu! This is perfect!
The Gammas and the Ginyu Force are super annoying, bro.
No, y'all.
Cape Time Machine. Doesn't even try to help.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat
I
if you
hate
need
people
to.
like this. Doesn't even try to help his teammate. Doesn't try to help on the time machine. Just run away like a little bitch.
It's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
What is?
How both Goku and Beerus are still alive, Murno then went along to continue, the Saiyans alive. Of course, the Destroyer used me to get my attention off my brother for him to reverse time to this point. And with Murno shown getting absolutely infuriated, he then went along to comment, "You have crossed me for the last time, Whis. You vermin have lived on long enough. I will not allow what happened on that trash planet Vampa to happen again to me here. I am going to finish this once and for all. And when I'm done, there will be no more resurrections." And with Goku shown sitting back up, he then went along to utter, "What? What just happened? Damn him. He's too strong." And with Murno sticking his hand out and generating a blast, he then went along to tell them, "And this is where the two of you die. For good this time. I know of Whis' ability to reverse time. I also know of how long it would take for him to do it again. And there's nothing that will save you from what's about to happen. Now die!" Because this was the moment that Murno was looking to finally have in ending both Beerus and Goku, until out of nowhere, Whis winds ends up uppercutting Murno so hard in the face that the sheer impact alone causes Murno to go flying off of Beerus's planet and onto a lingering moon, with Whis having to tell him the order was made. You will not go any further, and with Murno's body shown flying into orbit, Whis had made the clutch to step in just in time right before Murno had killed off Beerus and Goku, and with Whis having to look down in acknowledging both Beerus and Goku, he went along to then tell them, I need you both to get up. That attack won't slow Murno down. You are lucky to be alive, Goku. Lord Beerus has called for my actions to be used, and I will hereby aid you both in this battle. I am sure you are well aware that your Ultra Instinct power is no longer with you, Lord Beerus, but in order for us to make sure that this is over, I need you both to stand back up and continue. And with Goku shown struggling to stand back up, Whis then continues, my ability to reverse time has worn off, and I am unable to use it for a while, so do yourself a favor, the both of you, and try not to get yourselves killed during this fight, with Goku having to respond, thanks Whis, I guess I'll try not to, and with Whis shown picking Beerus up, he then continues, you've taken quite the punishment, my lord, and although your body may be damaged, I need you to stand back up and continue, with Beerus then having to comment, that Ultra Instinct power wore me down. He's stronger than what we're giving him credit for, and with Whis getting into fighting position, he then continues, no matter what happens, this universe must be protected. I will hereby fight alongside you as the laws have been broken. I will deal with the ramifications alongside the Grand Priest later. So Whis had been given the order by Beerus to finally intervene just in time to not only save himself but to also save Goku, and with Whis having to prepare himself, he then went along to tell Beerus and Goku he is getting far too dangerous by the minute. And I'm afraid if what he is saying about his original is true, then we may be in bigger trouble than what's about to happen here. Now's not the time for us to lose track of things. I can feel his energy boiling, as over back on the moon in which Murno was sent to, he winds up powering up so much that the sheer power of Murno's energy completely tears into the moon, with Murno having to be absolutely enraged by what just happened as he went along to shout, Whis! And Murno is pissed because he was not expecting for his brother to intervene, and with both Goku and Beerus shown in fighting position, Goku went along to comment, this is nuts. It's like he wants to use his full power, but he's hesitant. Why is that? What's his goal here? As Beerus went along to reply, it's to feed the original as much knowledge on each universe as he could, and if he kills us along the way, then it's just a small prize for his efforts in doing so. Do what you must, but stay out of my way, Saiyan. As over back with the Grand Priest, Vegeta continues his training along with the Priest as the Grand Priest went along to comment, now try it again, Vegeta. And with Vegeta trying to attempt to do what the Grand Priest had just told him, there is a massive shadow that then overtakes the Grand Priest along with the ground on the floor, and with the Grand Priest having to then look up, he quickly went along to then comment, merge your mind along with this power in order to keep it from controlling you. And if you fail, then get up and try it again. This power comes from your ancestors, does it not? So clearly there is an evolutionary process that is beginning to take place with Vegeta, but it seems as though Vegeta can't seem to get this right, as of course the Grand Priest had ordered him to do it again, and as Vegeta does so, the Grand Priest then went along to tell him, good. Now merge these powers together in becoming one with your mind and body. Transform using your strongest form. Super Saiyan Blue Evolution as you call it, but then suddenly the Grand Priest begins to pick up on an unusual signal as he went along to then say to himself, this power. Whis was called into action. The laws have now been broken by 2. My presence is needed as soon as this has been fully completed. As we then go back to Beerus's planet, Murno then points down in a fit of anger while wielding Ultra Instinct and having to cry out, I am going to atomize you all, especially you, Whis. And with Murno charging right in and punching both Beerus and Goku away, he then went along to comment, I'll deal with you roaches later. Away with you both. And with Goku and Beerus sent flying out into the distance, this just now leaves Whis and Murno by themselves as Murno went along to sadistically smile by looking behind him and commenting, now that those two are out of the way, I've been counting down the days where I'd finally get to do what I'm about to do to you, Whis. I'm going to savor every moment of it. I wanted to wait until my original body had been restored, but I've decided to at least spill one angel's blood today, and that angel will be you. Will I hold back?
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a
Good luck to you too, homie.
as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then
Gosh,
place
this
them in
little
the right
bitch.
spots.
Is anyone out there?
Where am I?
Thank you very much.
Yo,
Stay calm. Stay calm.
tell you out, eh? Better move for me.
Hell. Oh man.
Went to the top. Yeah, I stole my cubes.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Alright. Still haven't found no keys yet. That Joku guy dies, I'm not reviving him.
Go slot it.
Someone found E key already.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Thanks.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Don't play stupid, dog.
Oh man.
Flying Nimbus!
If I had a rocket launcher, I'd be shooting this guy in his face right now. Little bitch.
Thank you very
Trying to steal
much.
my cubes. I'll rob you in real life, eh?
Flying Nimbus!
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
Alright. So we're just down one player. I need to find 2 more keys.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Right, I'm just gonna hit this C. Actually, no one's even planting this key.
big help.
This game is called Dragon Ball The Breakers.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think
Bye,
before
Felicia.
rushing in.
Trash ass player. I have to help this guy out.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Let's go!
Bro, I'm trying to indicate for us to fight. No one wants to fight.
Time to feast.
The best strategy is to kill the raider while he's level 2. Because there's not a lot of people that will get level 3. So if we can all jump him while he's level 2, it's a lot more efficient than to try to fight him while he's level 3. Yeah, like jumping him now makes no sense. We basically lost the match.
Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Just going to let you get away.
Well, that's game.
The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it? Head that way fast. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Or will I massacre you? I guess we'll have to wait and see what the cards hold. Now let us begin! And with Murno having to bounce back following Whis' attack, Murno then went along to address Whis by telling him, "I've longed for the day where I would see you beg for your life beneath my feet as I once begged for mine before everything was taken from me. This will not end in your favor, Whis." And with Whis getting into fighting position, he then went along to respond, "And as long as I am instructed on being the governing angel of the 7th universe, then I will do everything in my power to see this battle through, Murno. I didn't want this to happen, brother, but I am left with no other choice." And with both angels shown directly charging at each other, Murno then went along to tell Whis, "Then far be it from me to rip you away from that position." And as the angels clashed with both Beerus and Goku staring back up, Beerus went along to utter incredible, Never in my time would I ever dream to witness an angel battle against another angel in a fight. This is the first time I've ever seen Whis this serious in a battle before. These angels are unlike anything I've ever witnessed before, but there seems to be something about Murno that gives him the edge here. I hope you destroy him once and for all, Whis, as Goku went along to utter, "Their movements are unreal. I can barely even keep up with them. The impact of each attack is making my body shake." And as Murno was shown attacking Whis, with Whis having to do his best in deflecting, Murno then went along to ask him, "What's wrong, brother? You seem to be struggling a bit. Aren't you one of Father's favorites? Either I'm much stronger than I give myself credit for, or you've become unbelievably weaker." And with Murno having to be shown throwing punch after punch, with Whis doing everything he could to dodge them, Murno then continues, "As if avoiding my attacks is going to make a difference. Did you already forget who you're fighting here? If you believe you have any chance of destroying me," as Murno then followed up by giving Whis a thunderous right haymaker, he then continues, "then allow me to remind you on why you're wrong." But Whis then quickly turns the tides by having to elbow Murno in the face by responding, "We'll see about that. Don't assume that one lucky shot will seal your victory in this battle." And with Murno stumbling back and holding onto his mouth, he then went along to respond, "That wasn't half bad, Whis. But here I thought you'd hit me a lot harder. Weak, like you've always been. It amazes me how you were selected to remain while my universe crumbled under the delusion of the Omni King. Pathetic." And with Murno smirking, he then continues, "Come on, Whis. The laws are already broken. So what's stopping you? I want to see the full extent of your power, not just a small portion of it. It's do or die. The choice is yours." And with Whis shown charging on in, he then went along to tell his brother, "You won't be so lucky to survive when your name is called by the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings. And until then, I will do my duties to see this fight through." With Murno responding, "We'll see about that." And with Whis attempting to punch Murno, with Murno having to duck under, Murno then went along to tell his brother, "I hope you know, Whis, that what you see and what you're currently experiencing is only but a small portion of my true power." And with Murno then having to be shown punching Whis in the gut, he then continues, "Nothing can prepare you for when my original body and power is restored to its former glory." But then Whis quickly counters by having to double axe handle Murno across the back by asking him, "Then why are you holding back?" And with Murno landing on his feet and having to look back up, he then continues, "Because what good would this game be if I can't hear you squirm like the animals you all are, traitor?" But then, unbeknownst to Murno, as of course Murno has his sights locked on Whis, Beerus then comes swooping on in, as he then went along to tell Murno, "Don't assume that I'm out of this battle just yet, Murno. You've got bigger problems to deal with now that you are outnumbered 3-1 in this battle, so you're screwed." With Murno then having to ask, "You think numbers will help you here, Destroyer?" With Murno then having to use the force of gravity on his side by flicking his fingers down and continuing, "Down with you, animal. If it were not for Whis, you and that Saiyan would have been dead by now. Once I'm done ripping Whis apart, just know that you're next." And with Whis then having to spawn his staff, he then went along to tell Murno, "If you honestly believe that this is going to be as easy as you assume it will be, then make your move. But just know that I will take any measure to see this through. Since your time as Angel of the 13th Universe, I've improved, both as a Guardian and as a warrior. You may have been the strongest of our race, but your time was over and done with a long time ago." As of course Whis then prepares, Murno then continues to stare back up with a very sinister smile on his face and continuing, "Well, I'm glad that your stupid stick gave you the confidence needed to talk back to me, but you'll soon see. I'm only just getting started with you all." And with Murno having to leap back up, he then continues, "Now let's just see what you can do." "With pleasure," Whis utters, as he went along to smack Murno across the face with his staff. And what Whis attempted to do was further use this staff as a means of attacking Murno, but with Murno shown having to duck and dodge, he then went along to tell Whis, "Don't gas yourself up too much now, Whis. What happened? Not hitting me as easily as you thought? Is it because I've increased my speed? Or, as he went along to then grab the staff, he then continues, is it because you're slowly losing hope? And with Murno then shown kicking Whis into the distance by then having to steal his staff, he then went along to tell him, I'll take this, thank you very much, you won't be needing it anymore anyway. Now away with you! And with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku attempting to make his presence known by teleporting behind Murno, Murno then went along to utter, oh look who's back for more. Don't worry, Saiyan, as of course he then proceeded to smack Goku with the staff. He then continues, I haven't forgotten about you. You will wait your turn, and with Goku being smited away, Murno then went along to further point his staff at everyone by then telling them, I will admit this staff here had caused quite the trouble for me. It's been annoying me ever since you decided to reverse time to help that savage Broly along with the Saiyan's fusion on planet Vampa. It would be a while before a new one is formed, so I think it's time we take care of this one, shall we? So not only was Murno able to handle both Beerus and Goku, but he was also able to knock Whis away, steal his staff, as he then went along ahead to snap Whis' staff across his knee by then uttering, this is more like it. And with Whis noticing this and having to fire multiple shots at Murno, Whis then went along to shout, you should keep your eyes on your target. As all of the attacks then made contact, what Murno winded up doing was he quickly vanished by using one of his portals and then having to reappear behind Whis and then telling him, oh, don't you worry about what I'm doing, you should worry more about keeping your head. As Murno then went along to try and kick Whis' head off, he then uttered, gotcha, what? Because of course Whis was able to dodge, but that didn't stop Murno because Murno then went along to latch onto Whis' hair and then telling him, lucky dodge. Now let's just see if you can manage to avoid this one. As of course Murno went along ahead to charge right down on the ground by pulling Whis by the hair and asking him, what's wrong, brother? Having trouble? As he then slams Whis' skull down on the ground, he then continues, to the ground with you, traitor. Does it hurt? This is only but a grain of sand compared to what I felt when you all had turned your backs to me when I needed you all the most. I am going to make you suffer. And right before Murno went along to strike Whis on the floor, Whis actually managed to move out of the way quick enough in teleporting behind Murno, but the second Whis actually attempted to hit Murno, Murno actually quickly countered by grabbing onto Whis' punch and then uttering, oh no you don't. These won't work on me anymore. As he once again punched Whis away, Murno then went along to tell him, it was like I had told you, you have no chance of surviving this battle. And now that your staff is broken, there will be no more time reversals. And as Whis manages to quickly bounce back and landing on his feet, he then uttered, damn it, he's tougher than I expected him to be. But he also seems to be holding back. And with Murno then looking to end everything by raising his hand up in the air, he then went along to tell his brother, and now this is where the game ends, Whis. Good luck trying to pull away from this one. It's over, fool. But then, a mysterious voice went along to then tell Murno, his blood is to be spilled by my hands, clone. And Murno is shook because he knows exactly what this voice is as he went along to utter that voice. That could only mean, and Whis notices this because Murno's entire demeanor had changed with Whis having to comment he stopped? What just happened? He looks as if he's seen a ghost. Why is his body suddenly trembling? As the voice then continues, the time to purge creation has dawned. Do not forget why you're there, as Murno utters yes. But of course, the great harvest. As he then went along to look at his hands, he then continues, I can feel it. The most highest of powers. I can feel your presence, yes. The vessel has been restored along with its original power. As the voice then continues, finish what is left and return to me at once. The great merger has begun. And with Murno having to stare terrifyingly up at the sky, he then went along to comment, the hour of judgment is here. The great apocalypse has finally begun, yes. I will finish what remains and then I will return for the great merger. The time has come. Murno then further went along to stare back up at the sky as he went along to comment, so it looks like it's finally time. I've longed for this. Unless something has changed, it looks as if everything fell right into place. I've longed for this day ever since my universe's destruction by the hands of that ridiculous Omni King. I was lucky to have survived, and now the hour of retribution is almost here. They will all soon understand and feel my pain. And with Murno then having to redirect his focus back at Goku, Beerus, and Whis, he then went along to ask, why the awkward faces? You are all screwed. My original body is complete and my power is nearing its former glory and beyond, which means you're all on borrowed time. I enjoyed playing with my food, but the time to finally eat is very near. I learned so much about you all. It paved the way for my resurrection, with Goku then having to comment, so that's what happened. Your original form is what spoke out to you. It doesn't have to be this way. You could do so much more than go through with this. You know you won't make it out of this alive by going up against the three of us, so give up. And with Whis, Beerus, and Goku standing side by side, Murno then went along to ask them, you do know that if it weren't for Whis turning back time that you'd all be dead right now, but it doesn't matter anymore. I got what I wanted. I don't have a whole lot of time left, so what do you say we wrap this up then? I want to see what more I can get out of you before the real fun begins. Now, who wants to be the first to get crushed? As we then go back to Vegeta and the Grand Priest, Vegeta is shown on the floor, battered, bloody, bruised, and tired as he went along to utter, I did it. I can't feel anything anymore. My body is broken. It's done. The merger is finally done. I never want to experience anything like that again. Who would have thought by combining this power would push me this much? I feel as if I'm dying. Every part of me hurts. This pain, it's echoing all over my body, but this portion is done. But I know there's still more to do. I swear when I get my hands on Murno, I'm going to rip him to pieces. So it's only a matter of time. And when I find him, he will pay. So Vegeta clearly had underwent such a torturous training session with the Grand Priest to where he even admits that he feels as if he's dying. His bones feel as if they're breaking. His body had looked like it went through a meat grinder. So Vegeta now has just finished one part of his training as he then went along to continue, and after it's all said and done, I will be the strongest once again and surpass Kakarot beyond comprehension. And with the Grand Priest stepping forward, he further went along to address Vegeta by telling him, very good Vegeta, you've successfully combined your ancient ancestors' power with the current god powers you possess. Although I fear that you may not be able to fully maintain such power for a long time, this will be another process that we are going to soon correct. This power should be enough to hold off much longer than your previous transformation, but we aren't done. As the Grand Priest then went along to spawn his staff, he then continues, you are only starting to scratch the surface of true power. There is still much for you to learn, and with the Grand Priest healing Vegeta, he then continued, we are going to start from the top. The trick behind what Murno is doing is he is purposely suppressing himself to give off the illusion that he's weak, but he is not. He is only doing this to drag whatever he wants out of you before he finishes them. With Vegeta having to ask, so I'm going to need more than what I've acquired in order to fully destroy him, with the priest responding much more. Now from the top, Vegeta, as we then go back to Murno, who is shown still taunting everyone, he then went along to ask, what say you, Destroyer? I know your ego is just begging for you to jump in and do something about me stabbing you through the chest. Will it be you? And Beerus actually falls for the bait as he went along to dash on in and having to tell Murno, I swear on my honor as a god of destruction, I am going to rip you apart for making a fool out of me. But Murno easily kicks Beerus away and then having to tell him, oh really? Not with that pathetic power you won't, but that's when Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku winds up teleporting behind Murno, as Murno went along to acknowledge this by commenting, oh, and you, Saiyan, you've been an annoying factor ever since I laid my eyes on you. The little ant who could. Well, you can't, and you won't. As he then so casually uppercuts Goku in the face by then telling him, you are not worthy either, Murno then observes how his brother Whis once again jumps on in as he went along to acknowledge his brother by commenting, you on the other hand, you are currently on the top of my list. And with the two having to be shown dashing towards each other, Murno then went along to continue, I want you to feel the pain I felt after you turned your back to me before I rid you from your existence. And with Whis showing shown attacking, he then went along to respond, "It won't be that easy, Murno, and even if I fail, the Grand Priest will see to it that you pay for everything you've done." And with Murno shown fighting back, he then went along to continue, "Leaving it to Father now, are we? Once he sees what I've done to you, he's next." As Murno winds up punching Whis in the face, he then continues, "You betrayed your own kind, Whis. You must be judged. You must be punished. And I will take everything from you, coward." And as soon as Murno winds up throwing Whis out into the distance, both Goku and Beerus wind up double teaming and charging directly at Murno as Goku went along to shout, "Oh no you don't, Murno," with Beerus then having to utter, "You're the one who will be punished," to where you can feel the level of tension here because Beerus, Goku, Whis, they're all trying to do everything in their ability to make sure that Murno is put in his place. But right before both Goku and Beerus make contact, Murno winds up opening a portal and then having to flee, with Beerus having to cry out, "Damn it! Not this again." And as soon as Murno winds up teleporting and opening the portal back up behind Whis, he then went along to ask him, "Now where were we, Whis?" So it looks like Murno's prime focus here is in fact his brother, because he's not too concerned with Goku, he's not too concerned with Beerus, and as soon as Murno was shown fighting Whis, Murno then went along to ask him, "I feel your anger towards me beginning to overtake you, Whis. Go ahead and show me why you are one of the strongest angels of our race, or are you scared?" And the second Goku and Beerus attempt to charge back in, Goku then went along to tell Beerus, "Hey Lord Beerus, you feel that? His energy is different again. He's about to use more of his power." So Goku and Beerus are now beginning to feel that Murno is beginning to change, as right before Whis actually makes contact, once again, Murno quickly opens up a portal and disappears. As he then reappears right in front of everyone, he then went along to acknowledge them by telling them, "I admire your will to survive, but I can also feel the god along with the mortal Saiyan growing weaker. Is this what you want, Whis? Because I can't seem to make up my mind on which one of you to kill first. Or maybe I should break my limits and destroy this universe altogether in one shot. I think that would be much better." As he is then shown stepping out of the portal, he then continues, "All I've ever asked for was to be heard. My cries were ignored, my questions were left unanswered, while your lives continued. I was left to die while you were allowed to live. I will never forget that. I will never let it go. But this is it. You wanted me at my best? Fine. This is where it all ends for the three of you. No more games, no more fun. Your blood spills here. I will bathe the multiverse in your blood." And that's when Murno breaks his limits in having to unleash his full power. With everyone acknowledging this, Goku then went along to utter, "Whoa, he wasn't lying. I've never felt anything like this in my entire life. What a horrible power," with Whis having to cry out, "We are forbidden from using this power. Stop this." But then, over out in another dimension, we finally get to see how the original seems to be dwelling by himself, as he went along to tell the clone, "Your time with them is up, clone." And the clone is absolutely shook, because the clone Murno was just about to unleash and reveal his true power onto the surface until the original stopped him. And because of this, the clone is shook, as the original then goes on to tell him, "I have acquired all that is needed from them. You have one more task in the 7th, so return to me now. The time to purge the multiverse is nearly here. You will return to me right this moment." So the games are done, and the clone now is beginning to understand that the original is calling for him. As we only then get to see little snippets of what the original looks like, he then went along to continue, "There is one more matter I need you to look into. The others will arrive shortly. Now return to me at once. These worms will be mine to address." And with the clone Murno looking up, he then went along to utter, "Yes, of course. Now I see." And with his focus then redirected back at Beerus, Whis, and Goku, Murno then went along to tell them, "Well, it seems as though you worms have bought yourselves some time before you are erased. It's sad that our battle had to end this way, but I have other matters to attend to. But don't worry, you'll see me soon enough, except next time, you won't be so lucky, especially after I return with my original body and power. In the meantime, feel free to attack me. None of it will make a difference now that the plan is complete. With Whis having to respond, you will not get away with what you've done as easily as you think. With Myrtle then asking, and who's going to stop me? You? Please. You were barely able to keep up without struggling. You've fallen off. Lazy, just like your destroyer, and don't think about the other angels helping you either. They have their hands full as we speak, so an ominous warning by Myrno in telling his brother that his siblings aren't going to help him because they currently have their hands full as well, with Beerus having to ask what? What have you done with the others? With Goku also asking he attacked the other universes as well? And as the portal beneath Myrno opens with Myrno having to descend, he then went along to tell them, oh, you'll see. I'm not obligated to answer you, but I'll tell you this much. The others won't save you from what's about to happen. So for the time being, I hope you rest well, because when I come back, you'll be resting in the ground for good this time. There will be no miracles. Before you kill me, I will end everything with my own two hands. I want you to remember something, Whis. When you're going for revenge, remember to always dig two graves, one for yourself and one for the person you're going after. In this case here, I've dug many for all of you, but before I am buried, I will see to it that I put all of you in yours first. There will be no survivors and there will be no amount of power that will help you. With Whis then having to tell him, you won't get away.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of
Flying
supplies.
Nimbus!
Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Make some room, you're blocking the view. Oh dear, my deepest apologies. I'm going to kill you. Let's begin, shall we? Allow me to demonstrate why I am the most powerful and most feared being in the universe.
Is anyone out there? Thanks.
I don't seem to know my own strength. It's rather difficult for me to control this
Nimbus!
much power.
Grew pretty quick. We ain't found no keys yet. This guy gets to level 3 and we don't find the keys, the match is basically
Want
over.
my fun to end prematurely.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I found the key.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think
Oh,
before
come
rushing in.
on!
Give me a freaking break.
I would say my power level is overwhelming.
That's a
Flying
new power
Nimbus!
key. Place it now.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
That's the key. I just found 2 keys. What is everyone else doing?
You know what to do with that key. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Got high elf.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
What's the big idea?
Oh, can this guy stop destroying this area I'm in? So annoying.
I apologize for the wait. Shall we begin round 2?
Flying Nimbus!
Someone needs to go save that survivor.
It's been quite some time, hasn't it?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Well, the match is over. Just wasting time at this point. Get us out of here.
Away with any of this. You've sealed your fate and you will pay for everything you've done. And right before the portal consumes Murno, in a very creepy way with Murno's eyes having to stare back at his brother, he then went along to tell him, and until then, I will be seeing you very soon. Murno had now made his exit in reassuring Whis, Beerus, and Goku that in fact he will be back. However, the next time he decides to show up is going to be when everyone's going to meet their end, and with Whis having to be shown staring up at the sky, he then went along to comment, what's he up to? If his original body and power are nearly complete, then why retreat? Is there something behind what he said? Something's not right. I don't sense his presence anywhere, which means his consciousness and power are being masked somewhere. Somewhere he cannot be located, and with Goku shown plopping down on the ground and having to revert back down to his base form, in being in a very weakened state, he went along to comment, ah man, what a battle. My body feels as if it's been shattered into a million pieces. He's too much. And with Beerus also shown having to be bloody and battle damaged, he went along to then comment, I never stood a chance. Obtaining Ultra Instinct only helped me maintain the fight. He was hiding so much power from me. I couldn't stop him, and with Whis overseeing Beerus and Goku on the ground, he then went along to tell them both, for what it's worth, I commend you both for being able to endure the punishment you did. You both held your own as much as you could against him, so don't beat yourselves up for failing to stop him. That opportunity will come as soon as we continue to improve and prepare. Now I need you both to stand back up and continue to fight this battle. And with Whis summoning his staff, he then continues, we may not have enough time either, so we must not waste it while we have it. And with Whis shown having to heal Beerus first, he then continues, you did more than what you could, Lord Beerus. Now stand back up. This is not the hill that we will die on today. And with Beerus fully recovering, he further proceeded to stand back up and having to look at his hands and commenting, we attacked him all at once. And he stood his ground and fought back effortlessly. If he could do that and still hide his power, then how do we destroy him, Whis? And with Whis shown then healing Goku, he went along to then answer, although he is powerful, my lord, there is nothing that cannot be destroyed outside of the Omni King himself. And now you, Goku, up you go. You are needed. And with Goku also having to stand up and looking at his hands, he then also went along to continue, each time we seem to fight this guy, he always pulls another trick out of his hat. To think that not even Ultra Instinct was enough to stop him kind of makes me wonder on what more we need to do, especially now if what he says is true. And with Beerus having to then walk on over towards Goku, he then went along to tell him, and you, Goku, this will be the only time I will say this to you, so listen closely to my words. I do not owe you, nor did I ever call for your aid in this battle against the Angel, but you did your best out there, and for what it's worth, you were there for me when I was down, and for that, you have my respect and highest praise. You did what you could, and that's all that matters in the end. we're even. And with Beerus shown extending his hand, he then tells Goku, now stand up, Saiyan, because in fact this is true. Goku was there prior to Murno actually following through and destroying Beerus once Goku and Whis had come to his aid, and with Goku shown standing back up and grabbing onto Beerus' hand, he then went along to tell him, thank you, Lord Beerus. I don't think I could have survived out there against him without you. But then that's when Beerus went along to tell him, don't get ahead of yourself though, Saiyan. Remember, I never asked for your help, and I never will. So next time, when I tell you to stay out of my way, I mean it. Otherwise, I will erase you on the spot myself. And with Beerus shown having to throw a tantrum and quickly turning around, Goku then went along to ask him, hey, take it easy, Lord Beerus. If you erase me, then who will supply you with all the delicious food from Earth and Contact Bulma? But that's when Beerus turned around and telling Goku, I still have Vegeta, you fool. Well, that sucks, Goku says. Speaking of, I wonder what Vegeta is up to and what his training is like with the Grand Priest. But that's when Whis caught wind of something and having to intervene by telling the two, speaking of training, that could be what would be ideal for you both right now. It's been quite some time, but I feel as if this would work. It could be useful. In order for us to be prepared for whatever comes, I want you both to train for a short time. Growth is growth, and you both need it in order to be ready. Train, Goku and Beerus utter because they were absolutely taken back by Whis' offer, as Whis went along to then tell them, I will grant you both 5 minutes. And once this is over, we will move on to phase 2 of the plan. And with Goku and Beerus having to then look at each other, Whis then continues, there is no need to hold back. Do what is needed and remember what's on the line here. So Whis is further suggesting that this would be a really good and pragmatic idea for both Beerus and Goku to train in better getting accustomed to whatever comes involving Murno, because with Murno's threats having to now stick, our heroes really don't have any other choice but to prepare for what's about to come. And with both Beerus and Goku getting ready, Beerus went along to then tell Goku, just so you know, Goku, Ultra Instinct or not, I won't be holding back against you. Now give it all you've got, with Goku responding, as do you. I don't know why I'm a little nervous. Maybe it's because it's been a while since we fought, but I'm ready. This time the outcome will be in my favor, and with Whis having to observe this, he went along to then utter, wonderful. Now begin, as over out in another dimension we get to finally see how the original Murno is beginning to talk to one of his clones, as he further went along to tell him, it amazes me to see how lightly you are taking the situation when you were ordered to bring back what is needed and kill those who stood in your way. Defy my order again, and I will tear your spirit in half. The others are currently finishing their missions with the other universes. Its information on its warriors and deities have been gathered. However, there is one more task, as the clone Murno went along to ask, so I take it the others will be returning soon then? And where do you need me to be prior to our resurrection? With the original telling the clone, head on over to planet C76F, 421G, the outer rim of Universe 7. Find Vegeta. He is there with the Grand Priest. Gather what you can and kill him if needed, as only then the clone is shown having to smile. He then responded, ah, Vegeta. Wonderful. So the original's final order to one of the clones is to go out and see what Vegeta is up to, gather as much power and information as he can, and if need be, kill Vegeta in the process of doing so, as only then we finally get to see how Vegeta is once again continuing his training with the Grand Priest, as Vegeta is shown laying down on the ground both battle damaged and bruised, as he went along to utter, I think I got it. I feel like I'm dying. I've never felt such pain in my entire life. And with the Grand Priest having to hover over Vegeta, he then went along to tell him, well done, Vegeta. You're growing more accustomed to this power, but our training is far from over. I will need you to stand back up and fight me using this power. And with the Grand Priest shown healing Vegeta, he then continues, I'm impressed that you were able to last this long. Any other mortal would have died from the pressure. And as Vegeta went along to sit back up, he then asks, so you're saying this still may not be enough? How many levels of power are there if there will always be one above it? No matter the outcome, I will try again, with the Grand Priest telling Vegeta, an angel's power has no bounds, but it does stop where mine begins, as well as the great Omni King. You've proven to have grown, but this power must be tested and mastered before achieving new levels of strength. Murno had taken an interest in you more so than Goku due to your ability to show no mercy. Now you will continue as if your life depends on it, so although Vegeta had seemingly achieved a new level of power according to the Grand Priest, there are so many levels of power that are far beyond what Vegeta had achieved right now, but in order for Vegeta to gradually go on ahead and achieve new levels of power, what he must do is fully be able to test and master the current power he has going on, and with the Grand Priest then telling him, now we will continue as we did, Vegeta went along to then look at his hands and commenting, I can't believe how powerful this guy has made me in such a short period of time. It's crazy to think that Murno could still be even stronger than me, but I have to keep trying and pushing myself beyond my limits. I'm ready. As he then continues, just so we're clear, I will be fighting you with the intent to kill you. I hope you're ready. This time I'm going to break through and put you down, and you will not be making a fool out of me again. From there, we will take this battle to Murno and finish this once and for all. Now bring it on. I'm ready, as the Grand Priest responds, as you wish, Vegeta, but just know, I won't be taking it as easy on you this time around. Use your new power and learn about it as you engage. The ball is in your court. Now make your move. But then, out of nowhere, a voice then went along to tell the Grand Priest as Murno winded up showing up behind him, as Murno claps very menacingly as he went along to tell the Grand Priest, what a fantastic speech, Father. Condescending as usual. And here I assumed you were doing something productive. You seem a little different, Vegeta. I wonder why. Oh well, it doesn't matter because you both will be dead regardless, as Vegeta went along to respond, the only dead man speaking is the one standing halfway through that portal, you scum. I know why you're here, and it doesn't matter because the end result will not be as you expect, with Murno having to ask, confident now, are we? And what makes you so sure, with Vegeta having to approach Murno by telling him, because I've acquired a new level of power, far beyond anything you've seen from me before. And now that I have this, it's only a matter of time before you are crushed. With Murno asking, a new power? What new power? You're bluffing, and that's when Vegeta went along to tell him, so then call my bluff. I'm about to show you an ancient power that will make you regret ever coming back into existence. Now let's just see what you can do. So Vegeta is calm, cool, collected, he's confident, and he's ready to showcase the fruits of his training against Murno, but even then Murno doesn't seem to take Vegeta serious at all until Vegeta begins to power up. And with Murno having to acknowledge this, he went along to then tell him, you speak of acquiring an ancient power as if you're so sure of defeating me. Let me remind you of something, Vegeta. You could never destroy me. Ever. I've proved this to you many times before when I made an example out of you. Nothing's changed, with Vegeta responding, I'll let you assume whatever it is that gives you confidence against me, but unlike before, this time, things are going to be a little different. You might be more powerful than me because you have angel blood flowing through your veins, but that doesn't mean that you can't be dropped. I did it before, and I'm going to do it again. Suppress yourself all you'd like, but let me show you what I mean. And that's when Vegeta transforms directly into Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, and with Murno seeing this, he went along to ask, is this the power? You talk about acquiring a new power, and this is what you resort into using again? Oh, you'll kill me, alright. Kill me with laughter is what you'll do. What a joke, because Murno thinks that this is all fun and games, that Vegeta had not acquired anything beyond Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, and with Vegeta shown smirking, he went along to then tell him, we'll see who's laughing soon. So there's confidence coming from Vegeta, there's confidence coming from Murno, and they're both so sure of themselves that this fight is going to go in their favor, but Murno took action in not wanting to waste any more time in directly having to dash at Vegeta by telling him, indeed we will. But in the meantime, show me this super secret power of yours that is boosting your ego. And as Murno attempted to punch Vegeta, Vegeta so casually moved out of the way and telling him, things aren't going to be the same, Murno, and this grabbed Murno's attention as he went along to ask, he saw that? Lucky, as he then proceeded to try to kick Vegeta in the face. Once again, Vegeta moved out of the way as Murno went along to tell him, "I'm only using you as a warm-up, Saiyan. Don't get ahead of yourself." As he then attempted to double axe handle Vegeta from above, Vegeta went along to block and asking, "Still think this is going to be a warm-up?" And with Murno looking down visibly annoyed, he then responded, "So you've increased your fighting senses and dodging ability, so what? Running away isn't going to do anything for you." With Vegeta looking up and having to smile and responding, "And who said I was running away?" And that's when Vegeta went along ahead to punch Murno so hard in the chest that it caused Murno to go flying up back towards the Grand Priest, ironically enough. But right before Murno actually went along ahead to crash right into his father, what he did was he braced himself before having to make impact, and as he did so, he went along to ask, "What was that just now?" Alright, now you have my attention, mortal. The more you push back, the deeper the grave is going to be. Another lucky hit, and as soon as Murno winds up charging right back at Vegeta, he then went along to tell him, "Maybe holding back all of my power wasn't such a great idea, so allow me to kick it up a level or two then. Now let's see what you can do." As he then proceeded to punch Vegeta in the face, it's as clear as day that Murno was heavily underestimating Vegeta and his abilities, and now, being the fact that Vegeta kind of embarrassed him, even if it was for a moment, Murno is not looking to have this happen again. And as he goes on to attack Vegeta, he further went along ahead to add more insult to injury by asking, "Where is it? Where is this special power of yours that you kept talking about? I don't see it at all. All I see is a washed up mortal whose only greatest weapon is his pride." And as soon as Murno knocks Vegeta down, he then continues, "You could have been made into the greatest to ever stand by my side, but instead, you decided to turn against me, to turn against obtaining true power, to turn against becoming a ruler, only to be a peasant." And with the Grand Priest watching this, he further went along to say to himself, "This is what we've prepared for. Murno is clearly holding back, but even while suppressed, his power still dwarfs Vegeta's current form. He is doing exactly what I wanted
Still
Vegeta
here
to
waiting,
do.
guys. Still here waiting.
Feel Murno out first before making his next move. You brought this on yourself, Murno. If, and only if, the mortals cannot destroy him, then this will force my hand. I am forbidden by the Omni Kings to engage, but if my actions are needed, then I will do what I must." And with Murno shown continuously attacking Vegeta, punching Vegeta, kicking Vegeta, he kept on antagonizing him by asking, "Not winning as easily as you thought, Vegeta? I knew you were bluffing." And with Murno knocking Vegeta down, Vegeta went along to say to himself, "I knew he'd do this. He's simply masking his power to match mine while holding his full power back from us. It was just as the Grand Priest had said. Now I see." So the Grand Priest had further prepped Vegeta just in case this would actually happen, and being the fact that indeed this is currently happening to Vegeta, it wasn't as if this wasn't going to be expected from Murno because this was ingrained within the plan. And as soon as Vegeta looks up, he notices how Murno is just about to come crashing on down as he went along to tell Vegeta, "Don't sleep yet, Saiyan. You'll be napping when I say you'll be napping, and until then, I am going to enjoy kicking your brains out." And that's exactly what Murno does, because he winds up stomping down on Vegeta over and over and over again as he tells him, "Try and fight back, Saiyan. Fight back. Show me what you can do." And right after he winds up kicking Vegeta multiple times, what he ends up doing is he jumps up and down, stomping down on Vegeta as much as he could by telling him, "You're a liar, a pawn in this game of mine. You are one of the prime examples of what it means to be a disgrace. And when this is all over, you will only be but an afterthought. I should learn to never accept anything promising from the Prince of all disappointment. What a waste of my time. So before I end you, any last words?" And with Vegeta looking up and smiling, he then tells Murno, "You're doomed." And this gets Murno's attention because he went along to ask, "I'm what? What could possibly be so funny, you weakling? You dare treat me as if I'm a joke? How dare you? And that's when Murno bounced back and having to then tell Vegeta, we'll see who's doomed then, to the afterlife with you, worm, as Murno directly winded up firing a blast directly at Vegeta, who, mind you, who is still lying down within the crater, and with a massive explosion having to be seen, Murno assumes this is it as he went along to smile and asking, what was it now? I was doomed? But I don't hear you talking anymore, mortal. What a waste. There was nothing to gather on him. It was the same old power and the same old failed promises. Typical. Now then, Dad, I think you and I have some unfinished business to attend to. You should be ashamed to have trained such a pathetic creature. Did you really think he was going to match me? I think it's time you and I, but then Murno begins to detect something coming from the crater as he asks, what was that? And through the smoke, Vegeta then went along to tell Murno, I honestly was having doubts on being able to stop you with my own power at first. That is, until the Grand Priest had took me in and showed me a few things that I had overlooked. Although I may not be strong enough to beat you at this current level, it was thanks to him that I was able to discover a greater form beyond this. A transformation worthy of the gods. And with Vegeta having to be shown stepping through and smiling, he then continues, you look a little surprised. Is it because you assumed I'd be ragdolled by you like before? What's even more interesting is that I still haven't fully completed my training with the Grand Priest before you arrived, but I think with what I've learned from him, it should be enough to get the job done, as Murno went along to ask, and what could you possibly have achieved? You don't have Ultra Instinct, which is the apex of power to the gods, so what makes you so sure of yourself? Did you forget that I am leveling my strength to match yours? I could have killed you a long time ago, but since you're beginning to really anger me, either put up or be destroyed, with Vegeta responding, I know what you're doing. I know you could have killed me, but that was before. Think you can do it now? What you're about to see is the apex power of my people, merged together with the power of the gods, with Murno asking, what apex power, with Vegeta telling him, Primal Super Saiyan Blue. And it was at that moment where Vegeta began to power up in such a way that this garnered Murno's attention as Murno went along to ask, what? What is this power? He's beginning to change, and change he is because Vegeta's pupils are gone, his muscles are increasing in size, so Vegeta is shown clearly having to evolve at this point by showing Murno that in fact he did discover a power far beyond Super Saiyan Blue evolution, as meanwhile back with Beerus and Goku as they were beginning to spar and taking a momentary break, Goku went along to ask, hey wait, Lord Beerus, do you sense that? This power... It feels like Vegeta, with Beerus responding, Whis, tell me, has Murno found his way to Vegeta that's drawing this power out? With Whis responding, this is indeed Vegeta's power, but it would seem as though he's evolved. His power has risen beyond anything he's achieved on his own before, so even as far away as on Beerus' planet, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, everyone is beginning to detect and feel the depth and magnitude of Vegeta's new power, and because of this, Goku gets very excited as he went along to then comment, wow, his power is outstanding. I've never felt power like this before. Is this a new level of power? I don't know what kind of training he's done, but this is amazing to witness. Maybe when this is all over, I could finally have at it with him and see how strong he truly is, but then, Beerus interjects by having to punch Goku in the face by telling him, pay attention, you idiots! How could you be daydreaming during a time like this? Quit wasting time and use your Ultra Instinct power right now! You're slowing the process down! Do as you're told and continue this fight, with Goku having to respond, hey, take it easy, Lord Beerus! Alright. No need to get all angry, and as soon as Goku winds up calming down, Beerus responds, hurry up, Saiyan, and that's when Goku went along ahead to calm himself down in reactivating the powers of Mastered Ultra Instinct by commenting, I have to focus. When it's all said and done, I will make you pay for what you've done, Murno. Even if you're stronger than me, I will find a way to destroy you. For my friends, for my family, for the universe. It's the only way. So being the fact that Beerus had called Goku into taking this fight more serious, and with Beerus wanting Goku to show him the fruits of his power, Goku wastes little time in having to reignite the powers of Mastered Ultra Instinct, and with Beerus having to look on, he then went along to tell Goku, "Now then, Saiyan, show me what your Ultra Instinct power can do. I've noticed your body still isn't fully adjusted to its incredible power. You better not burn yourself out during this fight. Once we take care of Murno, I just want to let you know that you're next on the list, Goku. Now come on." So Beerus seems excited on being able to fight Goku, even if it is for a brief time in order for them to train and better prepare themselves against Murno. Meanwhile, back on a remote planet, we get to see how Murno is then shielding himself from the amount of pressure that Vegeta is creating, and with Murno anticipating Vegeta's next transformation, he then went along to ask, "What kind of power is this? Where is he getting all of this energy from? Troublesome little worm." And as Vegeta is shown transforming, his hair is getting longer, his muscle mass is beginning to increase in size, and with Murno continuously staring on, he then continues, "No amount of power will save you from what's coming." And you can see how this planet is beginning to shake based on the overwhelming amount of pressure that Vegeta is creating. With Vegeta's aura having to extend far enough into outer space, we finally get to then bear witness to Vegeta's ultimate transformation. With Murno staring on, he then asks, "What is this? He looks different than he was before. His energy is unusually massive. He's merged powers with something, didn't he? Interesting." And with Vegeta having to be shown finally revealing Primal Super Saiyan Blue, he then went along to tell Murno, "Excuse the time it took to reveal this power. I didn't really have too much time to practice this one. Now allow me to introduce you to the ancient power of my Saiyan people, the primal power of the legendary Great Ape condensed and merged together with the powers of Super Saiyan Blue. If you believe the outcome of our battle is going to be the same as it was before, then you are in for a very rude awakening, fallen angel. Suppress yourself to match my power and you will die as an end result. Choose your next move wisely." And with Murno having to acknowledge this, he then asks, "And what makes you so sure that things will be different?" With Vegeta responding, "Because now I have the power to end your life." And Murno's treating this like an absolute joke as he went along to respond, "To end my life? You'll probably kill me with laughter than you ever would with power alone. Your head seems more inflated than it was before, so I guess I'll take you up on that offer and prove to you once again on why you are and will forever be helpless to destroy me in battle, Vegeta." And with Murno then dashing straight towards Vegeta, he then went along to tell him, "Let me show you exactly what I mean, mortal." And the second Murno throws a punch, what Vegeta does is he grabs onto Murno's fist as he went along to utter, "What the?" with Vegeta telling Murno, "Your greatest mistake was giving me time to grow as a warrior. But I wouldn't expect for you to know anything about that. You know nothing about growth or honor." And with Murno held in place, he followed up by having to clench his left arm and having to tell Vegeta, "Your mouth of yours has been more taxing on me than your puny power, mortal. Let me correct that for you." But then, as soon as Murno winds up attempting to punch Vegeta in the face, Vegeta winds up grabbing onto both hands as he then tells him, "It's as I had told you. This time, things will be much different than they were before." With Murno then telling Vegeta, "You're getting carried away as you did before, Saiyan." "Am I?" Vegeta utters. "Let me show you why." And that's when Vegeta proceeded to kick Murno out in the distance by telling him, "On my honor, I will never allow you to disrespect my race or myself ever again. The Saiyans of your former universe could never know of such power as the one I have achieved. And neither can you." As Murno's body is sent crashing all throughout the landscape, all of a sudden, before Murno's body could be sent out flying any further, Vegeta winds up teleporting behind him as Murno's body comes crashing into him, with Vegeta telling Murno, "Your presence will be eliminated from my universe, Murno." But that's when Murno went along to counter by telling Vegeta, "Not if I smash your head in, Saiyan worm. Keep dreaming." And that's when Murno attempted to backhand Vegeta's head off, but what Vegeta winds up doing is ducking right under and delivering a bone-rattling shot to Murno's stomach as Vegeta tells Murno, "Smash my head in, you say? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. For you, that is. Shall we try? And that's when Vegeta winds up grabbing Murno by the face by telling him, let's start by using yours. So clearly enough, Vegeta is demonstrating feats that are far beyond Murno, because keep in mind, Murno is leveling himself out to match Vegeta in this case, but so as long as he does this, Vegeta is going to gain the upper hand unless Murno actually decides to turn it up and show Vegeta the depths of his power. But then, as soon as Vegeta winds up grabbing Murno by the face, he then went along to further drag him down by telling him, I am going to show you what it means to feel the power of a true Saiyan warrior. And that's when Vegeta went along to smash Murno's face down on the ground, but he didn't just simply slam Murno's face down on the ground, but instead, he winded up dragging Murno's body through the entire planet and having to pop out through the other side, which goes as far as to show Vegeta's ruthless tenacity and having to take this battle as serious as he could. And the level of punishment that he's dishing out to Murno now is unlike anything he's done to him before, and with Vegeta popping out through the other side, he then went along to tell Murno, you're nothing but a reject, a washed away relic from a long forgotten time, and yet you speak as if you are the mightiest in all of creation, when that couldn't be further from the truth, coward. And that's when Vegeta winded up kicking Murno so hard that Murno went crashing through the landscape, as Vegeta went along to then comment, you claim you want to rebuild creation by ridding it of the Omni King and all other gods, but you lack the focus to do so. And it's because you can't. Not like this. And being that I will be the last thing you ever see, you will never fulfill that goal. But then the Grand Priest shows up as he garners Vegeta's attention by telling him, Vegeta, remember what I had told you about this power. Remember what I had told you about Murno. The sands within the hourglass must not be wasted. And with Vegeta having to look down on his hands, he then went along to say to himself, I'm not sure how long I have been holding this form, but I never would have imagined to have power like this before. It's almost too overwhelming to fully control. But as Vegeta begins to acknowledge and reassess his power, out of nowhere, a blast comes hurtling towards Vegeta as Vegeta went along to comment, come at me as you'd like, Angel, but your hour has finally arrived. With Vegeta then deflecting his attack, he then continues, masking your power and switching it on and off will be your downfall. But once again, Murno is not having it as he winds up opening a portal behind Vegeta in his attempts of striking him, with Murno attempting to do so and with Vegeta grabbing onto his punch. Murno then went along to ask him, and who are you to be talking down onto me, Saiyan? You're just a pathetic mortal with a short lifespan in this universe while I live on forever. My blood cannot be compared to yours. You are imperfect creatures who will no longer exist in my utopia. But that's when Vegeta went along to ask, is that so, Murno? Well then, as he proceeded to pull him right through the portal, he then continues, stop hiding your true power and show me. And with Murno shown plopping down onto the ground, Vegeta went along to then look down and telling him, face it, Angel, it's over. It doesn't matter what you do, you will never survive what I am now. Now either fight me using your full power and die with a shred of honor to your name, or be erased on your knees like the coward that you are. Now what's it going to be? I know you're hiding something, so if there was ever a time to reveal it, this is it. Now make your move or be destroyed. And with Murno shown having to slowly rise up from his knees, he then tells Vegeta, impressive Vegeta. I knew you'd be the one to shatter my expectations about you, but you're beginning to sound a lot like my father. Don't you worry, I will make my move on you very soon. So I'd say you've gotten the better of me, but now it's time for round 2, but this time, I will be giving you exactly what you've been asking from me. With Murno showing clear signs of irritation after having to be bested by Vegeta in battle by now having to turn to his father in addressing him, Murno further went along to tell the Grand Priest this is all your fault. None of this would ever have been an issue if you had just simply laid down and died. And yet you decided to train the mortal over doing what was right for your own son and former guardian of the 13th universe. And with the Grand Priest looking down, he then went along to respond to him, there is nothing you can say to me that will reverse the outcome of your fate. You will soon be dealt with, and this time, you will not be coming back into existence. That I can surely promise you, with Murno having to point up and responding, and I promise you that I will tear your soul apart once my original body and battle power is recovered and restored. For what you've done to me and for the things you've allowed, I will never forgive you. I will end you forever. And that's when Murno proceeded to fire a blast directly at the Grand Priest, but before Murno's attack can actually make contact with the Grand Priest, what Vegeta winds up doing is teleporting right in front of the attack by telling Murno, "Not while I'm around, you won't." And that's when Vegeta went along to deflect the attack by telling Murno, "Your fight is with me. The Grand Priest is none of your concern as long as I'm here." But Murno's not having it, because what he winds up doing is opening up a portal and then telling Vegeta, "Well then, how about we get rid of you then, since you're really beginning to get under my skin, Saiyan?" And as Murno proceeds to open up a small portal in front of Vegeta by showing his face, he then asks him, "What do you say we kick it up a notch or two then?" And that's when Murno proceeds to attack Vegeta from all corners. There are multiple portals shown opening all around Vegeta as Murno continuously attacks him by telling him, "Oh come on, Saiyan, you were so full of yourself just a minute ago. Am I turning up the fire a bit too much for you? Are you starting to feel the heat?" But with Vegeta beginning to guard himself, he then went along to comment, "Damn it, he's jumped in power tremendously. I can't slip up and let him get ground on me." But that's when Murno winds up teleporting right out of his portal and then having to pop up behind Vegeta and asking him, "Did you really think you were in control of this battle, Princess? Like I said, you got lucky." And that's when Murno winds up kicking Vegeta below by then telling him, "Now down to the ground where you belong, dog." But with Vegeta then having to be shown landing back on his feet, he then went along to tell Murno, "We'll see which one of us will be lying on the ground, coward. Don't assume that I haven't prepared for this." And with Vegeta leaping right back up, he then tells him, "Now allow me to pay you back for that." And that's when Vegeta winds up connecting a very powerful right hook to Murno's stomach, as Vegeta went along to ask him, "Do you feel that? Wasn't expecting for me to bounce back so quickly after knocking me down, did you? It's over. This battle was long over the minute you decided to come to this planet, Angel." And with Murno absolutely taken back by this and having to spit out blood, he then went along to say to himself, "This can't be happening." As he then asks Vegeta, "How did you get powerful this quickly? You are but a mere mortal, gum beneath my shoes. What did that traitor father of mine teach you?" But that's when Vegeta winds up grabbing Murno by the hair and telling him, "He's taught me that despite my level of power, there will always be a higher level above it. And although I'm far from reaching an angel's power, I can as hell contest it. My body had also been hardened by fighting your father until I was nearing death. And because of this, I am able to handle more than before." So it was due to the Grand Priest's training that Vegeta's body is now able to sustain much more damage than how it was before. And even though Vegeta also confirms that yes, indeed, he is far from reaching an angel's power, but it was because of the Grand Priest's training that allowed Vegeta's body to actually get used to all this punishment. And that's when Vegeta is shown just continuously slapping Murno across the face over and over and over again, as Vegeta then tells him, "You dare disrespect me? Do you honestly think I'd ever submit to you to be your little pawn? You disrespect my name by putting my family in danger, nearly harming my children and destroying my planet. How does it feel? How does it feel to be helpless?" And with Vegeta shown smacking Murno, Murno then went along to tell Vegeta, "I'm going to slaughter you, Vegeta, and your family, and I'll make you watch every second of it as you watch them burn." But Vegeta doesn't stop there, because he continuously smacks Murno by then telling him, "As if I would ever let you. To get to them, you will have to get by me, which you never will, I promise you that. I will continue to slap you around until I knock that head clean off your body. Now let's finish this once and for all." But then, that's when Murno went along to stick his hand right in front of Vegeta's face and telling him, "I agree, mortal. Let's." And that's when Murno winds up firing a massive blast directly in Vegeta's face, in catching Vegeta off guard, because the last thing Vegeta was expecting was for Murno to actually go on ahead and blast him from point blank range. And with Vegeta shown falling down on the ground, Murno winds up rematerializing right in front of Vegeta by having to ask him, "Oh, what happened, Mr. Tough Warrior? Didn't you say something about finally putting me down? Ironic, isn't it, how you're the one who's laying down like the worm you are. You were right about one thing. You could never match an angel's power, however, and that's when Murno went along to kick Vegeta further out in the distance by telling him, you did say your body is more hardened for battle. Then let's just see how much it can take, and with Vegeta shown crashing into the distance and having to smack right into a mountain, Murno quickly follows him by then having to tell Vegeta, don't fall asleep on me yet, Saiyan. I have so much to pay you back for. And with Murno shown having to punch Vegeta in the face over and over and over again, he then continues, I'm debating on whether or not I should keep you alive long enough to watch your family die, or smash your face in now and get it over with for good. Now then, puny god, any last words before you die? So much for the quote, mighty Saiyan warrior. Long live the prince of no one mortal. What the? But that's when Murno looks down and noticing how Vegeta has his hands placed on his chest, with Vegeta telling Murno, you shouldn't waste time, Angel. Long live the prince indeed. Gallic Cannon! And that's when Vegeta fires this massive attack that overtakes Murno, and with Murno shown screaming out in the distance, Vegeta in fact has proven that his body is hardened enough to go up against Murno. Despite all of the punishment received by Murno, we get to see how Murno is being pushed back by this blast and having to cry out, I will not be destroyed by you! So Murno is trying his best to push this blast back, but as soon as Vegeta notices this, he then went along to tell him, we'll see about that, Angel. Now let's see if you can survive this one. Now close! And the second Vegeta clenches his fists, the blast erupts, creating a massive explosion out in the distance, and you can see this from space because this blast created such an impact on the planet itself that we get to see from space how this massive crater seems to engulf 1/3 of the planet itself, as Whis himself back on Beerus's planet is able to detect this as he went along to comment, what incredible energy. Vegeta seems to be going all out against my brother, but I sense a disturbance looming. Vegeta appears to be besting Murno, but I'm afraid his power is unstable. Meanwhile, over out on the other side, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and Beerus continue to train, with Goku having to ask Beerus, I take it you want to try and get Ultra Instinct 2 again, is that right, Lord Beerus? With Beerus responding, how about you quit holding back and stop talking and fight, Saiyan? So it's as clear as day that these two are trying to train in being able to further discover their flaws in getting better during the course of this battle, as of course this was originally set up by Whis. With the two having to battle, Goku then went along to tell Beerus, if it means getting stronger to finally put an end to Murno, then I won't hold back. And if you're also planning on tapping back into Ultra Instinct against him, then allow me to push you there, with Beerus having to respond, the only thing you're pushing is your luck in this battle, Saiyan. Focus on the task at hand. With Whis having to observe this, he also went along to comment, I'm amazed at how focused they are in wanting to get stronger to stop Murno, but I'm afraid if we don't take care of this problem soon, then our chances of destroying him will be nearly none. And as we then go back to Vegeta, who was shown patiently waiting to find out if Murno is dead or not, he then went along to comment, that was one of my strongest attacks. There's no way he could walk away easily from that level of attack. I sense something. If I don't hurry up, this power will burn right through and I'll be right back to square one. I can't risk it, and through the smoke we get to then see how Murno erupts in a massive rage-like state and having to cry out, Vegeta! As he then reignites the power of Ultra Instinct, he then went along to tell Vegeta, now you've done it. I commend you in reaching this level of strength and being able to draw out more from me, but this is where you die. Remember when I said I was leveling my power with yours? Well, I got what I wanted out of you without you even knowing what hit you. But then again, I wouldn't expect you to even know. You'll see soon enough. You'll be lucky to survive our next encounter. Now let's see how good you are when I'm using more of my power. With Murno now having to reignite the powers of Ultra Instinct following his initial battle against Primal Vegeta, Murno then went along to shout at Vegeta by asking, do you think this power of yours changes anything, Vegeta? Did you forget who you are when compared to me? You are nothing but a pawn. This level of yours will soon expire, just like your life when I'm finished with you, with Vegeta responding, well then, if you're so sure about ending my life, then why don't you come and try to take it from me? We've destroyed your clones before, and we'll surely do it again. And that's when Murno went along ahead to address his father by then telling him, this is all your fault, as it always was since taking everything away from me when you did. I swear, Father, on my honor, I will tear you to pieces when this is all over. I will take from you just as you have taken from me. As he then went along to point at him, he then continues, I know you're hiding your true power. With everything on the line, why don't you come and try to stop me? I'll tell you why. It's because you still answer to him. With the Grand Priest responding, and what makes you so sure of yourself? You will never see the day where you will touch the great Omni King, so as long as I'm around, and as long as the other angels and mortals like Vegeta are around, you will continue to lose until each of your clones, including your original body, are completely destroyed. Or so you think, says Murno, as he then proceeded to charge directly at the Grand Priest by then telling him, I cannot wait to see the look on your face when I am finally fully restored to my former glory. Then, and only then, I will eat you alive for what you've done to me. There will be no mercy, as the Grand Priest tells him, in case you've forgotten, Murno, I am not your primary enemy at the moment. And that's when Primal Vegeta winds up swooping in from behind and kicking Murno in the neck by asking, what did I tell you about never taking your eyes off me? And that's when Murno braces himself in having to respond, you dirty little creature. Even though you've grown through new levels of power, I am going to burn you out and finish what I should have been when I laid my eyes on you. As he then went along to reignite the powers of Ultra Instinct, he then comments, now allow me to put this primal power of yours to shame and make an example out of you once again, mortal. And with Vegeta charging directly in, he then went along to say to himself, I've got to hurry up and put an end to this before this power runs out. I'm not sure how much longer I have, but now that he's channeled Ultra Instinct onto the surface, this is going to be tougher than before. And that's exactly what ends up happening, because every single time Vegeta attempts to strike Murno, every single time Vegeta attempts to kick Murno, Murno effortlessly dodges him as he went along to ask, you still haven't figured it out yet, have you, Vegeta? You can never win on your own, but you've been providing me with exactly what I needed out of you. As he further proceeded to dodge Vegeta and then grabbing him by the face, Murno then continues, but I don't expect for someone as pathetic as you to understand, Vegeta. I will smash this primal power of yours into pieces. With Vegeta having to say to himself, damn it, I have to act now, because Vegeta is now beginning to understand and be more wary of the situation and the fact that Murno now is getting stronger, his Ultra Instinct is beginning to outweigh Vegeta's primal power, and with Vegeta having to then swipe away Murno's hand, he then tells him, I will not let you make a fool of me again. And once again, Vegeta desperately tries to attack Murno, but Murno once again is simply dodging everything, with Murno having to tell Vegeta, but you've always been a fool, Vegeta. You could have been a god to a new world, a new universe, one where only the strong thrive and the weak perish, but instead, you decided to choose a life of mediocrity. But then, right before he was actually able to connect the punch to Vegeta, Vegeta ends up elbowing Murno by telling him, I picked freedom over slavery, with Murno responding, you picked wrong, Saiyan, as he then uses his hand to bring Vegeta down. By using one of the gravitational techniques he has to his advantage, he then went along to tell Vegeta as he was on the ground, I think it's time we put this bad dog to sleep, eh, Vegeta? I want to hear you beg for your life before I tear your head off your shoulders. Because now this is getting intense, and Murno wants to reassure Vegeta that before he ends his life, he wants to torture him along the way, and with Vegeta shown having to struggle back up, he then responds, I will never force myself into submitting to you. I have to do this for my Bola, Trunks, and my Bulma. I won't let them down, as Murno responds, you're resisting? Do you think your family matters, Vegeta? They do not. The only true thing that matters is the destruction of your entire species in the 7th. And with Vegeta looking up smiling, he then asks, is it me? Or did I notice you tend to turn your Ultra Instinct on and off to preserve yourself? Am I right? "It doesn't matter," says Murno. "You'll be dead either way." But then, Vegeta quickly counters by realizing this opportunity by taking it to kick Murno in the face by telling him, "Think again, Angel. It's best if you keep that power on at all times if you hope to kill me now." With Murno then bracing his body and saying to himself, "That rat baited me, but he's doing exactly what I want him to do. Let's see how much more he can put out before he burns it all away." So, although Murno is on the receiving end of a beatdown, he is using this opportunity to take everything he can from Vegeta as he then went along to stand back up. Murno then asks, "Is that all or is there more? Because it'll be a cold day in hell if you think that'll be enough to destroy me. You foolish, rebellious creature. You have no idea what's coming. Perhaps when this is all done, I will create a new Saiyan race who will thrive in an ever-expanding utopia, one free of limitations and boundaries. And maybe then after, I'll slaughter them all in the name of remembering you for your defiance." As Vegeta responds, "And to do that, first you'll have to make it through me. And if somehow you ever did, then I know that idiot Kakarot would have already found a way to destroy your clones for good, which leaves your original body last for the gods to rip apart. So no, there is no outcome in this situation where you walk away from this with your life. Now, are you going to make your next move, or are you going to continue to waste our time here? Because it sounds like you have nothing left to offer, which means you're finished." And Murno gets very angry because then he went along to respond, "I'll show you who's finished." As he then sticks his hand out, he continues, "You've had this coming from the very beginning." And that's when Murno winds up firing a gigantic blast directly at Vegeta. However, there's a twist because originally, one would assume that Murno is in fact targeting Vegeta, but instead, what he's meant by "you've had this coming since the very beginning" wasn't in direct reference to Vegeta, but instead, that was in direct reference to the Grand Priest, because as soon as the blast is then redirected, Vegeta comments, "What the? It's changing directions," with Murno having to shout, "Now disappear!" And with the blast having to be shown getting closer and closer and closer, finally up in the sky, the blast makes contact with the Grand Priest, and with Murno smiling, he utters, "And that settles that. Dirty traitor," with Vegeta responding, "He actually got him. No. Is he?" Because now Vegeta is beginning to worry on if the Grand Priest was injured or if anything actually happened that further hindered on the Grand Priest being involved in this situation. But through the dust and through the smoke, we get to see how the Grand Priest is still indeed alive, as he tells Murno, "As if your fate has not already been decided, this act will not go unpaid. Where your power ends is where mine begins. Never forget your place in all of this. You have now made the ultimate mistake." With Murno pointing up, he then responds, "And your greatest mistake was turning your back on me when I needed you the most to stand up for me. Your power begins where mine ends? Maybe for now, but it's only a matter of time before the tables are turned. Just you wait." But Vegeta then observes an opening as he went along to say to himself, "There's my opening. Now's my chance. If this fails, then I will have nothing left to continue with." He seems to be distracted. His emotions are beginning to get the better of him. It's now or never. Let's see if this works. As he then further goes on to grab onto his arm, the Grand Priest then tells Murno, "Remember these words, fallen angel. You will be eradicated from the face of existence." With Murno becoming very impatient and very furious with the Grand Priest, he further went along to ask him, "Are you going to engage with me, or will you continue to watch like the coward you are? Or is it because you're afraid? Whatever it is, it won't change the outcome of what I'm going to do to you. Now, what's it going to be? I provoked you, right? Don't you have the need to respond?" With the Grand Priest responding, "And here I expected you to know that I am still not your primary concern. My hand will be used against you in due time. Until then, you have other problems to deal with." And that's when Murno begins to then reignite the powers of Ultra Instinct by becoming even more furious at the Grand Priest by shouting, "Then if that's the case, if you won't come to me, then I'm going to come to you." But then, the Grand Grand Priest so casually swipes his hand down and having to tell Murno, "You will do no such thing, and as a response to your attack on me, you will remain right where you are." And that's exactly what ends up happening, because Murno all of a sudden loses Ultra Instinct and can't move, and responding, "What is this? My body, I'm frozen in place. You dare bind me? You're that scared of me that you restrict my movements? You coward. You spineless coward!" As he then shouts, "I cannot be destroyed. I cannot be limited. I will be freed, and I will get my hands on you, and when I do, I will rip you away from the throne." In displaying such anger and such rage towards his father, but then this was the opportunity, this was the opening that Vegeta had been looking for this entire time, as out of nowhere, Vegeta winds up impaling Murno from behind as he went along to shout, "Royal Sword!" in having to condense all of his energy in that of an actual sword. And as Vegeta impales Murno from behind, he then went along to lean on and in telling Murno, "I told you from the very beginning, Angel, to never underestimate my ability to find a way to destroy you. Does it hurt? That's for endangering my family and threatening death to me and my race of warriors." And with Murno bleeding out and having to be shown bleeding through his chest, bleeding through his mouth, he then utters, "How dare you, Vegeta? You took advantage with the assistance of my father to help you. You coward," with Vegeta responding, "That's right, and I told you before that I will never be your pawn in this game of yours. I am the mightiest Saiyan warrior to ever live, not a slave to a fallen angel. This is where your game ends. For good." And that's when the Grand Priest utters, "This fight is over, child." And with Murno slowly leaning back, he then addresses Vegeta by telling him, "You would have been a god among mortals, the ruler of an entire universe. You refuse to be a pawn, but yet you're a pawn of the gods and Zeno here." With Vegeta responding, "The difference is, I am free to do as I wish, and not be a slave." But sinisterly enough, Murno went along to have a bloody smile on his face by responding, "So this is how it is then, huh? You're all doomed. Do you honestly think this is done? This is only the beginning. I've gotten what I needed out of you. Your graves have already been made," with Vegeta having to tell Murno, "Don't get ahead of yourself, Angel. No matter how many clones you send after us, we'll find a way to destroy them too." "You fool, Vegeta," Murno utters, as he then went along to address his father by pointing up and commenting, "The clones are the last thing you need to worry about here. As long as my original body remains, I will always find a way to come back. Did you think my mission was only to destroy you? It wasn't. If I had killed you, then it only would have been a check mark on the list, but I've been siphoning all of your power each time I fought you." With the Grand Priest asking, "Siphoning power?" as Murno powers up and responding, "Which was why I fought you all the way I did instead of killing you like I could have. Hence why each time I didn't have a use for you and had killed you, Whis or my father had turned back time. But it's over." So Murno insinuates that this entire time he'd been siphoning and taking the power that he needed to bring back to the original, all the while, each time he managed to actually kill Broly, Gogeta, and several other people including Goku in the past, either Whis or the Grand Priest had gotten in his way to further reverse time in bringing them all back to where they were. And with Murno shown having to clinch onto his wound, he then went along to address Vegeta by telling him, "I hold the keys to the gates of destiny, not you. You think I wasn't aware that this power of yours was not fully completed? I was able to read your vitals. I knew you'd gas on me. The Royal Sword, was it? I'll keep that in mind." With Vegeta having to be shown struggling to stand back up, he then utters, "Damn it! He knew. He knew the entire time. You'll bleed out in no time. You are in no position to take another one of those blows, and you know it. Despite this power fading, all I need is one more shot and you're finished." But that's when Murno went along to point at his skull and responding, "But this is where once again I outclass you. Do you think I'm honestly going to allow you to do what you just did to me again? Think again, rats. You are already too late. And with Vegeta not looking to take any more chances and dashing right in, he then went along to shout, "Not until I smash you into pieces, it's not." But then Murno creates a portal behind him and having to respond, "Consider this a parting gift, Vegeta. You may have gotten the better of me now, however, I will see you again. And when I do, I am going to make you regret the day you were ever created." And right before Vegeta is just about to hit him, Murno then vanishes as Vegeta went along to comment, "Damn you, Murno! Get back out here and fight me, you coward!" As Vegeta's body then begins to slide, he then continues, "He's gone! I had him! He was done for, damn it all!" As the Grand Priest is shown having to stare up in the sky, at the sky and feeling something ominous, he then comments, "His energy signal has completely vanished from this dimension. He is severely wounded, and unless he heals himself, this clone will die. I fear that he has gone to feed his original body power and information, which only means that he may get even stronger based on your battle against the clone, Vegeta. Nevertheless, you did good for someone who was only able to use such a power for a short time. But I am afraid that we have no time to rest right now. This is only but the beginning of what I fear to be a great war coming between us all." And with the Grand Priest then having to stare at his hands, he then continues, "Never has any of my angels dared to strike me. Never. And he was the first." As he then clenches his fist, he continues, "This act of defiance will not go unpaid." So clearly, the Grand Priest is absolutely upset. No other angel has ever dared to defy him like this, and being the fact that Murno was the first, it looks like the Grand Priest now does have a score to settle with him, as Vegeta is then shown having to revert back down to base form. He then fell down onto his knees as he went along to comment, "I should have finished him when I had the chance. This power is too much. I need to have better control of it." And with the Grand Priest then approaching Vegeta, he went along to then tell him, "It is unclear of how much time we have left until he returns, but we must not waste it. We will return to the homeworld of your god of destruction, Beerus. I am sensing a great conflict happening throughout the multiverse, not just in this universe. I fear that my actions may be required,
All right,
but
guys, we got a
I
match.
cannot act without the approval of the Omni King. This must come to an end. Come now, warrior. I will heal you and we will make our way back to the others." As only then back with Beerus and Goku, Whis went along to shout, "Time's up, you two." And with Goku and Beerus having to be shown on their knees, Goku went along to comment, "Aw man, we were just getting started too. I can't believe you were hiding this much power from me, Lord Beerus. But I will take what you said during our battle into consideration," with Beerus responding, "When this is all over, I want a real fight with you, Saiyan. But I too have managed to pick something up from you.
Whoops.
We will need it in our battle against the fallen angel." And with Whis shown healing the two, he then went along to tell them, "Now up you both go. I've noticed the two of you work very well together under pressure. Keep that in mind." And with Goku and Beerus having to be shown getting healed, Goku went along to further look up and asking Beerus, "Hey Lord Beerus, do you feel that? Vegeta's power has dropped off completely. He's barely alive." With Beerus having to look up, he then responds, "Yes, and I cannot sense the life energy of the angel either. Which means Vegeta either killed him or he's disappeared." But then, over out in the Dark Dimension, we get to see how the original Murno is standing in wait. As the injured clone emerges out of a portal, the original went along to then comment, "I did not call for you to return this quickly, clone." With the clone Murno responding, "Forgive me for this sudden intrusion, Great One, but I am in dire need of aid. This wound will lead me to bleed out if I am not fully healed. I come to you humbly to ask you for," but then the original Murno then quickly interrupts him by having to turn towards the clone and telling him, "Wounded by a mortal. Did I not share a small portion of my power to you in order to complete your mission? Yet you return to me with blood on your body that isn't even your enemies. You failed me," with the clone having to nervously then tell him, "I had the mortal right where I wanted him. It was the acts of the Grand Priest that stood in the way of me taking the Saiyan's life. I gathered the energy and information on his power as requested by you. This wound comes from the Grand Priest freezing my body in place in order for the Saiyan to make his move. Surely I would have, but then the original interrupts him again by having to tell him, you were detained, bested by a mortal whose powers are incomplete. You failed. Though I believe I may have been too laxed with you clones. It's time we make sure that this mistake never happens again. And as we then make our way back on over to Beerus' planet, with Whis shown having to stare directly up at the sky and knowing the fact that the battle between Murno and Vegeta had concluded, Whis then went along to utter, the battle has ended. Murno has vanished. And I also sense Vegeta's power dropping off significantly as well. I'm not sure if Vegeta had finished him for good or not. If what my brother had said is true and there is indeed more to him than what we are led to know, then this may prove to be more troublesome than expected. This is not good, and with Beerus and Goku doing the same thing, Goku went along to chime in by commenting, if we couldn't destroy him and Vegeta wasn't able to get the job either, then what other option is there at this point? It seems as though each time we destroy one, another one just shows up and takes over where the other left off, as Beerus responds, speak for yourself then, Saiyan. There's always a way, no matter the odds, and I don't expect you to be holding back against him the next time we encounter him here either. Who knows what he's up to, so do not jeopardize this operation with your stupidity or you'll pay. With Goku then asking, what do you mean, Lord Beerus? How would I be the one to ruin this? As Beerus went along to point at Goku and responding, because you're the one who always wants to let the enemy live despite the circumstances faced. You will do as you're told, and if it comes to it, finish what has already been started without holding anything back or helping them gain any sort of momentum, got it? Do not make me warn you about this again, or I'll erase you for good, as Goku responds, okay, take it easy, Lord Beerus. I promise I won't do anything to allow him to get ahead of us. You have my word. You better not, says Beerus, as Whis went along to chime in, now's not the time to be bickering, you two. Our guests have arrived. And indeed they have, as both Vegeta and the Grand Priest have finally made their way back onto Beerus' planet. The Grand Priest went along to announce to everyone, as I expected, you are all still here. Greetings, with Beerus responding, Grand Minister, you're here. With Goku then having to chime in, yo, welcome back, Mr. Grand Priest. Hey, Vegeta, you look different. You're definitely stronger than before. And with Whis having to be shown bowing, he then comments, welcome back, Grand Minister. It is a pleasure to see you here again with us. With Beerus also doing the same thing, he then comments, welcome back to my planet, Grand Minister, sir. But Goku seems to have a lack of respect as he went along to point at Vegeta and commenting, alright, spill the beans, Vegeta. How strong did you really get? I felt your power from all the way over here. Just what exactly did you do to get this powerful? And with Beerus having to grab onto Goku's head, he then forced Goku in bowing and having to tell him, why must you always be this stupid? You idiot! Bow your head before the Grand Priest and show some respect. As the Grand Priest chimes in, although I appreciate the warm welcome, now's not the best time for formalities in this situation. With Vegeta having to respond, he lives, Kakarot. He's been using us this entire time. Before I could finish him off, he vanished, assumingly back to his original body. So he lives. With Whis then commenting, despite the outcome, Vegeta, you have indeed exceeded your previous limitations tenfold. And with Goku putting this into question, he then went along to ask, yeah, you did. So that power of yours, what exactly was it? It felt like God Ki, but different. Did you discover something beyond our blue forms? Outside of our evolved forms in Kaioken, I really couldn't think of anything that would go beyond that besides Ultra Instinct, so was that what it was that you have achieved? With Vegeta responding, it was an Ultra Instinct. It was a level combined with the God Ki of Super Saiyan Blue after I had transformed into a Golden Great Ape. It felt as though I had ascended similar to Super Saiyan, but this power was raw and imperfected. But it was enough to give him the wake-up call he deserved, until he escaped me. This power comes from our people, and I call it Primal Super Saiyan Blue. And with Goku taken back, he then responds, wait, hold on, you transformed into a Great Ape and was able to control and combine it with Super Saiyan Blue? Unbelievable. As the Grand Priest went along to then tell Whis, he has been siphoning power to fuel his original body this entire time. As it stands, the entire multiverse is now threatened. Actions from all of the gods of destruction and their angels must be taken. I'm afraid this may become more difficult to handle than previously assumed. You too, says Beerus, as he then proceeds to walk up to both Goku and Vegeta. Beerus then continues, listen to what I'm about to tell you. In case of a dire outcome involving this so-called original Murno, if I were to fall, do not help me. A god has no desire to be saved by mortals in a time of battle. But be that as it may, for the sake of the multiverse, you will set everything aside and work together in this cause to stop what's coming. I don't care what your history with each other is, disobey our orders and you will never live to see another day again. Just like you did during the Tournament of Power, you will both set everything aside for this. Am I understood by the two of you? Especially you, Vegeta. I don't care how much you cannot stand Goku. You will do what you must to work alongside him to make sure that Murno is destroyed once and for all. Failure to do so will be met by the destruction of you both. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir, says Vegeta. Alright, as the Grand Priest then went along to acknowledge everyone, in order to rid this problem for good, I require you all to be on the same page. Before I take my leave to inform the Omni Kings about the situation, I will attend to make sure this universe is taken care of. As he then went along to spawn a staff and continuing, beginning with this. I believe this belongs to you, Whis. As the Grand Priest then went along to hand over the staff, he then continues, your previous staff was destroyed and spawning a new one only temporarily helped you. Take this. Worry not about the laws of the angels. We shall discuss this at a later time. And as the Grand Priest continues and then having to spawn what seemingly looks like an observational sphere in looking into the other universes, the Grand Priest then continues, as it currently stands, Universe 11 is the second among the 12 to be affected by Murno's presence. Many worlds have seemed to have been destroyed as a result of this conflict. And with Whis doing the same thing on his scepter, he then also went along to chime in. It would also appear that he was there within the 6th and 9th as well. He's been scavenging, as Beerus chimes in, so he's been collecting power is what you're saying, correct, Whis? With Goku responding, and if he's been scavenging for more power, then that will just mean he's going to be even stronger than he was before. Never had there been a time where such action was required, says the Grand Priest, but I need you all to listen very closely to what needs to be done. No matter the odds, you will do what will be needed in order to protect this universe. I shall lift the laws of the angels in order to allow for their assistance in this fight. And with everyone standing around, the Grand Priest then continues, you four will be tasked with defending this universe by any means. As I make my call to the Omni Kings to allow for my actions, each universe will do what they must to defend their worlds and destroy Murno. Hold nothing back, for the fate of everything depends on it. But even as we then make our way back into the Dark Dimension and having to observe the original Murno speak to his clone, he then went along to further glare at him by responding, there will be no room for defective spirits within my mighty vessel. Your purpose has been served. As the original had then proceeded to glare at the clone and having to break his neck right on the spot, he then further proceeded to stick out his finger and responding, I will not tolerate your defiance any longer, clone. And without even breaking a sweat, what the original then does is after he went along to point at the clone and having to blast them into pieces, the original then went along to comment, the hour of punishment has dawned. I've waited generations to seize this moment. I call for the pieces of my spirit to return to me. The great merger has finally arrived. And with portals having to be shown opening all throughout the Dark Dimension, the original then continues, I call for my clones to return to me from the universes in which you have invaded, for the power you have collected, for the knowledge you have obtained. It will now all be one. We will now become one. One mind, one body, one ultimate power, beyond my former glory. And with the original having to be shown extending his hands, we then see in the background how there are dozens and dozens of Murno clones having to be shown standing there. The original then went on to continue, this body and this power will become the ultimate weapon of destruction. As it once was before my exile, we will rip the gods away from their thrones and at last destroy both the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings for what they've done. Now, as I call on you all, the time has come. Merge with me now, and as all of the clones are shown having to descend right into the original then is powered by the knowledge, the energy, and all of the experience collected all throughout all 12 universes, as the original then went on to utter, yes, this power shall become my ultimate weapon. I could never fall. With this power, body, and knowledge, I could never be defeated. I am complete. And as soon as Murno then is shown having to power up in such a way, with all of these clones having to descend within him, the merger of all of the Murnos is now complete, with a massive burst of energy having to be shown within the Dark Dimension. It is only then that we finally get to see how the original Murno is now complete in all his glory, as he went along to then comment, "My former glory has been surpassed. I am whole." And as Murno's hands then begin to glow as he goes on ahead to put them together, Murno then continues, "And now to begin the slaughtering of the souls within the multiverse. This will be the first." And as soon as then we get to see how once Murno put his hands together, he then immediately went along ahead to literally tear a hole in space-time. As he further went along to stare back out at one of the universes, Murno then comments, "My wrath shall be echoed, and your blood will be spilled." And so it starts. I wonder which universe I've managed to cross into. No matter the number, I will make an example with their screams. You all had this coming, and as soon as Murno is then shown having to step through, he then utters, "Let's proceed." As the portal then goes on to close behind him, Beerus, Goku, Whis, the Grand Priest, everyone then is absolutely at awe in the fact that they're able to detect something within the present multiverse right now, something that seems to have garnered their attention. As Whis then begins to shake, he then utters, What horrifying power! How could he have acquired this much energy? He wasn't bluffing when he said he was preparing." As the Grand Priest responds, "He's arrived. But he is not in this universe just yet. He has traveled to another one of the 12. And so it has come to this. And so it shall begin." As only then, the Beyond Dragon Ball Super story of Murno vs. Universe 7 manga series then comes to a close. Now, for those who are unaware of the backstory behind all of this, as you guys can see on screen, you guys can go on ahead and check out the 2 manga series that we have going on the channel, that being the story of how Murno had started, and the side story of Murno's invasion within Universe 7 in battling against Broly, Goku.
Hey everyone, it's me, Goku! Don't forget to subscribe to Unreal and Gaming. Here, you'll find the latest Dragon Ball news and content. Also, don't forget to like the video and follow Unreal on both Instagram and Twitter.
Kakarot! You, Kakarot, you will be the first to turn on notifications. And give this video a like right now, or else I'll destroy you!
As the once former governing angel of the now destroyed Universe 13, Murno now looks to seek out his revenge in wanting to now wipe out the very totality of existence itself following his original exile eons ago. Murno now for billions of years had been plotting, waiting, and orchestrating a master plan in looking to take down both Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. The story of Murno's ultimate revenge comes from a perspective of pain, suffering, greed, betrayal, and more importantly than anything else, power and the lust for the very power power that Murno is now seeking, in wanting to shift the balance of all of reality to suit his own liking, our story now tells the tale of a once existing angel that was on the side of good, who had ultimately fallen out of grace due to his own lust and envy, in ultimately wanting to become something that he was never ever destined to be, as right now we tell the tale and the final story of Murno's ultimate revenge and final battle against the multiverse. Now, before we dive any further into this video, if you are new to the channel and of course have a love and passion for all things Dragon Ball related, including its manga, anime, video games, fan animations, fan mangas, and more, in which would also like to be kept up to date with everything in regards to the Dragon Ball Super manga, the Dragon Ball Super anime, Dragon Ball video games, and any and all additional content within the Dragon Ball universe, then I do encourage you guys to head on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications by clicking on the bell icon to always be notified whenever a brand new video is posted onto the channel, as well as giving this video a big thumbs up by slapping that like button down below if you guys are simply excited to see what the future holds for the Dragon Ball franchise. And with all that being said, I want to thank you all so much for your time, thank you all so much for supporting the channel, and now let's dive straight into the video. As the story of the original Murno opens up with the Grand Priest being shown on Beerus' planet alongside both Goku and Vegeta, and from there being shown having to look up in the sky and now sensing that Murno has indeed entered the multiverse, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, "The process is complete. Murno, the once guardian of the former 13th universe, is reborn. His presence can be felt all throughout the 12 universes. I feared this day would come," he adds, "but now I see what must be done. This was never intended to happen," the Grand Priest says, "and from what I'm sensing, his heart is overwhelmed by rage and hatred. I sense both a great loss and burning desire at getting revenge settling in. He is too far gone to be reasoned with," he adds. "I can't sense his power or life energy," Beerus adds. "Can you, Whis? Has he truly transcended beyond what he was?" As Whis went on to respond, "It's more than just transcending. It's as though he is an entirely new being, a soulless one," he adds. "This is how I remembered him by, except he wasn't consumed by this darkness and hatred." "So how strong do you think Murno is now compared to how he was before?" Goku asks. "I can't seem to feel his energy at all. You think he truly is everything he said he was going to be?" By the expression on Whis' face, Vegeta adds, "I'd say we are not going to be dealing with the same person, Kakarot. There's no telling what we are in for once we run into him again. We are going to need to give it our all if we even hope to survive, let alone beat him," he adds, "especially if his clones were difficult to deal with, let alone his true body. I don't like this," Vegeta says. "This might be one fight we cannot win, Kakarot. Wait, so if his true power and original body is now restored, then where exactly is he?" Goku asks. As in the meantime, with Murno then shown having to exit through the dark dimension and now having to enter Universe 8, it was during this point in time where Murno had finally gone in initiating his plans and seeing it through, as he then went on to comment, "Now to begin, Universe 8 will be the leading example of my judgments. I sense a universe teeming with life that has no purpose to exist in my world. These mortals here don't pose any threat to me," he adds, "and to think these gods would rather choose to protect these creatures over their own kind. It's been generations since the last time I came into this universe. Look how far it's fallen. Pathetic. It's time to purge you from this paradise you call life," Murno says. "Your loss of life will not be remembered. Let this be an example to the gods." As with one simple glare, what Murno had gone and doing was Murno was then shown wiping out multiple planets just by having to simply exist. As Murno from there went on to continue, "The loss of billions doesn't come close to the exile I've faced. To be condemned for wanting better. No, it will be you who will be condemned," Murno says. "It's been a very long time since I was able to do this. By only using a small portion, let's see how many will fall," Murno adds. They brought this onto themselves, as out of nowhere what Murno had gone and doing was Murno from there had taken initiative in firing a gigantic blast deep into outer space, and going as far as to wipe out trillions of life forms by blowing up hundreds of planets. As even the Grand Priest was able to sense this on Beerus' planet, that's when Whis went on to walk on over by asking, "Grand Minister, do you also sense this great loss of life in the 8th? "I do," Whis says the Grand Priest. It has begun. I wasn't expecting for him to enter Universe 8, but rather come here first. But why? There must be a reason for this, the Grand Priest says. As hundreds of different planets are then shown being destroyed in Universe 8, it was only from that point on where a voice went on to ask Murno, and just what the hell do you think you're doing? As from behind Murno, we then see how both the Universe 8 God of Destruction Liquior and his angel Korn had then confronted Murno. As Liquior went on to continue, how the hell did you manage to come into this universe undetected, he asks. You will not go any further. This ends right now. As Murno went on to respond, your threats mean nothing to me, Destroyer. Hello, Korn. So it is true, Korn says. Murno. But how? How are you alive? So that's him, huh? Liquior asks, the one the Grand Priest warned us about. It's been far too long, Murno says. Surely you haven't forgotten about me, have you? You seem to be doing well for yourself. Tell me something. How has your position been treating you in this universe? I ask because there won't be one once I'm done here. The last time I saw your face, you stood in silence and watched me suffer. Don't do this, Murno, Korn shouts. This is not the way, my brother. Think about what you're doing. Grr, there won't be a universe, huh? Liquior asks. Not if I don't see to it to end your life, there won't. You're no angel. You disgraced your title a long time ago. I'm calling your bluff. Then if you're bold enough to call my bluff, Murno says, come stop me then. I will enjoy ripping you apart and making you into my first example, foolish animal. Pathetic, huh? That mouth of yours will be the first thing I detach from your face. You will not disrespect me. As Liquior from there was shown dashing directly towards Murno, as from that point on, Korn had begged Liquior not to do this, as Korn went on to shout, do not engage! But Liquior did not listen, because as Liquior went on to punch Murno in the face, this had absolutely no effect on him, as Murno was barely shown even having to flinch, as Liquior went on to respond, no way. So as a response, what Liquior does is he still attempts to attack Murno anyway, as Murno went on to tell him, your attacks are a joke. As within that very moment, out of nowhere, what Murno had done was Murno had gone in simply having to glare once at Liquior, which turned out to be more effective than meets the eye, as Liquior's body from that point on was shown crashing through multiple different planets, and even shown getting blown right past his own angel, as from that point on, Murno went on to get behind his brother by telling him, don't assume that you will be exempt from this punishment either, traitor. As with one unexpected and brutal backhand to Korn's face, Korn's body was then shown flying out into the distance, as Murno wanted to emphasize his pain by then telling his brother, your loyalty to that ridiculous child Zeno will cost you dearly. You could have made a difference. You all could, but now I have become the difference maker, and there will be no mercy. But then, to the surprise of Murno, Liquior had returned and teleporting in front of Murno by telling him, I agree, there will be no mercy, he says, Hakai! But to the horrifying shock of Liquior, the Hakai technique did not work at all, as Liquior stood there shocked by responding, it's not working, why isn't it working? This isn't possible. As out of nowhere, it was now Murno's turn in attacking Liquior, as Murno went on to uppercut Liquior in the stomach by telling him, your failure shouldn't come as a surprise when faced against a superior life form. You had your chance, puny destroyer. My power has no limits. As Liquior went on to cough up blood by asking, what are you? Let's lead by example, Murno continues. This technique was fumbled around by the entity known as Goku Black. Let's make use of this properly, as Murno had gone in spawning 2 energy blades and then being shown slicing off Liquior's arms. It was only from that point on where Murno went on to tell him, beginning with your arms, these in which were used against me will be taken away, he says. If one chooses to live by the sword, then you will be held to die by the sword, destroyer. As with Liquior shown screaming in absolute agony, it was only then where out of nowhere, Korn had attempted in striking Murno from behind, but Murno was in fact fast enough in having to quickly move out of the way, as Korn went on to shout, stop this! You will not, Murno! No, Korn, says Murno, I will not. You will wait your turn once I'm done. As again, with one simple punch to the face, Murno had gone in knocking his brother deep into outer space by telling him, ironic how you choose to fight for the destroyer, but never bothered to fight for me when I needed you the most. It's as I said, you will wait your turn. As with Murno then shown turning around and then grabbing Liquior by the neck, he then went on to tell him, now back to you. Do you know why this is happening? Because it's destiny, Murno says. I hold the keys to both life and death. Not you. I am going to bathe history with your blood. Disgusting placement holder, you had no purpose. And those with no purpose don't belong here, he says. So here's a parting gift, Murno adds, a token for your defiance. History will remember you as being the fool who believed he could have made a difference. Now disappear from existence, Murno says. As with one gigantic blast, Murno had gone in doing exactly what he had said, and that's completely go as far as to wipe out the Universe 8 God of Destruction for good. As from that point on, with nothing remaining, that's when Murno went on to continue, not a trace remaining. The beauty of death will never cease to amaze me. Did he truly think he stood a chance against what I am now? I am beyond the simple power these destroyers possess. As Korn went on to utter, Murno, what have you done? He's gone. The God of Destruction is really gone. Murno, how could you? How could you do this? And now, brother, it's your turn, as promised. Why are you in such a loss for words? Did you not think this day would come? Did you not think I was going to return? Why are you not active, Murno asks. Your destroyer was killed. Your duties are over. How are you still functioning, he questions. As an angered Korn went on to respond, you will not get away with this. You know that, don't you? I will do what I must to protect this universe. I am active because the Grand Minister has lifted the laws of us angels. We are permitted to do what we must in order to see this through against you. Interesting, Murno responds. So the Grand Priest calls for his children to be slaughtered instead of facing me directly. Cowardice, he says, but then, out of nowhere from behind Murno, multiple space cops were then shown appearing as they went on to tell Murno, you are under arrest. There he is, right there, target locked, fire, fire, fire. As we then see how all of these ships had gone in firing multiple attacks at Murno, but with Murno shown creating a barrier and once again turning around and glaring at the ships directly, none of this had happened to have phased Murno in the slightest, as these individuals were then shown getting killed. As Murno's actions from here on in were enough to warrant a response from Korn, that's when Korn was shown dashing towards Murno directly by telling him, that's enough! I cannot let you destroy what remains in this universe. And you think you will stop me how, Murno asks. As with Murno then shown having to move back and avoiding Korn's staff strike, that's when Korn went on to tell him, I will do what I must. Do not force my hand. You will stop this and face the Grand Priest. But despite what it was that Korn was saying, Murno had gone and grabbing onto Korn's staff by telling him, you and I both know that that won't be happening, Korn. You will stop, Murno, Korn shouts. As from a close enough distance, Korn attempted to blast Murno in the face, but with Murno shown being fast enough and simply having to move his neck and avoiding the attack, back on Beerus' planet, the Grand Priest was then beginning to sense the fight involving Murno and Korn. As the Grand Priest went on to respond, I feared it would come to this. A battle between angels was always forbidden, but to ensure victory, they must do what is needed to protect their positions as angels as well as defending their universe. I sense the battle shifting in Murno's favor, he adds. Korn must hold on long enough for the Omni Kings to grant me approval to intervene. But I fear by then, he continues, it will already be too late. As Whis went on to ask him, he will kill him if this goes on. Are the others aware of Murno's arrival? What are we to do if we are not able to be given access to intervene? They are all aware of Murno's presence, but are not aware of his sudden entry, the Grand Priest says. I will go and contact them now. If I am unable to sway the Omni Kings into stepping in, then the fate of the multiverse rests on your hands, he says. The hands of both the destroyers, mortals, and angels. I trust that whatever happens, we cannot lose the Super Dragon Balls either, the Grand Priest says. In case something happens, they must be gathered to reverse Murno's destruction. As the Grand Priest was then shown using his staff, in going as far as to contact all of the other universes alongside with their destroyers and angels. Before having to do so, that's when the Grand Priest went on to continue, and if we lose those, there is no telling what the Omni Kings will do, which is best to keep them from knowing about Murno for now, he adds. If the Omni Kings were to engage, then they will certainly erase everything at once and leave nothing behind, which is not what we want, the Grand Priest tells Whis. Rulers of the universe, the Grand Priest shouts, both destroyers and angels. I call upon you all during this darkest hour. The fallen angel of the once 13th universe, Murno, has returned. His very influence is causing an imbalance within the multiverse. He has been restored to his former glory, he says. I call upon you all to do what is needed to protect your universe. The law of the angels has been lifted in order to grant you all with the permission to fight in defense of your universe, he continues. The balance of all creations lies in your ability to do what you can to protect it. Murno has entered the 8th universe and is battling the angel Korn. Its destroyer Liquior is dead. You are to stand your ground against him at all costs, the Grand Priest says. I shall see to it that the matter is dealt with by speaking with the Omni Kings. No matter the situation, do what is needed to aid and protect each other as equals, with Beerus then responding, that stupid Murno is really going to force me to work alongside Champa in this? It's not like we really have a choice at this point, my lord, Whis says, especially compared to what Murno is now. He's not the same person as he was before, as we only then take a look at back in Universe 11 in seeing how Jiren was clutching on to Belmont's garment after he was training with Margarita. As the Grand Priest went on to continue, protect the Super Dragon Balls from having Murno obtain or destroy them at all costs. I trust that you all will band together during this hour and fight as one. May you all do your absolute best, he says. This sounds really bad, Vegeta, Goku says, but it looks like we have no choice here. We've got to use everything we have against him. But will it be enough this time, Vegeta asks? As Whis went on to chime in, I'm afraid not. However, in case of an emergency, you must have a backup plan if you two were to fall to him. Having a backup plan is better than fighting blindly, Whis adds. I need you both to extend your hands to me. You will need these in case things get tough, he continues. I count that you will both use them at the right time. As Whis went on to spawn a set of Potara earrings in each of their hands, it was from there where Whis went on to continue. Now they may appear to be just regular Potara earrings, but they are not. This pair does not crumble under the pressure of power, which means no matter how high you go, you will not be defused. I went on to seal them using a small portion of my angelic power, which means you can fight to your heart's content. They can absorb as much power as you can put out, he adds, and will not separate you until the hour is up. Consider these angel Potaras. As Goku went on to respond, whoa, angel Potaras? So me and Vegeta won't have any issue like we did against Zamasu? No, Whis says, you will not. What's also unique is they are able to absorb passive power that's given to it, but only if needed. It's better if we keep these close, Vegeta, Goku says. In case we need them, we wouldn't have to waste any time looking for them. You're lucky I'm even considering this, Kakarot, Vegeta says. The message is delivered and my time here is up, the Grand Priest says. I trust you will fight to either destroy him or hold him off long enough for my return. We will not meddle with time. That will be my duty, he says, and I will see to it that it is done the right way. May you honor your titles and do what is needed. I will see you all very shortly. And as the Grand Priest was then shown taking his leave, we only then go back to Universe 8 and seeing Korn get beaten around by Murno, as Murno then went on to ask him, do you remember the beatings I used to give you when we trained to become attendees? Look how far you've fallen. Do you regret your choices now, Korn? As with Murno then shown getting behind Korn and grabbing him by the back of the neck, he then went on to continue, you're one of the more interesting ones. Allow me to employ this technique, he says. Something I picked up from the mortals that could be of use. Your power. Give it to me, Murno says. To where as Murno was shown having to drain more of Korn's power, that's when Murno went on to tell him, a useful ability once used by a mortal named Moro. You won't be needing this. Do you feel that? Are you wondering why you are unable to move? Not only am I removing your power, but I am also using a deadly nerve paralyzing technique to hold you in place. Your time as an angel is up, Murno says. May you serve as the ultimate example to show what happens to traitors, Murno shouts. As within that very moment, once again, Murno had gone and spawning yet another energy blade, and from there being shown slicing Korn's body in half, as both Whis and the Grand Priest were able to sense this. With Korn's body being held in place as blood is dripping all throughout space itself, that's when Murno went on to tell him, you pathetic, dirty, backstabbing fool, does it hurt? Well, now that half of you is gone, allow me to take care of the rest. A message to the multiverse, Murno says. There will be no mercy. To where, shockingly enough, within that moment, Murno had gone to do the exact same thing that he had done to Liquior, and that's carry on by blasting Korn's body into pieces, as Murno from there went on to continue, music to my ears. Now then, 1 down, 11 more angels to go. These traitors had this punishment coming, Murno adds. To think that I am in the wrong. Me. I had everything taken away, and for what, Murno asks? This world is nothing but evil, and my own evil just happened to manifest because of it. Because of the circumstances of your actions, not mine. There is only one thing left that needs to be done, Murno says. This universe must be erased. In which, as Murno had then gone and spawning a gigantic energy blast up above him, he then went on to continue, the sins of its god, the sins of its angel, and all creatures who stand in the way of my revenge will be eliminated. Let this universe serve as an example to those who dare stand in my path, Murno adds. It never should have ended this way, but it must, and it will, he continues. You took everything away from me. Everything I built and protected was ripped away from me, and now it shall be taken away from you. I warned you that this was coming, Murno says. I warned you that I would come. But this will not end here. This is simply one of 12 to fall. Enjoy the fireworks from your sheltered world. As Murno was then shown creating a portal behind him, and from that point on, Murno had gone and throwing this gigantic ball of energy directly at the center of the universe by responding, let this be the final nail in the coffin of this universe. To where as soon as Murno had then gone and making his exit and turning back one more time, before the entire universe was then shown getting erased, that's when Murno went on to comment, you've had this coming. To where it was only then from that point on, we then see how Universe 8 was then destroyed, as even the Grand Priest could not believe this, as the Grand Priest comments, certainly he didn't. Oh no, he says, Murno, what have you done? Vegeta, look, Goku says, something's happened. Look at their faces. I've never seen Whis act this way before. With Vegeta responding, I see it too. Hey, what the heck just happened? What did Murno just do? As right before taking off and going back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest had then gone and spawning all 12 universes above him, and going as far as to address the issue by responding, I no longer sense either the God of Destruction or the Angel of Universe 8. In fact, I no longer sense the universe in existence either. One of the 12 universes that currently stands, it would appear as though with Murno's return, he went on to destroy one of them. There is but darkness that remains, the Grand Priest says. All traces of life have been destroyed. It's as though Universe 8 has never even existed. An unforgivable act, he says. The Angel Corn approached Murno with the intent to bring him to justice rather harm, an act that he paid with his life. This further stands that Murno cannot be reasoned with nor apprehended. Murno must go on to be destroyed, the Grand Priest says. Was he challenged in any kind of way, Beerus asks? Yeah, did anyone try and stop him, Goku asks, with the Grand Priest responding, I'm not sure what happened, but I can only assume that both its God of Destruction and Angel attempted to do what they could in order to see the situation through. I sensed conflict, which means they attempted to fight, and had ultimately failed. I am to return to Zeno at once, the Grand Priest says. He cannot be made aware that universes are being destroyed, otherwise he will go on to erase everything as we know it, just as he had once done before. I am to ask for my request to use my power to end this. Do what you can, the Grand Priest says. Do not attempt to capture him. It will only lead you down the same path it led Korn. Fight to protect and fight to destroy. I will return in the meantime, the Grand Priest says. I will employ my skills to do what is needed, Whis says, but I must know, if we are to fall, could there still be a way to see this through? If the Dragon Balls are protected, could they be used to restore the lives Murno has ripped away? What if he were to destroy those in the process? With the Grand Priest responding, if you were to fail, then there are only two who stand in his path, myself and the Omni Kings. If one of the 7 Dragon Balls were to be destroyed, then there is no way to reverse the damage that Murno has caused. From what I'm sensing, Murno is far beyond any of my children and any destroyer and mortal I've seen, but he is not invincible. Murno is beatable, but it will not be easy to do. Let's not forget he stood as my mightiest angel, he adds, and although he is mighty, hope still remains, he says. There is still a way to win, even without me, but your greatest chance lies with me by your side. Remember what's on the line, the Grand Priest says. I bid you all a farewell for now. To where as soon as the Grand Priest was shown leaving, an irritated Beerus went on to respond, damn this angel. Beyond any destroyer, huh? We'll see about that. I will not be made into a fool by him again. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, what are you two planning? If he were to come here next, what's your strategy? You better not mess this up. As Goku went on to turn towards Vegeta in responding, to be honest, I don't think we have one. Hey, Vegeta, I think it's best if we go back to Earth and let everyone know what's going on. Good thinking, Vegeta says. We may need them in case we aren't enough. It won't be much, but it's the best chance we have. I would encourage you to put all of your differences aside, Whis says, and get whoever you can to aid us in this battle. Anything less and our chances will fall short. As Beerus went on to chime in, this includes Frieza too. Don't go fighting each other until we made sure that Murno is dead. Well, grab on, Vegeta, Goku says. We'll see what we can do, Lord Beerus. Let's just hope that we can get everyone to be on the same page. We'll be back shortly, Vegeta says, to where as Goku is then shown using instant transmission, Beerus went on to further emphasize by shouting, "You better, and no fighting amongst each other." So he destroyed the universe like that. When we were fighting him here, although he was stronger than us, you were able to hang in there, Whis. So why is it different now? Tell me, what makes him so scary that we need to fear him now? As Whis went on to respond, well, for one, this is Murno's true angel form from what I remember him by. And the other is that his true power before he was taken down has been restored. And what makes him so dangerous now is that he is not holding back. Murno was the first angel that was born and trained by the Grand Priest. He was also the first among the angels to approach his level of power. Although at the time he was still nowhere near the Grand Priest, but there was no doubt that he was on that path. But this was before his heart turned black and before this hatred he has. So there's no telling how powerful he truly is. As Beerus responds, "Great. It's bad enough that I nearly died before. Whis, we need to come up with a plan. He could be on his way to us right now as we speak. We can't take any risks." As in the meantime, with the Grand Priest shown returning back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest then went on to comment, "This entire situation could have been avoided a long time ago if you had only accepted your fate, Murno. I will do what must be done in order to see this through to the end, but not without getting approval in order to do what I must," he adds. "I can only hope the others will take care of him before my arrival. But even then, I'm not sure if I will be given the permission I need to do what I must. I must reason with the Omni Kings accordingly." And as the Grand Priest was shown having to enter the throne room, it was only from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to greet the Omni Kings by commenting, "Greetings, almighty sires. It's the Grand Minister. Have you come to play?" "I'm afraid not, your majesty. I humbly come to you during this dark hour to ask you for your approval on a matter that requires my presence. This request comes as an emergency," he says. "An emergency request? Did something happen? What is your approval for?" the Omni Kings ask. As we only then make our way back to Murno, and seeing how Murno had now once again entered another universe, that's when Murno went on to make his exit by responding, "But of course, Universe 3, home of the technologically advanced super fighters of the cosmos, home of its destroyer Moscow and my brother Kapari. Traitorous fools, do they honestly believe machines will be enough to save them from what's coming? Pathetic. These warriors spawn from scraps of metal and wires. We have nothing in common," Murno says. "Now let's see," Murno says. "Where are you? I sense a collective of energy signals ahead, including my brother and his destroyer. So, you've prepared for me, is that it? They must have been informed by the Grand Priest of my arrival," Murno says. "No matter though, I will hunt them all down if it's the last thing I do. And these worlds around me, they are unworthy of such divinity. They are unworthy of existing in my world. Let them all be purged," Murno adds, as once again, as soon as Murno went on to open his eyes, we only then see how once again hundreds of planets within the blink of an eye are then shown being destroyed, as in the meantime we then see how both Kapari and Moscow are seemingly enough gathering the Universe 3 fighters together, as from that point on, Kapari went on to address everyone by responding, "Moscow says that no matter what happens, he wants all of you to employ and use everything you have in this fight. We will be aiding you in the meantime." But then, all of a sudden, Kapari went on to hear a very familiar voice. As Murno had now finally found his way to both the God of Destruction and his brother, that's when Murno went on to respond by asking, "And just what exactly do you hope to accomplish with those pathetic weaklings by your side?" "That voice," Kapari says, and as soon as Kapari went on to turn around, he was only then met by none other than his older brother Murno, as Murno went on to tell his brother, "It's been a long time, Kapari. sorry. How could I ever forget? You were one of the ones who called for my exile. I hope you know that you are about to get what you had coming for a very long time. So I see you assembled an army of machine mutants to stop me, Murno says. Well, just so you all know, you will all get what's coming. Every single one of you. So then, which one of you lambs is the first to be slaughtered, Murno asks. The shepherd has come home, and now it's time for the cattle to be exterminated. As in the meantime, back within Universe 7, we then go to Earth and seeing how all of our warriors have now finally gathered together, and further having to discuss the overall situation as Piccolo went on to chime in by telling everyone, I really can't tell you what's going on here, but this is most definitely a difficult situation to be in, especially given our power levels. Do you think that Murno fellow is really dead? Android 17 asks, as Gohan went on to respond, to be honest, I'm really not sure. Dad said that before Murno blew himself up, he vowed to come back after his original body was reconstructed, so I'm not really sure what's going on here, he says. Hey, Goten, Trunks says, that means that as soon as that Murno dude comes here, we'll have a chance to fight him using our fusion and show him who's boss. As Goten responds, hey, yeah! And then we'll show everyone our new moves too, as next to them we then see how Frieza went on to overhear this by laughing at them, as Frieza went on to further make a mockery of both Goten and Trunks by telling them, you little brats truly think you'd survive 10 seconds in a fight with the fallen angel? Ha! Monkey see, monkey do. You little idiots wouldn't even be able to flick his hair, let alone touch him. Your little fusion wouldn't matter, and it never will, he says. Not with power like mine to stand in its way, you Saiyans should really know your place in this. It's better to reserve your death wish, he adds, because once this is all taken care of, I will be the one to slay you all, Frieza says, just the way it should be. Once I'm done with your fathers, you're next. But who to destroy first? Vegeta's annoying little offspring or Goku's disgusting little clone? As out of nowhere we then see how both Goku and Vegeta have finally arrived from Beerus' planet, as Goku went on to inform everyone by shouting, hey everyone, sorry we're a little late. We were a bit caught up on Beerus' world, but it's great to see you all here, he says. We really don't have a lot of time here, so it's better to inform you all of the situation before it's too late. Glad you're back, Dad, Trunks shouts. Yeah, you both look really strong, Goten says. Have you been training? You look like you've improved, Dad, Gohan says. It's great to see you again, so why'd you call us here for? As Goku went on to respond, well, what I'm about to tell you all is very important and needs to be taken as seriously as possible. I wouldn't have asked you all to come here if it wasn't an emergency, but we have a big problem on our hands and we need you all to be on the same page. So here's what's currently going on, Goku adds. Murno is back, only his original body and power have now been fully restored. He isn't the same person we fought here on Earth or on planet Vampa, he adds. He's more powerful now than any of us could ever even dream of. And thus far, he went on to make his first move. He went out of his way to completely wipe out Universe 8, Goku adds, along with both its God of Destruction and Angel within it. I called you all here because we need all that we can get our hands on to stop him. Something's better than nothing, Goku says, and we need you all to fight no matter the odds. If he were to come here next, then there's no telling what would happen. But I know we can't beat him alone, or at least like this, so we need you. Right now, me and Vegeta are Universe 7's best chance. However, we aren't stronger than Whis, and Murno is, and if Murno's stronger than Whis, then we stand no chance, Goku says. But that can change, and in order for that to change, we need everyone on the same page. His clones were somewhat manageable, Vegeta adds, at least now, but this Murno is the real deal. So we need to get stronger if we are to have any chance of beating him, as Piccolo went on to step forward by asking, but if you're saying that Murno's already stronger than Whis, and the two of you aren't stronger than Whis, then what chance do we really have? As Goku went on to respond, well, we don't know, but we have to try, and the only other way that I can think of in order for all of us to get stronger quickly is in there, Goku says, the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, I can't promise that me and Vegeta could catch up to Whis, but at least we'd grow strong enough to give us a fighting chance in this this battle. This includes all of you. If we stand around and wait for him to come, then he'd likely slaughter us all, he says. The time chamber, Piccolo adds, but all of us can't go inside at once. There's a limit as to how many can be inside. That's true, Goku says, but we can change that if we talk to Mr. Popo and Dende. We're running out of time. It's the only chance that we have to make a difference in this fight. So here's what we're going to do. As all the while back within Universe 3, we only then witness a pile of bodies surrounding Murno as Anilaza was in fact getting ready to strike him, as Murno went on to stop Anilaza's punch midway and having to tell him, honestly now, what a repulsive creature you are, hideous. Your attempts are meaningless against me. My eyes are enough to finish this battle, however, that there, Murno points, that appears to be the source of your power that fuels your body. I wonder what happens if it's broken. To where within that moment, Murno had then gone in shooting right through Anilaza's crystal. As Murno went on to continue, imagine thinking that your combined fusion would even remotely come close to rivaling my power. Serving the gods, are we? This is what you get. This is what happens when you side with your precious god of destruction. To where once again, as soon as Murno had gone in glaring Anilaza's body away, both Kapari and Moscow appeared to be speechless as Kapari went on to respond, Murno, what are you doing? This is not the way of the angels. How could you slaughter them? And how dare you side with children in agreeing with my exile, Murno asks. Weren't you the same one who said that I was the most troublesome of the bunch? You never liked me, brother. Your actions were very clear, and now that I'm here, it's time to get what's owed to you. But it was within that moment where finally the god of destruction, Moscow, was then shown having to exit out of his machine, as Moscow went on to respond to Murno by telling him, you will not destroy this universe any further. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you will get, fallen angel. You no longer have command over your universe, and I will not stand here and allow for you to command mine. Lord Moscow, please, Kapari says, I urge you not to get involved in this battle with him. And why not, Moscow asks, he doesn't look so tough to me. So, the little runt finally decided to leave his mechanical paradise in exchange of losing his life, Murno says. It's been a long time since I laid my eyes on you, Moscow. Still naive and hot-headed as ever, although you stood by and watched me be removed from my throne without anything to say, your duties will not be needed once this is all over, Murno tells him. I will set out to choose new gods of destruction, ones who are more powerful and without contempt. Murno, I cannot allow you to continue doing this, Kapari says. You are making a grave mistake. I do not wish to harm you, but I will do what I must to stop you. But then, before Kapari could even finish, Murno had then proceeded in speed blitzing directly towards his brother and grabbing him by the neck by telling him, is that a threat? And just who do you think you're fighting here? Need I remind you of who I am? Just what are you doing, Moscow shouts. Away with you, Murno responds. As from that point on, as soon as Murno had gone and glaring away Moscow and sending him flying out into the distance, as he from there continues to hold Kapari by the neck, he then went on to ask him, tell me, brother, did you ever expect to see my face again? Certainly you assumed that I was destroyed by our father and those little brats, right? What value does your life have to those who could easily replace you? You acted in vain, Kapari says. You had to be removed before endangering us all. You've already sealed your fate. No, brother, Murno says. You've sealed your own fate when you turned your back on me. Murno, you must be destroyed, Kapari says. Your very existence is a threat to us all. And as soon as Kapari then was shown reaching for his staff, Murno instead had acted quickly and then being shown having to grab onto Kapari's staff by telling him, oh no you don't, not so fast. What did you think? That you were going to use your staff to rid me from this universe? That won't happen. But that's when Kapari went on to break free from Murno's grasp by...
Can you hear me? It's
Flying
Trunks.
Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Gosh, this piece of shit. Guys, I have to go outside and shovel the driveway. snowing like crazy out here.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
What's up, homie? Playing Dragon Ball The Breakers right now. In case you're wondering.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
This guy gave up. Bro, I waited like an hour to find a match. We found a match just for this guy to give up. Piece of shit, bro. Bro, I'm streaming every day. Where have you been? Well, it's nice to see you, dog. Unfortunately, you came at a bad time. This guy gave up. So we have to wait again. This guy lost to Gordo and then he gave up.
Double axe handling his arm and telling him, "The order has been given. I fought you once before and I will not hesitate to do so again. Need I remind you," Kapari says, "that it was I who was able to injure you during our training with the Grand Priest? I haven't forgotten your fighting style. This hatred you have will become your ultimate downfall. I'm ready to lay my life down for this universe." As Murno was shown staring at Kapari's staff, that's when he went on to respond by telling him, "Before I was casted into the darkness, I had one of these, the mighty staff of the angelic race. It's a shame it no longer suits me," he adds, "but will now be used as my weapon of war against you." As through the rubble we then see how the god of destruction Moscow was then making his way towards Murno, in an act of having to feel both embarrassed and tremendous amounts of rage. That's when Moscow went on to shout, "You're going to wish you never came back, Angel. You are but a slave to children who mask themselves as the authority of power in the multiverse," Murno says. "That standard will no longer exist. As once I fell, so falls the god of destruction." As to the horrifying surprise of everyone there, Murno had then gone in using Kapari's staff and going as far as to impale Moscow directly through the chest and then having to hold him up by responding, "What was it you referred to me as originally? The Angel of Lies, was it? I speak no other tongue but the tongue of truth," Murno says. "This will be your fate. However, I will not finish you so quickly, but instead," he adds. As he then proceeded to use the staff in striking the ground below, he then went on to continue, "You are to bleed to death until every last drop of blood has exited your body. Now then, brother, as you were saying, so you believe you possess the knowledge to defeat me, right? Well then, while this god bleeds, let's just see how good your memory truly is. Seems like your friend is in need of your assistance," Kapari, Murno says. "If you don't hurry and save him, your precious destroyer is going to bleed to death. So what exactly are you going to do?" With Kapari then being shown having to literally bleed out and begging for his angel to save him, that's when Moscow went on to utter, "Kapari, help me." "What have you done?" Kapari says. "You're evil. You must be stopped right now. Your actions cannot continue. I will not allow for this to stand." "Then make me," Murno says, as once again Murno had gone in speed blitzing directly towards Kapari by telling him, "Allow me to pay you back for turning your back on me when I needed you traitors the most." As with Murno shown uppercutting Kapari in the stomach, Murno then went on to continue, "Solitude in knowledge. Isn't that what you always stood for, to be one of the most intellectually gifted among our race, yet you did nothing to help me. Let me remind you of who I am, the greatest of the angels, the most ruthless and powerful among the Grand Priest's children. You angels have all become lax in your positions of power, Murno adds, lazy and unwilling to stand for any sort of change, whereas I never was. I always improved, no matter what it was I was doing. You knew this day would come. You knew I'd come for you sooner or later, you rat. As Murno from there was shown having to uppercut Kopari in the face, and then shown stopping his body from flying out any further, and using one of his signature gravity bind techniques to hold him in place, that's when Murno went on to continue, "Oh no, brother. I'm not finished with you. We aren't training anymore. Those days are long behind us. I helped you and watched you grow into being selected to become the assistant of Universe 3, and now I am hereby revoking your duties as protector." As with Murno then shown having to reel Kopari back in, that's when Murno went on to knee Kopari in the chest by telling him, "For the shame you've brought me, for turning your back on me against children, clueless children who see us all as pawns in their game. You would rather protect them when they could end your life at any given moment if they just so choose to. I vowed to return, did I not? You knew that I was able to split my soul into several pieces to survive being erased. So much for your so-called knowledge," Murno says. "How could you be so clouded by your own pride to see what you are doing is wrong?" Kopari asks. "They had every reason to remove you from power, Murno," as Murno went on to ask, "And why? Because I had my own vision of what I believe the multiverse should be, because they found pride in my hearts that it justifies their action. I find your faith in mortals along with these pathetic gods of destruction to be disgusting. You'd rather be told what to do than create your own path," Murno says. "To be told how to think or be destroyed. That method of rulership ends here with me. After splitting my soul, it took me millions of years to collect myself," he adds, "to create clones and become a shell of who I was. In order to grow and seek out greater strength in order to be reborn, did you really think I wasn't going to come back?" With Kopari responding, "Moscow, I'm coming. Please, hang in there. Don't die on me." To where as Kopari was shown crawling, Murno had then gone and stepping on down on Kopari's hand by telling him, "Saving your puppet is not an option for you right now. Murno, you have forsaken your family and have massacred trillions of life forms. No matter how powerful you've become, I will not allow you to continue destroying the multiverse." As in an act of desperation, Kopari attempted in blasting Murno from point blank range, and from there shown creating enough distance and space between them as Kopari went on to lunge forward and saving Moscow by shouting, "I will revive you, Moscow. Hang in there. You will not draw your last breath today." But then, during mid-flight through the smoke, Murno's hand was shown extending on out and grabbing Kopari's leg by telling him, "Yes, he will, and so will you." Impressive. That one actually hurts, but I promise you that you will not be able to do that again. To where while latching onto Kopari's leg, Murno had then gone and slamming his brother down onto the ground by telling him he will remain where he is. He has front row seats to your destruction. In which, as we see how Murno was walking away and dragging his brother with him, he then went on to continue, "Korn was first, and now you will be the second to perish. A message to the Grand Priest that the bell that has been rung cannot be silenced. This world will fall, your destroyer will fall, and you will fall," Murno adds. "I taught you what you know. You cannot escape the reality that you are about to face, but luckily for me, I never taught you everything I know. No. That would have been a problem," he adds. "Throughout my time, I stood against the multiverse's mightiest warriors. As I battled each one, I used them to draw out what I needed from them to seek out greater strength and take it from them. I could have slaughtered them all, but little did they know that each battle was a trap in getting what I wanted from them. To study them before my arrival, to know who was a threat and who was prey. Since my time, Murno adds, I was amazed to see the warriors that were spawned since my departure, and each of them was pushed into giving me what I came there for without them knowing. I was baffled to see them stand as one, to see how despite their odds, they still fought back. It was all but a game to me, he says, and to add on to my fun, I killed in order to motivate them further. To see such mortals reach levels on par or beyond the gods was a testament of why all life must be destroyed and restarted. But even then, to restore the full nature of who I was, I needed to push them into giving me everything I needed, to take their energy and apply it onto myself. And if a mortal or god was destroyed, then it was just collateral damage. My clone successfully destroyed several mortals and gods alike, until of course the angel stepped in to reverse the damage done. But I was watching everything, every timeline, every universe. It was all to be examined and absorbed. So I watched, and I waited. So I fought and I studied, and I experienced to see what I would be facing. That way when I returned, that nobody would stand in my way. And that's exactly what I did. And when I knew my time of resurrection drew closer, I ordered any remaining cattle to be slaughtered. And so I grew in the darkness, Murno adds, watching. I encountered many, good and evil alike, and I drew what I needed from my battles with them, Murno adds. Although a few caught my eye in potentially becoming my next gods of destruction to a new multiverse, their answers were all the same. All I knew was darkness and destruction. My ideas ripped away, my ambitions ripped away, my vision ripped away. Everything I trained for and everyone I was overseeing ripped away. I was lucky to have survived, but I knew it was possible. If I split my spirit into several bodies, then I could not be destroyed. Only the current vessel which has been targeted can be. And since I had to separate my soul into other bodies, my main one was destroyed, and so I began to rebuild, Murno says. You and I both know that Universe 13 housed the greatest warriors and life forms in the multiverse, and because the Omni Kings were in a bad mood, they ripped it all away from me, and then shown tossing me aside like trash, as though I never mattered, as though I was but an insect to them. With those I saw, they turned me away just as the Omni Kings turned me away, just as the Grand Priest had turned me away, and when it's all over, it will all start again, with me as king, with me as its supreme god. One by one, just as mine fell, you will all follow down that path of destruction, every single one of you, until it's all ripped away. A king who is fair and a king who is powerful, one who will give back to those who deserve it and destroy those who don't. I know where the Omni Kings are, and once their playpens are destroyed, they will be next. To destroy them and my father, that is the goal. I fell once before, I will never fall again. On my honor, on my life, I will never see defeat again. How did you come back this powerful, Kapari asks? How were you able to avoid being detected by the Omni King and Grand Priest? By reassembling my soul from the pieces I split in order to reconstruct my original body. I had my clones drain all of the power I needed from the multiverse to feed it back to me. It took millions of years to complete, but my plans never faded. I sealed myself in a realm where no one could look or find me. The dimension of infinite darkness, he adds, a realm similar to the demon realm. And now that I am complete, I have no rival. My body is unbreakable, and along with an unbeatable body, I also possess an unbreakable mind, collected through countless battles throughout the multiverse. The purpose of restarting creation, one that will suit my liking. As Kapari went on to respond, the Grand Priest has already informed the multiverse of your arrival. He is likely now going to also step forward against you, which you know is a death sentence once he arrives. They asked you to relinquish this mindset of domination and pride, Before they took action, they questioned you and you lied. You turned on us before you faced your judgment. And soon, you will face it again, Kapari says. But that's when Murno went on to stick his arm out directly in front of Kapari by telling him his time will come. But in the meantime, it will be you who will face judgment. You have no idea what it took for me to reach this point. Now, brother, any last words? As Kapari went on to shout, "You have absolutely lost your mind, Murno." Poor choice of words. But then, to the surprise of Murno, Kapari went on to slip right through and sliding in between Murno's legs by telling him, "You may be more powerful than me, but I didn't forget what it took to get the better of you. I will fight you to the death to see this through." As Murno went on to respond, "So you increased your speed, so what?" With Kapari shown attempting to kick Murno, with Murno having to duck on under by telling him, "You're fighting a losing battle and most certainly an unwinnable war. You may think you have all of the answers, but you're forgetting one very important thing here," Kapari says, "is that I had also taught you a few things as well." To where, fortunately enough for Kapari, he was then shown actually able to land a clean shot on Murno's face, as even Murno himself was shown a tad bit surprised. That's when Kapari went on to tell him, "You should remember that I have the ability to rapidly increase my movements. You will not destroy this universe," Kapari says, as once again, in an act of having to increase his speed so much so, he then had gone in punching Murno in the face again, only this time Murno went on to stabilize himself by maintaining balance and responding, My, at least you still remember your fighting roots. That wasn't bad. A bit painful, but that won't get you anywhere against me. At least you've proven to me you're more of a challenge than Korn was. But that's not saying much. Are you holding back? Or is this the limit of your power? I wonder." "Interesting," Murno says. "So you say you can increase your movements during battle, correct? Thousands of times, no, perhaps billions of times over, is that right? Well, I could also do the same thing." "You're bluffing," Kapari says. "That is one of my signature moves." But to the shock of Kapari, Murno was in fact actually telling the truth, as Murno went on to ask, "Still think I'm bluffing, you buffoon? I emulated your fighting tactics, remember? Now enough with these games. It's time we turn your lights off for good." As all the while when going back to Earth in Universe 7, Gohan went on to ask, "Do you really think this will help us, Dad? What am I if not even you or Vegeta could take this guy head on and win? Maybe you two should just go and take as much time as you need to get stronger." As Goku went on to respond, "You're still an asset that we need, Gohan. With the right amount of training, you could be pushed into achieving great levels of power that could really help us in this fight. We still need you," Goku says. "You also have a lot of fighting experience that could be useful to us," Vegeta adds. "It's better to get stronger rather than remain where you currently are. At least inside you will be able to go all out against us without the need of holding back either." "No holding back, huh?" Frieza asks. "So this means that if I kill as a result of our training, then it was clearly an accident, right? At least then you wouldn't have to worry about dying in battle against the Angel if you already died against me during our training." As Vegeta responds, "You've got some nerve, Frieza. You are one to talk. We could handle this with or without your help. Nobody told you to come here and coexist with us. You were just a casualty by Murno, who just so happened to have come here after he nearly killed you, so you wanted revenge. Don't you dare for 1 second think that I won't destroy you when we go inside. We've got bigger problems on our hands, and the last thing we need right now is a washed-up emperor who still thinks his destiny is to rule over the universe to get in the way of our mission to destroy this angel. I'm not as lax as Kakarot, Frieza, and you know that. Don't push your luck." "Vegeta, relax," Gohan says. "We still need him." "No, Gohan, out of all people, he's the last one we need right now," Vegeta shouts. "He's only in this for himself, to see to it that Murno is dead so that he could have a chance to go and try and destroy us all later." "Now's not the time though," Vegeta, Piccolo says. "Like it or not, we still need him if we are to make sure this angel is dead. We have to set aside our differences for this. Yeah, look, I don't like Frieza either, says Android 17, but he's still someone that could be useful to us if the Angel were to come here next. I don't like him either, says Android 18, but I agree. He was there to help us before during the tournament, so we need him. Look, you two, Goku says, we can sort this mess out once we're done making sure Murno is gone. But in the meantime, none of us can hope to stand a chance against him like this. So we need to work together just this once. For the sake of preserving our lives here, you know exactly what's going to happen once we go inside that time chamber, Kakarot. This one's on you. I know you want Murno gone just like we do after what he did to you, Goku says, so Frieza, I'm asking you. If it's a rematch you want with either me or Vegeta, you'll get it, but once Murno is gone, as Frieza went on to respond, you Saiyans make me sick. Once this is all over, the two of you are mine. No tricks or any more interruptions. I wasn't planning on seeing or being here until my plans were complete. But Destiny decided to take an unexpected turn, so that's what I want. Your heads on my wall when this is all over. However, while inside, I will refrain from killing the two of you, but I will fight you using everything I have, and I will show you both no mercy. Consider this a favor. That bastard made a fool of me several times, Frieza continues, and even while in my golden form, I was still treated as though I was child's play to him. But no more. Once he dies, you monkeys are next. I will not be humiliated by him again. I am Lord Frieza, the mightiest tyrant the universe has ever seen. I bow to no one, and once I further my evolution, he will feel fury and I will have my revenge. So don't expect anything from me other than wanting to see him dead. That is the only thing we all have in common. And when it's all said and done, I will be the one to give him the final blow. A parting gift for attacking me in space. Yeah, not even my Ultra Instinct did much either, Goku responds. When we were inside of Majin Buu Gohan ads, he took us down as though we were nothing to him too. But it's a good thing that Buu's body was able to take the hits that he did, otherwise we would have been goners. But even then, Buu barely hung in there, even with all of us powering up from within him. After learning that there are levels to Ultra Instinct Goku adds, there was no doubt that his was more evolved than mine was. And I saw that firsthand after fighting him. It was like he was testing to see where I stood with him. He also nearly killed Lord Beerus. It seems as though if he wanted us dead, he could have done it by now, but now that his plan is complete and his original body is restored, we don't know what to expect out of him now. But the Grand Priest did say that although he's seemingly unbeatable, he can be stopped, one way or another. And if we can find any kind of weakness, then we can win, Goku adds. I don't know where he is right now, but I have a very bad feeling about this one. There is no doubt that this is going to be the real deal, but we can't just stand around and argue with each other. We need to train and come up with a plan. Me and Vegeta already have one in our back pocket, but just in case, we'll need to figure out more. So here's what we're going to do. As we only then make our way back to Murno, as Murno was shown having to speak to his brother, Murno then went on to address Kapari by telling him, "Look at you. You've become frail. I find it interesting that you were once close to being the strongest among our siblings outside of myself, but now look at you. Whis put up more of a fight against my clones than you did, slave. Even if I fail," Kapari says, "the end result won't change. You speak as though you've already seen the outcome of this situation, but you will fail. If not by us, then by the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings." As Murno went on to ask, "What do you keep looking at? Still afraid that Moscow will die? He's on his last seconds of life. But you can make a difference, can't you? Your devotion is what I hate the most. How are you more loyal to him than you were to me when I was on my last seconds of life? Because no matter what we would have done to help you, the result of your passion for destruction wouldn't have changed," Kapari shouts. As with Kapari shown trying his best in striking Murno, with Murno shown dodging each and every single one of his attacks, it was only from there where Murno went on to tell Kapari, "How smart of you, brother. Perhaps you are right. Maybe I wouldn't have changed if I was spared. You lose either way. For as long as there is life inside of me, I will fight until my dying breath." What a waste you are, Murno says. To where as soon as we then see how Murno was attempting to strike Kapari with Kapari shown ducking on under, from that point on Murno was seemingly taken back by this as he then went on to ask, how did you see that? As out of nowhere, once again, Kapari was then shown striking Murno in the stomach by telling him, it may have been ages since we trained, but I've always remembered your fighting patterns, Kapari says. It will not be as easy as you thought. But as Kapari went on to punch Murno with Murno having to grab onto his fist, that's when Murno went on to tell him, very good, Kapari. I wasn't expecting for you to remember my movements the way you did. However, knowing how I move will not be enough to stop me. Your attack actually hurt. I felt that in my gut, but that will not be happening again. Tell me something. You claim to remember and know my exact fighting patterns, correct? So then if what you say is true, then you won't have any problems finding out what I'll do next. As out of nowhere to Kapari's surprise, Murno had then gone in shooting out laser beams from his eyes and penetrating his brother's body completely, with Kapari then shown having to hit the ground below. That's when Murno went on to oversee his brother by responding, so much for knowing about when and where I'll strike, he says. This fight is over. You've reached the end of your life, along with the end of this entire universe. This world will be rebuilt. As Murno went on to take flight, he then continues, I will start a new race of angelic beings once I see my plans through. A race who are just as strong and just as noble, never to be led down the path of laziness or betrayal. I was always good to you, brother, but you are as good now as gum beneath my shoes. Your death will be echoed throughout the multiverse, as will the destruction of this universe. You were too concerned about saving Moscow, and this was the price you paid. Worry not, Murno adds, unlike the destroyer who suffered a slow and painful death, I'm going to make this very quick for you. Lord Moscow, I'm so sorry. I will not leave your side, Kapari says. Please, hear my words. Your extinction was inevitable. As Murno was then shown creating a massive energy ball in the sky, he then went on to continue, there will be nothing you can do to survive this. Please, forgive me, Lord Moscow, Kapari says. I did what I could, but I simply wasn't strong enough. I wasn't ready for him. I will not let you die alone like this, he adds. Father, hear my cries. Please, forgive me. We need you. Your power is needed. Stop him in the name of what we live to protect across the multiverse. We plead for you, he adds. Bring us back. Save the lives he threatens to rip away. Please. As with Kapari then shown having to hold on to Moscow's hand as he passed away, he then went on to continue, you were more than just someone to attend to, he adds. You were my friend, Moscow. I will not let you die alone. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for always being by my side. Our death will not be in vain. I promise. To where it was only then, right then and there during that moment, where Murno had gone in firing his attack directly down at them, as Murno went on to shout, this was for ripping my universe away from me. To where as we then see how not only did the blast go on to make contact, but the sheer force of this attack alone was then beginning to destroy the entire universe, as Murno was then shown yet again creating another portal and having to make his exit, as Murno went on to comment, let this be a message that is heard across space-time itself. The bells continue to ring. Open. Take me into another universe, he says. Lead me to one. Let the massacre continue. To where it was only then, right then and there, where we get to see how Universe 3 was in fact then destroyed, as with now a second universe shown having to completely disappear, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, I hear you, Kapari, I am sorry. Another was taken. Universe 3 has been completely destroyed. Erased from the multiverse. What have you done, Murno? I must act quickly, he says. He is beginning to move faster than I imagine him to. I must seal the realms with my power to preserve the lives he's targeting, but it would only appear as though they are not enough. Hold off long enough, he says. These crimes will be corrected. I don't sense his presence, the Grand Priest says. Where did he go off to this time? Whis, did you feel that? Beerus asks. Is it true? It is, Whis says. Moscow and Universe 3 have been destroyed. My brother as well, Murno, was successful. His energy source has vanished, which means he is traveling to his next target, and he's moving fast. So we must prepare then, Beerus says. There's no telling if he will come here or go somewhere else. As during this time, we then see how all of our heroes are then beginning to make their way towards the time chamber, as Goku went on to tell them, I trust that this will work, but I need everyone to be on the same page. This is the best and only shot we have to stand a chance against what's coming. Kakarot, Vegeta says. Do you think this plan of yours will work? With Goku responding, I'm not sure, but it's the only option we have. Alright everyone, we're here. There's no telling what we're about to face, so I expect for everyone here to fight as though you are fighting to kill and survive. We will lay out a few plans and tactics to use in this fight against Murno, so I need everyone to focus. I can only pray that this works, Goku says. We don't have much time, so we can't go screwing around inside. We have 1 hour to do what we've gotta do. So I guess we'll pair off in small groups and come together as the fights intensify and draw closer. We'll need to study one another's movements and attacks and figure out ways to synchronize them if things get a little messy against Murno. Goku, with the amount of people going inside, Mr. Popo says, we can only limit your training for 30 minutes. Anything more and you will all be sealed inside. Do your best, Mr. Popo says. Me and Dende will notify you if anything happens, to where as soon as we then see how Frieza had gone in bumping Goku's shoulder and making his way inside, in being as rude as Frieza could ever be, that's when Frieza went on to tell Goku, get out of my way, ape. So this is the hyperbolic time chamber I've heard so much about. No wonder you idiots were always able to stay ahead of me. You went on to use this room to your advantage. Clever. I wonder how much more powerful I could become if I had known about this years ago. Now's not the time to be bringing up the past, Frieza. I'll keep my end of the deal so as long as you can keep yours. Yes, I'm well aware of what you said. If I were to reach a new level of power, this will be the perfect place to do so. I'm not looking to share memories or tell scary stories in here, Frieza says. I'm looking to beat you fools close to death and find a new evolution. How wonderful. I could fight as I like in here. Look at this vast void of space. I could punish you monkeys here and there wouldn't be a soul in the universe that would hear you scream. So then, I didn't come here to chit-chat with you, he adds. Which one of you is going to be the first to be destroyed? Will it be you, Namekian? I haven't forgotten about what you did on Namek. Or will it be the machines? Or maybe you, Majin Buu? I've heard many stories about your strength. Or maybe it will be one of you, Goku and Vegeta. To where only then we also get to see how Vegeta had gone in doing the same thing and bumping Goku's shoulder by telling him, stand aside, Kakarot. This one is going to be mine. You've been talking mighty brave since coming here, Frieza. I've been waiting for the day where I would have the chance to pay you back for what you did to me. And there will be nothing that will stop me from smashing your face around this place while also getting stronger. If you die as a result, then you die, Vegeta says. Oh, is that so, Vegeta, Frieza asks, but killing me would go against what your little monkey friend Goku is asking for. I never planned on working with you since the Tournament of Power, but I intend for this to be the last time that we ever do. I want you to remember something. You apes aren't the only ones who could discover new transformations to better suit them in battle. Mark my words, if the angel doesn't kill you, I will. I promise. As Vegeta went on to respond, you're a joke, Frieza. There is no way that you can even come close to rivaling what I am now. Save your tough talk for when the fighting begins, because you're going to be my first opponent, and I don't plan on going easy. We'll see about that once the door closes, Frieza says. You're lucky this angel has made a mess of things. Otherwise, I would have taken care of you a long time ago before giving you the chance to get stronger. Shall we start off by using our full power then, with Vegeta responding, do what you need to do, but it won't make a difference in this fight. Hurry up, Kakarot, I can't wait anymore. Alright, Goku says, that should be everyone. I'm glad Gohan dropped off the boys and joined us. It would have been too dangerous for them to be here. here. Listen, Goku says, if anything changes, let us know. If you can somehow extend our time, then please try to. We need as much as we can get out of this as possible. I'm not sure if you can contact us from the outside world, so if it means doing so, open the door and tell us. But in the meantime, it's going to get very bloody in here, so please make sure that you seal the door nice and shut so nothing happens. You got it, Goku, Dende says. We'll make sure that nothing causes the door to open from either side. We'll be waiting for you all out here. It's all or nothing, Gohan, Piccolo says. Kind of reminds me of the good old days. Me and you will pair off first. We've grown a lot since the Tournament of Power and the fight with Moro on Earth, but it's time to step it up, he says. I'm looking forward to it, Piccolo. We've all got a stake in this fight, to protect and watch out for our friends and family. If it's alright with you, I'm going to be fighting you using my full power. I'm off, Goku says. Be careful out there. If another asks, then just tell them where we are, but also make sure to also stay in touch with Whis and find out if anything happens. Thank you for letting us do this, Dende. I owe you one. With Dende responding, will do, Goku. Owe it to me by beating this angel. I wish you all the best of luck inside. As all a while when then going back to Beerus' planet, we then see how Beerus keeps walking around Whis as Beerus went on to respond, I've been pacing around here thinking of solutions, but I've yet to hear you suggest one, Whis. Spill it. Why have you gone quiet all of a sudden? Is there something you know that I don't? Coming up with a solution against someone who is second to the Grand Priest isn't something easy to think about, Whis says. I do believe we have a fighting chance, but only if everyone bands together as one. I knew something was off when I felt Murno's clones holding back a bit of their power. I was trying to understand, but it dawned upon me later that he was only using us for something greater. Unless the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest arrive, the chances of us winning are extremely low. However, not impossible to do. It'll take everything to win, he says. But it was only during that moment where both of them had stopped in what they were doing as Beerus went on to respond, Whis, did you just feel that too? Yes, Whis says, he's landed, and it looks as though he's found his next target. He's entered Universe 12. We can only hope that Jin and Angel Martinu can hold on long enough to survive. But I do have faith, Whis continues. If anyone knows Murno well enough, it's my sister Martinu. Unless Murno acts on instinct, I trust Universe 12 will hold off and stand a chance. But we will see. As meanwhile within Universe 12, with Murno shown fighting a warrior named Izo, Murno went on to ask, honestly now, and just what do you think this is going to do to me? As Izo went on to shout, you will leave this planet now! No, Izo, you can't, Jin says. I knew he was here, but I never expected for Murno to come here this quickly. There must be a weakness that I can exploit. As Murno went on to spawn an angelic staff by then responding, my brother's angelic staff. Let's see how it holds up, shall we? You mortals here don't deserve to be touched by my divine hands. So what I will do instead is I will tear you apart using the angel staff, he says. With Murno then shown having to do exactly that by slicing Izo in half, it was only there where Murno went on to address Jin by telling him, was that the best Universe 12 had to offer, Jin? Surely that wasn't your strongest mortal, was it? How dare you come here and make a mockery of this universe, Jin says. I fear nothing, even angels. I don't care what you do, I'd rather die than submit myself to you. I don't believe that you are as mighty as you claim to be, and I'm going to prove it. To where as Jin was then shown firing multiple ki blasts directly at Murno, with each of them shown having to then make contact with no effect at all, that's when Murno went on to tell him, what a miserable act of desperation. You despicable gods are all alike. Stubborn until the very end, even after seeing that there is no way out. As Jin went on to ask, not even a scratch? How was it that nothing is working? My Chaos Blast surely had to have worked. I don't believe it, as Murno went on to stick his arm out by responding, believe it, Destroyer. As before Jin could even react, Murno had then gone in grabbing him by the throat and then being shown lifting him on up by telling him, you have grown to become fragile, Jin. Your fighting spirit is brittle and flimsy compared to before. You were one of the mightiest destroyers during my reign over Universe 13. It would appear as though time has made you grow more comfortable with your position as a ruler. And if memory serves me correct, when I was thought to have been destroyed, you didn't even care. What was it you said? Better him than me, is that right? Well, it wasn't me, but now it will surely be you. My retribution will not go unchecked without seeing your death through. Better you than me, right, Jin? You're smiling. And what exactly do you find funny? As Jin went on to respond, you may be powerful, but you're going to get exactly what you always had coming. Oh please, Murno says, save me the lecture. I've heard countless monologues of how I'm going to pay. One by one, I will crush you all. Any last words before you die? As from that point on, Jin went on to then tell Murno, you should always pay close attention. As out of nowhere from behind Murno, we then see how Martino had gone in punching Murno directly in the spine, and from there having to shout, enough Murno, and sending Murno flying out into the distance, as she from there went on to save Jin's life, as Jin went on to respond, thank you Martino. It's not safe to be here, Lord Jin. Leave him to me. I need you to leave. Prepare and wait for me. You do not have the power to fight him, she adds. I will do what I must here. Now please go. He's coming. To where as Jin was shown doing exactly that, with Murno now making his way back onto the battlefield, it was only from that point on where Murno went on to shout, it's been generations, Martino. It's so nice to see you. I call upon the power of our angelic race to give me the strength I need to prevail, she says. I haven't used this since I was first brought into becoming the angel of this universe, she adds. Let this power be what guides me. And as soon as Martino was then shown powering up, she then went on to continue, and if I am to fail, please Father, mighty Grand Priest, hear my cries and see to it that balance is restored. I never wanted to ever hurt you, she says, but you leave us with no other choice than to do what we must to rid you of this horrible life you've abused. I bested you during training plenty of times before, and I will do so again now. In which, as Murno was then shown making his way ever so closer, he then went on to respond, you mean when I was weak? Like how you are now? You don't know me, and you do not know what I currently possess. Show me what you can do, and you better pray that it works. You will not continue to destroy, Martino says. Maybe this will make you remember. To where as Murno was then shown getting close enough, Martino went on to stick her arm out and shouting, Celestial Shockwave! As this attack itself was so powerful and so impactful that not only do we see a massive shockwave ripple all throughout the landscape, but apparently enough it also seems as though this had rattled Murno, as Murno went on to ask, what was that? And from that point on, seeing how Murno was then beginning to get dragged back, as Martino fell down to a knee and responding, it's just as I thought. That attack took too much out of me. I haven't used an attack with that kind of power and force for millions of years. In which, as Murno had then gone and looking down on his chest, he then went on to comment, this vibration. I remember this attack. You used it on me when we trained. You beat me with this every single time. This attack was meant to destroy you from the inside out. Of course you'd use it on me again, he adds. Hoping you'd crush me from the inside, is that it? I should have remembered the way you fight. Your tactic is to destabilize and neutralize your enemy from the inside, not from the out. But of course your fighting tactics are focused more on what's on the inside and not what's on the out, you revolting pest. Nice try, but I'm nothing like when we trained in the past. You think I truly didn't come prepared? I was waiting for the day this would happen. As Martino went on to respond, it barely worked. I only managed to stun him for a moment. Just, what are you? What have you done to yourself? All of this because you wanted power? All of this because you wanted to become something that was never meant for you to have? So you've thrown me off my rhythm for a moment, Murno says. In that case, allow me to also do the same to you. An eye for an eye, isn't that right? And as soon as Murno had then gone and shooting a blast directly at Martino, this blast, interestingly enough, was not meant for her, but instead, it was directly aimed at none other than the god of destruction, Jin, as the blast itself went on to completely blow Jin's head off. As Murno went on to comment, I never finished my fight with the destroyer of this universe, and it was beginning to bother me. Here's a parting gift, Murno says. Since you coordinated a surprise attack, here's my surprise for you. No, it can't be Lord Jin, Martino says. As with Jin's body then shown hitting the ground, that's when Murno went on to continue, better him than me, right, Jin? Now, as for you, you're next. Big sister, is it? Always looking after others, were you? Well, I don't remember you looking out for me when I needed your help the most, but none of that matters. What matters right now is once I stabilize myself, You're finished. I'm going to take my time watching you suffer. As a matter of fact, I know just how I'll do it too. Let it be known that you will become the third angel to fall. A message to the Grand Priest and that ridiculous Omni King that they're next. Now, come sister, let's resume where we left off. As in the meantime, when going back to the hyperbolic time chamber and seeing how only 5 minutes have passed by, our Universe 7 warriors all seem to be engaging very intensely, as Gohan and Piccolo are also shown having to battle, with Piccolo having to tell Gohan, "Keep pushing, Gohan. I know you can evolve your power into something much greater than what you have now. You won't win if you keep holding back like this," with Gohan responding, "You've gotten pretty strong yourself, Piccolo, but I'm just getting started. What about you? How else do you plan on beating me if you're losing?" As Piccolo went on to respond, "Sometimes it's not just about power, Gohan. Look around. Everyone's fighting by contributing something different. You should know that I'm not going to go down that easily," with Gohan responding, "Just watching everyone go at it gives me the power that I need to push myself to surpass all of them." "Alright then, Piccolo, let's step it up. Don't say I didn't warn you," he says. "Gohan, wait," Piccolo says, "you feel that?" "Yeah, just what the heck is going on out there?" As all of a sudden, out of nowhere, both Piccolo and Gohan had then gone to break away as Piccolo shouted, "Watch out! Whoa! It's Frieza!" Gohan says. With Frieza's body then shown flying out into the distance with none other than Vegeta having to follow him, it was only from there where Piccolo went on to call this out by shouting, "It's Vegeta! Look at him go! Get out of my way!" Vegeta shouts. "Well, that was a close one, Piccolo. If we didn't act fast, then Frieza would have crashed right into us along with Vegeta." As with Frieza then shown having to maintain balance and stabilizing himself, that's when Frieza went on to shout, "Curse you, Vegeta! Don't get ahead of yourself, because if you think your stupid Super Saiyan Blue evolution is going to win you the day, then you are as good as dead as you are delusional." As Vegeta went on to respond, "The only delusional one here is you, Frieza. I told you that you'd be my first victim. You shouldn't have agreed to come here," Vegeta says. With Vegeta attempting to punch Frieza as Frieza was then shown in a defensive position, that's when Frieza went on to tell him, "Screw fighting the angel. You'd be lucky to walk out of here alive after this is over, you monkey." "Then forget Murno," Vegeta responds. "Let's end this right here then. We don't need you anyway, because I will be the one to kill the angel and I'll do it alone." "You're forgetting one very important thing here, Frieza. It's been the one thing that you've always overlooked. No matter how powerful you are," Vegeta says, as he then went on to duck on under in avoiding Frieza's punch by then being shown having to uppercut Frieza in the stomach, in further having to display superior feats over Frieza. That's when Vegeta went on to continue, "I will always find a way to become stronger than you. You could never surpass me. I don't care how strong you get. Nothing will compare to the power I've obtained recently. Do you know why you are even alive to begin with? It's not because of me. It's because of Kakarot. You're just wasting my time. You can never defeat me," Vegeta shouts. To where as soon as Vegeta was then shown kicking Frieza in the sky, as Goku made his re-entry by kicking Frieza away, in simultaneously having to synchronize their attacks, that's when Goku went on to tell Frieza, "Sorry, Frieza, but I gotta tag you out for a minute." And as soon as Goku went on to acknowledge Vegeta below, it was from that point on where Goku went on to address Vegeta by telling him, "You and I both know it's been a long time coming. Let's do this, Vegeta." To where as the two were then shown having to dash directly towards each other, Goku then went on to continue, "You've gotten so powerful within such a short amount of time. I want to see what your new powers are made of. Just like Frieza," Vegeta says, "you can't defeat me, Kakarot, and I'm going to show you exactly why." As the two are then shown having to punch each other in the face with such tremendous amounts of force, even Piccolo and Gohan went on to stop fighting and acknowledging this, as Piccolo from there went on to respond, "Look at those three go. With the history they all have, they're going to tear each other apart." "Yeah, no kidding," Gohan says, "and look over there. Android 17 and 18 are really going hard against Majin Buu too." To where as indeed they were, because as the two androids are shown double teaming Majin Buu, 18 then went on to chime in, "I didn't think Buu would be this tough to handle. He's not letting up. Keep the pressure on him, 18." As all the while with Goku shown grabbing Vegeta in a headlock, Goku then went on to tell him, "I'm nothing like you remember, Vegeta. If you don't break out of this choke, then I'll be forced to break your neck. It's what Murno would do, right?" "I'm not falling to you, Vegeta says. Once I break free, I'm going to smash your skull in, Kakarot. But then, out of nowhere, we then see how Golden Frieza's tail had then wrapped around Goku's neck as Frieza went on to tell Goku, "Oh no you don't, you monkey. Learn to wait your turn. Once I kill Vegeta, you're next. Don't go inserting yourself in places where you don't belong," Frieza proceeds. "I want you to remember one thing, Saiyan. It will be me who puts an end to your life." As with Frieza then shown punching Super Saiyan Blue Goku in the face, he then went on to tell him, "You think I'd let you just walk all over me? When this is all said and done, you will not be as lucky as you were before, Goku." To where as Goku's body was shown having to fly right past Vegeta, with Vegeta once again making his way towards Frieza, it was from that point on where Vegeta went on to tell Frieza, "Kakarot changes nothing, Frieza. Once I put an end to you, he'll be next. But since you have a thing for cutting things short, let me smash your face in before Kakarot stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Not if I blow your head off your shoulders first," Frieza responds. As with multiple death beams then being shown having to be fired upon Vegeta, with Vegeta shown defending himself and taking on each and every single one of Frieza's strikes, that's when Piccolo went on to chime in by responding, "Just look at them go, Gohan. That's exactly the fighting spirit we need in order to fight this angel." "Yeah, but look, they're killing each other out there," Gohan says. "Do you really think they can endure much more of this?" With Piccolo responding, "From what it looks like, I think they're only just getting started. There's too much on the line for them to kill each other now. They'd be risking too much," Piccolo says. "If we are to make a difference in all of this," Piccolo says, "then we have to step it up even more too. If this angel destroys us all, at least we'll go down swinging with purpose. Now let's continue, Gohan. I want you to fight me using everything your body and soul can dish out. Now come at me." As all the while back within Universe 12, we then take a look at how Murno is standing over his sister Martinu, as Murno went on to tell her, "Honestly now, what did you think was going to happen, Martinu? Were you banking on a victory against me? Weak. You did nothing but anger me even more than before," he says. As Murno from there had gone and grabbing his sister by the throat and hoisting her up in the air by telling her, "Tell me something, at what point will the Grand Priest have enough and show himself? Certainly by now one would assume that he'd already be here to stop me." As Martino went on to respond, "The Grand Priest will have your day, Murno. He's making sure that your actions are stopped. So he's working behind closed doors now, is he? He's doing something, isn't he? Well, now I see what he's up to. So then it won't be long now." As Murno's body was then shown shaking again, he then went on to continue, "This attack of yours, you've rattled my body, you disgusting little worm. I'm going to massacre you, you worthless pig. How dare you attempt to take my revenge away from me? Let it be known to the gods that you are marked as the third angel to be slaughtered in the name of my vengeance." "Another waste of life," Murno went on to shout as he then proceeded to throw his sister on the ground. He then continues, "Here, let me serve you something that you had coming for a very long time. This surely ought to be heard throughout the multiverse," Murno adds. "A parting gift for your efforts, sister, but unlike your attack, you will not be coming back from this one. This will surely get the Grand Priest's attention," he says. To where as Murno had gone in mimicking Vegeta's technique in creating one of his own, that's when Murno went on to shout, "Angelic Final Flash!" To where Murno's attack was not only strong enough in wiping out his sister, as his sister had some final words in telling the Grand Priest, "I'm sorry, Father. I have failed you. Jin, I have let all of Universe 12 down. Forgive me." As this was not only the end of the Universe 12 Angel, but the entirety of Universe 12 as a whole, because Murno's attack had a ripple effect in completely going on to wipe out all of Universe 12 as we know it. As we even then go back to Universe 7 and seeing how Whis was shaking, that's when Whis went on to respond, "Oh my, not again. This power. There's nothing left. It's all gone. Murno, how could you continue to do this?" "Well, what happened?" Whis Spears questions. "Where did he go next?" By the look on your face, it doesn't seem like it ended very well, with Whis responding, "Murno just destroyed all of Universe 12, including both its destroyer Jin and its angel Martinu. This would now make 3 universes that Murno had just gone to annihilate. This only now leaves 9 universes remaining. His energy signal has also gone missing following the universe's destruction, which means he is now on the move to his next target, as even the Grand Priest went on to oversee this, as the Grand Priest comments, "Not again." "Yes, I heard your cries, Martino," the Grand Priest adds. "I am sorry that you had to endure such pain. There seems no signs of stopping him, and I can already sense that he is on the move. I must see to it that despite his level of power, that another universe does not fall next. He's doing this to get my attention," the Grand Priest says, all while ensuring that nothing survives. "Before it is all restored and for there to be balance, I must seal the multiverse off and protect it with my power and my spirit in order to ensure that no other universe is then destroyed. I can sense him moving, but I just don't know where," the Grand Priest adds, "but I can feel you, Murno. You've damaged enough, and therefore I must seal each universe off for as long as I can. While I wait for the Omni King's approval, I must remain patient," he continues. "If they are to grant me approval, then I will make my move as you've been longing for me. But if I cannot, then I will do what I can from here in hopes of helping everyone as best as I possibly can." Murno is shifting the balance of the multiverse with his destruction. "I cannot just be called into action without the Omni King's approving of my full power to be used. I can only hope that it is not too late when it's all said and done. I trust that the Omni Kings will do what is needed," he adds. "Until then, these realms must be sealed and protected from further being destroyed." To where as the Grand Priest was then shown extending his arm and using his own power G and energy to seal off the multiverse from being destroyed, it was from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to continue, "If this barrier were to be destroyed, then it will open the gates for Murno to use and destroy the rest of the 9 existing universes. These actions can be reversed by using the power of the Super Dragon Balls just as they were used to bring back the universes after the Tournament of Power. I can only trust that they are all protected." As meanwhile back with Beerus and Whis, that's when Beerus went on to ask, "So, where is he, Whis? Can't you sense where he's heading next? Which universe did he go to?" With Whis responding, "I'm afraid I don't know. When Murno moves through space-time using different realms, his signature vanishes." "Hold on," Whis says. "Something's wrong. There appears to be something approaching our very location." "Wait," Whis says. "Oh no, my lord, I'm afraid he's here," Whis says. "Murno, he's here." "What did you just say?" Beerus asks. "He's here? Where?" As out of nowhere, we then see how a portal had gone and opening up, with Champa being shown having to exit through the other side. As from that point on, Murno's voice went on to address both Beerus and Whis by telling them, "Out of all of the gods of destruction, you are the one I was looking forward to seeing again. Beerus, I made a little pit stop along the way. Figured I'd take care of 2 birds using 1 stone to do it too." As with Champa's body then shown having to crash right next to Beerus, that's when Beerus went on to respond, "Hey, what the? Champa? Is that you, Champa? Whis, look, what happened to him? Champa, hey Champa, get up! Get up right now," Beerus shouts. "Whis, quickly, we have to heal him. He doesn't look like he's going to make it. He's not moving." "At long last, Murno," Whis says, "you have finally come. What unbelievable energy." As lo and behold, with Murno now shown having to finally enter Universe 7, that's when Murno went on to continue, "I hope you were able to collect what you could during these last days to help you in this war, because it will be the final one this universe will ever see. There you are, Whis. I told you I'd return, didn't I? Well, here I am, in all my glory. This universe served as one of the most troublesome ones that I had to deal with, but that will all soon be corrected. I have a bone to pick with the 2 of you here, and I figured I'd bring Beerus' brother along for the fun. Now then," Murno says, "little worms, it's time I give you what is owed. Let the bloodbath begin." "Damn it," Beerus says, "I thought we'd have more time. Look at him. He's much different than he was before, Whis. Is this it? Is this his ultimate body and power he kept preaching about this entire time?" "Yes," Whis says, "this is Murno at his mightiest. This power I sense within him, it's bottomless. Tell me, brother," Whis says, "is it true? Have you really gone out of your way to destroy 3 universes altogether?" As with Murno shown having to make his way down, that's when he went on to respond to Whis by telling him, "It's going to be 4 after I'm done doing my business here, but yes, they were all dealt with accordingly. I told you I'd come for you, did I not? Well, here I am. Hey, he ravaged Universe 6 before bringing me here," Champa says. He wanted to destroy
your universe first before going back to mine. He wants me to die along with you since we're brothers, he says. You mean he brought you here to destroy this universe first? Where is your angel, Beerus asks. Where is Vados? What happened to the Sixth? As Whis chimes in, I don't feel her presence in the Sixth either. Quickly, Destroyer, stand back up, Whis says. I will heal you. Don't move. As with Whis then shown having to heal Champa, that's when Champa went on to shout, Vados! Before she could try to stop him, he sent her into another dimension. He made sure to save her after he was done here, so I don't know where she is. Universe 6 is wide open without any protectors. Indeed it is, Slob from the Sixth, Murno says. Your universe will be next on my list once I am done with my business here. Where Vados is, well, she will remain unharmed until either she finds a way to escape or I come for her. Her death will come through my privilege to do so. While she remains, she is also trying to keep the Sixth from being destroyed. A timed attack to see if she can hold it all off together. So she's fighting to break free and prevent Universe 6 from being destroyed, Champa shouts. You're crazy! Hey, Beerus! Beerus, are you listening to me? We can't fight him like this. We have to leave and get as far away from him as we can, or he'll do to us what he did to the other universes. I'm not leaving my universe, Champa, Beerus says. Maybe you didn't hear what I said, Champa responds. He's going to kill us. We can't fight him alone. We need help. Forget this universe. We have to get out of here so we can get help from the others. As Beerus went on to slap Champa's away by telling him, if this universe goes down, then I'm going down with it. I'm not going to let him do what he did to me again. I don't care how strong he is. You will either stand with me in this fight, or you will stand aside. You got that? And what, Champa asks? You think your Ultra Instinct is going to do anything against him? You've lost your mind, Beerus. Well, now that you're here, Whis says, what is it that you want to do then, brother? Surely you've come looking for a fight, and since your former glory has been fully restored, what exactly is the move that you want to make going to be? I have been granted the order to use my absolute full power against you by the Grand Priest. If it means you are here to destroy this universe, then I will use everything in my ability to see that it remains. And you think that somehow scares me, Murno asks? Go ahead and fight as you'd like. I'm not here just to destroy this soulless universe. I'm here to erase every single one of you from existence. At the same time, I really haven't had the chance to fully be able to use this power and body of mine to its highest. So instead of just fighting you, I want to engage against all three of you, he says. Both gods of destruction and you, Whis, all at once. What did he just say? Champa asks. He wants to fight all of us? As in, all of us at the same time? There's no way he could be that powerful to take all of us on at once, Beerus says. There's just no way. He's not bluffing, Whis responds. I can sense his emotions. He's absolutely serious about this battle. And what of our sister, Murno? What will become of her fate as we battle? With Murno responding, she's busy holding Universe 6 together from blowing up, but it would appear and seem as though the Grand Priest had done something to make sure that no other universe is erased. But my power isn't something to be overlooked, so I was able to bypass it. She's stuck fighting for the survival of Universe 6, along with her destroyer, who will perish here, he adds. I couldn't think of sending a better message than by exterminating two brothers who are gods of destruction than these two. Quite a fitting conclusion to their story, wouldn't you agree? And then what do you intend to do after you were to get past the three of us, Whis asks. Assuming the Grand Priest doesn't arrive to stop you, what exactly do you plan on doing once you're finished with your business here with us? You know I can't allow for you to go through with your plan, so I will do everything in my power to see this through with you until the end. But what will you do to this universe if you were to win here? With Murno responding, I have a few bones to pick with the mortals of this universe who have given me quite the trouble in collecting what I needed to complete my evolution. Once I'm done here, then I